Medicine, son. Oh, Edu. I told you I'd be here, big dog. How can I help you?
Good morning, Ravi.
What up, pimp? How are you?
Can you hear me?
Absolutely. Go, baby.
Okay, I just wanna, shout out to you. Yesterday, I was trying to do the whole thing, but as you told me, I could not be able to, link the whole thing on my link. I just wanna tell you that maybe before in the evening time, I might be able to, get back.
Okay, take your time. There's no rush. I'm here to help you.
All right.
Okay, so do you need help?
Yeah.
Or do you just need more time?
No. But I just want to ask, is it compulsory to get the whole, social media
Absolutely. Here's why. You want as many places as you can post for your clients as possible. You want as many places as you can post for yourself as possible. You want to rank as highly in the search engines as possible, and this gives you a lot of entries. You want to open up as many communication channels for new clients as possible, and you want to make it as difficult as possible for people to be able to impersonate you. Does this make sense?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, big dog.
sure? This is Darth Vader. I know it's Darth Vader. I'm making a joke about having a black. It's black. Darth Vader's black. Yeah, that's good enough. Yeah, I am your father, and I'm leaving now. Yeah. All right. That did happen and stuff. Yeah. Huh? You did abandon his child. And what turned out great. It is true. It is true. And he no longer I mean, it did turn out great for Darth Vader, I'll be honest with you. He skywalked out of his life. He had Star Wars jokes over. Alright. Do you only hook up with black women? Are you? No, my current girlfriend's white. Oh, wow. What made you make the change? She's pretty thick. Like a little bit brown. There's some real traits to you, like white. I've been told that. What else? What do you think's the blackest thing about you? I know it's not your penis. Yeah, no. Probably my black scent. I've been trying to get rid of it, but it's here. You hang around a lot of black people? Yeah, a lot. Because, see, my mom, she did, like, drugs. Yeah, she did heroin when she was pregnant with me. I got eczema now, so that's not bad. Wow. Yeah. Eczema is your baby. Jenkins for I was told this would be good for my career. So sick on heroin, so that forced you to have a lot of black friends growing up. Yeah, I mean, when you say it in that order, it sounds like I'm. How old are you? I am 23. Yeah. My goodness, one of the oldest people to ever apply for a job at a van store. If the Vans doesn't hire, I was good at comedy. That's the reason why I started singing. Is actually because your advice to people is produce a show, control your own stage time. So I was gonna just dive full into that. Well, as much as you talk around black people, I would recommend diving into much of it. Find yourself drowning. There might need to be a lifeguard there. Can you swim? Yeah, not well though. Right. Yeah. Okay, so you're 23. You might want to, diving all the way into comedy. So I didn't dive all the way in when I was 23, and I started at 22 like you. I was hustling for a few years. So what's your actual next plan? If the Vans doesn't hire you, you're going to have to make some money. You have you to take care of, you have a child to take care of. Are you giving money to the baby mama? Yeah, every month I give her. I'm not on child support. That's my kid. I gotta take care of her. You're damn right. Yes, that's good. He's a boy guy. But I used to detail cars. I know how to detail cars. I would go back to door trying to, wash these cars. Wow. Okay, very good. Wow. All right, Asher. Anything else crazy we should know about you? Do you have any special skills or talents? So you know how to rap at all? You a white rapper? No, I used to play basketball. I played basketball overseas in Puerto Rico. Really? Yeah. Overseas? It was like 60 pounds ago. Like, yeah. There's a sea. Like, it's American territory, but I claim it. You know what I mean? Water. Yeah. So what was your basketball career like in Puerto Rico? Oh, it wasn't good. I was the only white. Yeah, but I was there. My name was on the roster. Wow. I had one good game out of like 30. But you had 30 points? No, I had one good game out of 30. I had 30 points. Gotcha. But I was throwing those assists. Right. Yeah. Right. Yes. Absolutely. Yeah. Anything else other than basketball and comedy? I mean, gamble. Yeah, I love to gamble. Oh, okay. It's not the best for my current situation, but I stopped over at that little place underneath Sunset. They got like some slots back there, and I played $20 before I stepped on stage. Yeah, you didn't know? Yeah, there's slot machines underneath their comedy. Yeah. Yeah, right next to the main chicks. I spent 20 and I went up to 30, and then I blew it almost. Yeah. But I only played 20. It's good. I never played before.
That's right. James McCann. Actually, there's a lot of things that are making me scared for your future and the future of your job. But I believe in you. You've got a good energy. Absolutely. Sure. I wasn't going to say anything, but you asked me, and you got to hang in. Comedy takes a long time to get going. Yeah. And kids are expensive really quickly. Oh, yeah. I know. What's the most expensive thing that your kid has contributed so far? Like, it's just the buildup of dice and the food and everything. No item is that expensive. Maybe like, I mean, baby food. What flavor baby food? Again, I'm not that much in his life. I have kids. She buys it. You don't feed the kid all the time. I don't feed him. She feeds him. You've never had the urge. D-Madness is loving this right now. I think he just tried to choke you there for a second. I think he tried to raise you. I've seen him get fed. I've been there. I love my son. Made me out to be a villain. But Jim, did you give him a white name or a black name? I named him after my grandpa. What's your name? Demetrius? No, it's Italian. It's okay. Yeah. He doesn't black at all. He looks like Filipino. Like, I don't know how. It's not hitting because you can. Yeah, it's Filipino. Well, when you talk to your wife about this, does your wife know that you consider your son Filipino? I don't have a wife, but right, your baby mama. Yeah, no, yeah, and she hates it. She's like, stop talking about our son like that. And I'm like, looks like, if they end up bringing that Maury Povich show, that could be a good way to get some money. Yeah. I can see you doing the dance. Who's Maury Povich, though? It was a little bit before your time. I'm sorry. It was a little bit before your time. 6 to 7 years ago. Kids don't know. Oh, the crowd's turning on. Quick, folks. This is a very Maury crowd here. Asher Casson, congratulations. Fun times. There he goes. Asher Casson. One last one here. We're having fun tonight. You guys having fun out there? All right, let's see what happens here. Make some noise for your next bucket full. It's Josh Canada. Everybody, here comes Josh Canada. All right, thanks. I'm having a great month right now. Actually, it's odd timing, but I just celebrated 2 years of marriage, so that was fucking dope. Oh, thank you. Thank you guys. It's a weird time in our marriage because we're talking. I wanted to go see the new Superman movie. It just came out on HBO. I was explaining it's really interesting because they changed directors, like revamping the universe. And she asked me, "How long do you want me to pretend to care about this?" So that's a new level of honesty I didn't know that I didn't want. You know what I'm saying? But I did see the new Superman. It was pretty good. If you want to see it, I'm hearing a lot of weird stuff about it. People are like, there's one nation, right, that's like oppressing another nation. And it's an analogy of like Israel-Palestine. But if you want to see the movie, that's not at all true. It's not. And that is in the movie, Lois Lane is a reporter, and she lived the whole time. So, thanks. I appreciate it. Josh Canada. Josh. How long have you been on comedy? About 2 years. 2 years. And where at? Okay. Is it better than just 1 year? Yeah. I moved here in March, and yeah, usually. Okay. What do you do for work? Between jobs, but looking for a barista gig right now. Looking for a barista gig? This might be the fanciest unemployed crew of comedians ever pulled out of like a lot of people hopeful for jobs taken by 15-year-olds. Damn. Was that your best minute of comedy? Definitely not, but yeah, that's what it was. You know what I want to do? You know what I'm thinking I want to do? Here. I want to check in with our friends Stream Racer over here. Can you light them up real quick? Guys, what do you guys think about that performance, if you don't mind? We're here on Kill Story. That said what? I'd rather hear bags and boxes. And we are straight no chaser. Straight no chaser. Ladies and gentlemen, just checking in, just enjoying the show over there. No big deal. How does that make you feel? Have you ever been demolished by a 9-person acapella group? Have you ever had your soul taken from such great tone and rhythm? No, that was new. Yeah, it feels good. It's unbelievable from my angle. I gotta tell you, I think I have the best seat in the house with it. They're just loving it. Look at the smiles on these guys' faces. They all seem like the nicest guys, but they are loving just destroying you right now. Let's check in the chat. I was a little out of character with the acapella. Nice motherfuckers. I couldn't have them do it for the trans or the. Yeah, I missed it. On Frank was rough, but it was even this has been doing it 2 years, so it really it's for you because you've really had a lot of time to prep. Josh, let's talk about it. It's anything, Josh? I love snowboard. I got really like stuff. Fuck yeah, smoking meat. Fuck yeah, dude. Snowboarding, smoking meat. Yeah, they had one went out on snowboard. They're smoking meat. You gotta send this info so we're not doing it. Alright. Josh, when you do stand-up, what else do you talk about when you're not talking about the same? Fair enough. Yeah, I talk a lot. My dad's from Mexico, so people talk about like look Mexican or sound Mexican. Right. And your last name is Canada. Yeah, that's your dad's last name? It's so it's Canada. It's yeah. Oh, I do see an accent mark there. I thought you were like a fucking mustache above it or something. Which I guess works both ways. Yeah, and with like that weird ass sombrero. Good time. Kenyatta. Yeah. Wow. My God. It's a name that makes you want to go down all the borders. Yeah, no, ever since the election in Canada, which is amazing. It's a good time. Amazing, Josh. Okay, so after there was something. I didn't think the acapella group was going to light you up quite that hard. Even I feel kind of bad. Even me, a writer of 13 Comedy Central roasts, right? I do this every week. There's something about being told, you're not funny, which I'm like, oh God, that is as icy cold as it gets. Just 9 guys hitting different notes and making it sound beautifully perfect. So I'm going to give you one chance here to redeem yourself. 2 years in the game, I want you to do your best joke right now. Like a little quick, it's little like a move. Move the mic stand out of the way. Move the mic stand. All right. I think mental health is important. Just because, depressed people are so annoying. It's like, get over it. You know what I mean? And I'm not trying to make light of suicidal people either, because that's very serious. Suicidal people, it's never what you want it to be. You know what I'm saying? Still not funny. Nice, sweet Josh. Do you have any other special skills or talents other than snowboarding and smoking meats? Jeez, man. Fuck at it. I was fucking grubbing a pig the other night. Awesome. Yeah. I used to like to act a lot. That was a lot of fun. So that was, something I enjoyed doing kind of before COVID. Do you live here now? Yeah. Okay. Well, Josh, we need you to again sometime, Josh. Okay. Here's a little chili. It wasn't a great day, Josh. It gets better. Sometimes the story, sometimes people grow on this. Thank you. One more time for Josh. And yeah, ladies and gentlemen, he'll be back. He ain't quitting. He'll come back. It's just gonna fucking smoke some meats. He'll be back. Alright. Well, what an episode it's been. How can we forget it? Started with Kansai Yasuda feeding me ramen. Kendrick Flynn absolutely destroying from the middle position. We've seen a lot since then. There's only one way to end an episode like this, ladies and gentlemen, and if you ask me, it's with the reigning, defending record holder for all-time appearances and all-time interviews. He's a Kill Tony Hall of Famer. God himself said, I love that man. Some people call him the Vanilla Gorilla, the Memphis Strangler, the Tijuana Torino, the Bernie Bush. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Big Red Machine, the one and only, the lights out, William Montgomery. Remember when you could wish COVID on your worst enemy and it meant something? Donnie, and by the way, I hope I'm pronouncing that right so I don't get jihadied after the show, was just elected mayor and conservatives are pissed. Meanwhile, my ass is handing out hiking directions to the office population. You're going to live in prosperity. Hey, Red Man, kiss if I'm wrong, but if you blow bubbles, can that spread hepatitis? Tesla's shareholders approved $1 trillion pay package for Elon Musk. That lucky son
what up?
Retire at 55. Hey, that's my side. Thank you. For Elon Musk, that lucky son of a bitch is going to be able to retire at 50. Hey, Red Man, kiss me if I'm wrong, but if you blow bubbles, can that spread hepatitis? Tesla's shareholders approved $1 trillion pay package for Elon Musk. That lucky son of a bitch is going to be able to retire at 55. Okay, that's my time. Thank you. William. Lights out. It's time. Again, I gotta tell you, William, I think we should just jump right into it. Right? You went a little viral this week. I think everybody saw it. It's like a big deal. You want to talk about it, William? It was I'm just going to use the word exciting. It was the most exciting show I've done here. I'm not even kidding. I did this little festival here in Austin, and I'm doing 25 minutes. The first 2 minutes, some random person joins me on stage. He gets right beside me. Thank God he didn't have a gun or a knife, or he would have killed me. He was standing right beside me, and he asked for the microphone, and I'm confused. I don't know what's going on, so I do the microphone over to him, and he's like, "You're garbage. This is garbage." So that's a really good for the other 23 minutes I had to do after that fucking guy. I'm literally, this hasn't happened, and towards the end of it, thank God, I was able to just kind of relax and try to appreciate everything, but it was a whole bunch of kill yourself, get off the fucking stage, where are the tomatoes? That's what hurt me the most. Some idiot got them yelling, where are the tomatoes? But I had to power through because I'm like, oh my God, I have to do the time. So it was, so I didn't do it, but it was scary. The first 30 seconds, I could tell it wasn't going to go great. A guy joins me. Once I didn't know who Jay was, but I learned a couple things this weekend. And one of the things is just seeing who the headliner person is. There was a guy named Morgan Jay, and I never met him. I think everybody's very. He came up to me and said hello, but I guess his whole thing is he has the auto-tune microphone does crowd work the whole time. He goes up to the crowd. You know, it felt different than the comedy that I did. Yes. It was a night and day different than a lot of his fans, I think, it could have been worse. You could have had an acapella band tell you that you're shit. Yeah. If the let's be clear here. That's impossible because you generally headline your own shows for this festival. You were paid a very good gig that you normally wouldn't do because you normally, let's just be honest, you normally don't perform in your hometown very often. You work very often. You love making vast sums of money for your art, which saying that, I mean, but you do. I mean, this guy, it's sort of, yeah, like it's got the hair tone. Well, yeah, it's your. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Let me just plow through what I'm saying here for a second. Oh, no, you go ahead, James. I think I've made video too much to the rest. I think, honestly, that was a viral thing, and people are going to that again. And that's quite scary, but financially, well, that's good. It's one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life. It came a lot without a doubt. We all love it. The Kill Tony fans love it because the jokes are rock solid. Yeah, I do my Paul Walker, Paul Crasher joke, and it is an uproarious booze, just this barrage of booze. They came, so they love Paul Walker. I guess the Morgan Jenkins love Paul Walker. I know I do. See, if I knew that, I wouldn't have done that joke. And there were other jokes, too, that I wouldn't have done. I don't know if there's any way to say this without being slightly political, right? But guys like that literally kind of like sing about that very traumatic guys. No, I'm kidding. I mean, the guy, you know, I mean, it's funny, dude. There's Kill Tony fans, right? Oh my gosh, you see one of watching his videos, and at first I was confused because it was like, oh my gosh, what's going on? Where's the joke? But then I'm watching it, I'm like, oh, this is funny. Right. It was funny. Yes. It was. There's one thing where it's an older guy sitting next to a young kid. He's like, how do you know this kid? And that made me laugh because it's like, and then the guy's like, oh, it's my cousin. And it's like, oh my gosh, and it's autism. It's like, and like, so that fan base that this guy has built is, let's just say, very, very clean, right? Very clean. Not anything of any, like, you know, it's woke church shit, pretty much. I mean, he was real nice to me. I have nothing. I'm not saying anything bad about him. Now, why don't we do this? Why don't you describe what the audience was like? If you could describe what you were looking at out there, what did it look like to you? Mainly Hispanic people. No, I'm kidding. Okay. But yeah, no, it seemed like a lot of Hispanic people, but in the past, there have been wonderful nights. What did you tell me on the phone when I called you? When I called you to make sure you weren't going to kill yourself? How did you describe the audience to me? Do you remember? They looked very non-binary. I mean, I say that, and seriously, and that's just a descriptor. It means nothing. I don't care one way or the other. But for the record, you're not gonna win them back now. No, I'm not trying to say I don't give a shit. But for the record, when I called the person a slut and a bitch, that was a non-binary looking fucking nasty looking bitch. Talking for my death, literally saying kill yourself. And I feel weird, Tony, because I literally see 100 cameras up there, so I'm like, this is awkward. It's like I gotta try to defend myself a little, I guess, because it's all people, but it's all these idiots filming, and it's, I don't know. Right. It was on, so I just powered through, but it's just a different type of the jokes. Different type of audience. Yeah, it was. Yes, and it scared me. There's people that if I was in that spot, it would have been the same thing. Like there's certain audiences that literally perhaps have never seen a real comedy show before. Someone that's famous on Instagram, they go and they just want to see them so tuned. You know what I mean? And you're up there doing actual jokes. I bet you didn't see a single Korn t-shirt or an Ozzy Osbourne t-shirt, right? Like you do out here. It's a little bit different of a crowd. Correct, yes. Very, totally. that's we have a little bit for this. Taking weed, but the only problem is whenever I smoke it, my eyes get hard. You'll just hit the button because I'm zero laughter. Because a lot of people under his back moves. It was not only not laughter, it was a move. I'm tired. Your jokes destroy here and get booze station, as they should have perhaps Frank open up for Morgan J next time because he gets booze here. Maybe he would get big laughs there. Maybe Frank, his third appearance ever, he should make thousands and thousands of dollars to do 25 minutes. Alright. William, you look fantastic. How much weight have you lost? I don't know. It's the Manjaro I want. No, it's yeah, well, I haven't been able to do the road shoot in 2 weeks. It's very sad. I'm getting into a weird thing. God, after that set in the past, if it was when I was sorry, I was looking at your puzzles for a second. Oh my gosh, she really has them out there. I'm kidding. Those are big. Yeah, those are huge. Those are giant bosoms. What was I talking about? I don't even remember what I was talking about. Wait, seriously, what was I? Yeah, I'm not being. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, no. After the set, normally if it was when I was drinking, doing cocaine, I would have got all fucked up, and I just ate a large Papa John's stuffed crust pizza. So I'm doing that. Wow. What did you have on your Papa John's large stuff? Just a little sausage. What else? What else was on the pizza? It was just sausage. Oh, well, you did it again, William Montgomery. You might get booze inside on other places, but here he is beloved. Guys, let's see what Ryan J. Ebel drew tonight during this. Wow, look at that. That's James McCann and Jeff Dye. RyanJEbel.com for those prints. Chris Rogers, what'd you draw tonight? Oh, shit. The new regular Kendrick Flynn over there. Guys, how loud can this place get for our guest, James McCann? Disquieting Levels of Egg is on Amazon right now. This special is a wild hit on YouTube. Black Israelite is the James McCann Catamaran podcast. James McCann. Don't forget that new book of poems, Disquieting Levels of Egg. You've forgotten a bit. They love poems, this crowd. Perhaps Morgan Jenkins. I think go up to that Oda crowd. They're going to love poems. They're going to love it. Those people are sick and disgusting. Can I say? Fuck them. I love you. That's right, James McCann, ladies and gentlemen. Jeff Dye is on tour at JeffDye.com. He has the new Die Hard pod. Thank you, Jeff. Thanks for having me. How about one more time for Straight No Chaser over there? Their free show performance is unbelievable.
Yo, what's good, Rothschild?
How you living, big man?
How you doing, bro?
I'm well. How are you?
Man, I'm just chilling, bro.
All right, well, enjoy your big man.
So how many tacos? Like, do you eat those?
Dog, what are you talking about?
You like tacos, Rothschild?
Dude, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm watching a show, my man.
You're watching a show, but you can't talk about tacos?
Sure.
It's really amazing. I mean, if
You don't like tacos?
you will love
I don't know what you're talking about.
Do you like spaghetti bolognese?
How about one more time for the best Sam Band and all the
Dog,
land?
I'm watching a show. All right,
Yo,
no.
is Brandon okay, man?
Good night, everybody.
You're good, big dog. What up, Zoo? Zoo, what up, baby?
So I was reading about mind uploading technology,
Yes, sir.
and that's that you can factory erase. Do like a factory reset, and you can upload mine to the age of 18 if you don't want anyone like. So you can have all those memories from when you're 18, but and then you choose not to upload past that. Go back to being your 18-year-old and create new memories and get rid of your memories now if you don't like the person to become.
Well, for sure, it's not as memory erasure, but you don't have to upload your memory to do that.
It's amnesia.
No, memory erasure?
Mind uploading amnesia.
No, that's different. You can just alter and edit your memories currently. Mind uploading refers to the process of essentially scanning a brain. And,
You can delete things.
yes, memory erasure. It's been experimented people with post-traumatic stress disorder. Someone like you would be a really good case for this.
Yes. So I can delete memories that of like my abuse, so I don't have to go through that shit.
Yeah, but they have to keep the memories of me whooping your ass. That's one thing that can't be erased. That's in there forever. But yeah, you can remove any kind of painful memories of your past, except mini golf defeats. Those all stay.
But do I only I if I delete them?
So that's the question. Whatever company owns this is gonna know. mean, I know they may say that they don't share the information, but be like a VPN, like somewhere somebody that's deleted, unless they really make it so that like this basically becomes untraceable. But even still, everything is basically.
Are they uploading? If they have a database for banned
We don't know what the laws will be in the future. Welcome, we have a new friend. What up, Dark? How are you?
it just says
Excellent. Welcome.
it just seems like it's going to be very hard to believe because you have everyone has memories of when they were not.
What up, Bama for Fank? How are you, big guy?
Doing good. Yo, Ray, they're in that other VC software about Jeremy.
I'm
They
not.
are saying that honestly. Yeah, like we were just in there.
Okay, that's fine. I appreciate it. I don't do anything like that. They can say whatever they want about me.
Cat. Yeah, we just wanted to let you know, like.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, have a nice one.
You too, big dog.
Monday, November 24th. What's up, fam? It's turn Thanksgiving. I think we're gonna do a deep fried turkey for the first time. I heard this is the bee's knees. Jim, what are you doing for Thanksgiving, buddy? I'm going home for like a few days. You go back to LA or to all right. When are you leaving? Like late Wednesday. When you come back Saturday. I did the late Wednesday and Saturday because sometimes the flights are delayed, so I can't come back a day early to make sure we can get back to this. Yeah. So if it gets delayed on Saturday, you're supposed to finish the show. Right, Calvin, only take a page. Professionalism from your travel book. That'd be great. All good, baby. All good. Yeah, Turkey Day. Your family does the regular turkey shit. Normally they do American, but then Korean side stuff. So there will be kimchi. It will be like West Side turkey. Yeah. Because you do turducken and shit. No, I would love to try turducken, but no, just regular turkey. Yeah, I got my buddy Trey. He's known for making insane, basically all around holiday meals. So I think we're gonna do a fried turkey with him. Be careful, man. That's like one of the most dangerous things I heard. I do it at my crib. Yeah, that's about my big man. Tiger's done with fall travel ball. Last tournament was on this weekend, and boy, as a papa, I could not be prouder of the kid. He just found it, man. He found it, and going into the off season, this little dude is off on the right man. Because in spring it picks up even more. It's more competitive. Can be more proud of you. How about this, man? This one, oh my God, we got one. He gets done with his game. We're in extra innings. They call it Texas overtime. So
It's athleticism. Fuck. I'm spending some time just hanging out here with you. Oh, everything guys that treating like you do. No, the girls will make me people there right now, they know. That was sick.
You see him doing uprooting mountains and grinding them one against the other. So it sounds like this case was just as great as Rebbe Meir. And yet, it's like this was so differential. First of all, how can cover what's it so beautiful? How can cover Bo'urei Kama Mechavin Zazeh. See how much Rebbe Meir and Rish Lakish loved each other. So the rest of the website is this idea that they were incredibly respectful to one another. The Yosef Rebbe, the Ka'amar Asr Minasat. It's Rebbe came along. Different story. Came along, and Rebbe said, "You are not permitted to insulate something called." What we have is a called Shabbos Chavira. There's an Isra on Shabbos called. Now Rebbe came along and said, "Not only to insulate something, not only to not insulate something to preserve Shabbos, you also can't insulate something to preserve cold." On Shabbos, turned without we're concerned. And if we let you go ahead and insulate something cold, we come to insulate something hot as well. So the Gemara says, "Amar lefana Rabbi Shmuel Yossi Abba." So Amar Rabbi Shmuel, Amar Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Shmuel Yossi came Abba. Kitzur Hachnatzolim. He says, "Abba Matzi permitted one to in cold." Amalei said, "Kavar Torah of Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yossi coming that way. The Torah has husband, nothing to talk about. You're allowed to do." So this was basic. Bo'urei Kama Mechavin. See how the Rabbanim of Eretz Yisrael each other. Either Rabbi Yossi Kayim, either Rabbi Yossi Kayim, Kafov Yosef and Rebbe. If Rabbi Yossi was a lot himself would have been deferential in front of Rebbe. Tahara Bishma Rabbi Yossi Memali Mokum Avosef High Havav Zaki. So I said, even though Rabbi Yossi was deferential to that of Rabbi Yossi, he deferred to Rabbi Yossi. So we were painting a beautiful picture here of Rabbanim who are deferential one to the other. So you see over here first again, we started talking about it beforehand. but you see Rish Lakish being incredibly deferential to Rabbi Meir, holding a HaKadosh and holding out, even though again, Rish Lakish was just as great as Rabbi Meir, and I see over here Rebbe being deferential to Rabbi Yossi, even though Rabbi Yossi would have been deferential to Rebbe. Incredible. So we'll say, where do we see it? So the Gemara is painting this beautiful picture of the Rabbanim of Eretz Yisrael, Dafka Eretz Yisrael, being incredibly deferential and respectful to one another. So Moshe Maidi said, what's the pasuk? He said, "V'ekach shnei maklos." So it's actually very beautiful. This is a pasuk in Zechariah. I took from you two staffs. This is the prophetic vision of Zechariah. I took from you two staffs. Echad karasi Noam, the staffs I called Noam. Well, Echad karasi Chol, and the other I called Chol. Chol damages, right? Damages. So the one says Noam, who's Noam? Ilu Tamidi Chamisha Eretz. This refers, or like a Noam, who's the pleasant one? Ilu Tamidi Chamisha Eretz. This refers to ourselves in Eretz Yisrael. Shema Imin.
Already done, baby.
They're pleasant to each other. Whole for the terrorists.
That's cool. What's your friend doing here with their mic?
And almost like to each other in halacha. Such a fascinating distinction here between the Rabbanim of Eretz Yisrael and the Rabbanim.
Yo, what's up with your mic? None.
All right, so here's the breakdown if you really want to know. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the Queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life true life Big Brother. This is a timeline and time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, quit with days. just be quiet.
My bad.
You're good. In the 1990s, Bill Gates raised content is king, and I'm making it a. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, this magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource internet than any person ever. This is making me a very influential person. I'm going viral when I do. I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor two YouTube streams. I'm live on more than 20 simultaneous streams, 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. You should know that I additionally stream my life to end there through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I stream my life to help end world peace, to world thirst. Pardon me. Dog. Yeah, Dark. Mute your mic. I can't talk and mute your mic because it's garbage. I love you, Dark, but mute your mic, my man. Thank you. I stream my life for world peace. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. One of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStrack program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto the land and make it drinkable. So that's a little bit about what I do. If you want to know more, go to the About section of this Discord and you can read all about me.
Appreciate it, man.
You're welcome, my man. Thank you for being so polite.
Yeah, of course.
You got a dad who's just as crazy. Let's fucking ride, buddy. So I'm excited, man. I'm excited. I did have to watch this UFC Couture card on my phone again. It's not ideal, but I get the jobs done. I gets the job done. I can just any random fight night, but this one was pretty special. Fight night in a hot freaking second. Dude, and there's not a big fight coming up. I get the December pay-per-view card. It's not gonna be a long takeaway, but it's, it's decent. There's a lot of drama going on with the Real Housewives that they live in, especially Real Housewives see how that tough opponent. That dude is going to be in love. That dude, oh my god. For bantamweight, that dude is going to be freaking drunk. Those brothers, man. That Alexander, he's just fucking has it, dude. That kid's going to be a problem. Where you look great. Aldo Acosta. Dude, in a division that's filled with dinosaurs and not a lot of talent, he's something to get excited about. You know, he's something to get excited about. Just knocking dudes out, fighting consistently. And I admire that because your job as a prize fighter is to not fight once or twice every year. But if you let the UFC dictate it, they can have you fight maybe as you're coming up 3 times a year. This dude's doing 4 or 5. He wants to fight in December. Dude, get your money, big dog. He has that right here. He just has it. He just has it now. As he gets up in the rankings, he's going out first place. That'd be a good test for him.
Against each other. But intellectually beating each other up. The younger like, so the younger like, إلى اثنين بني هيسار home. Restream is a sin Allah Yitzhar. So we'll say, what is this prophetic vision? So again, it's also so again, it says, these are the sons of the olive oil, referring to olive oil. That refers to Elitam Yisrael, Shinoch and Zela Zebala, Hashem and dynasty. Right? So the olive oil is a reference ultimately again to the Rabbanim of Eretz Yisrael. What's the olive oil? Olive oil is smooth olive oil. It's sweet. These refer to the Rabbanim of Eretz Yisrael. Ultimately, again, who are kind to one another in halacha. So the verse is, but Restreim says, 2 olive trees. Elu Tamid Yicham Shem Babal Shemarurin Zela Zeba Halacha Kizayis. The olive tree, the olive leaves, on the other hand, is bitter. So that refers to the root, that refers ultimately again to the Rabbanim of Babel, who are bitter to one another. The Esa Inai, supposed to say, it's fascinating distinction between the Rabbanim of Eretz Yisrael and the Rabbanim of Babel. So I do not have to fight for today. You know, a beautiful piece by the Shmuel. The second shot of that. The second shot of that is that why so the second shot says it's the power of Eretz Yisrael. That there's something about being in the left that has what the more right flight, and you see the coastline, of Tel Aviv coming in. Something inside it snaps like inside it. You come to the airport and you see that something over there. And there's something that fundamentally good. It's not like they're really fantastic. They're not fundamentally but says that comes from the regard to has right? This is from driving or from Eretz Yisrael effect on Shama. Does that's what feels. And then you're else. The only piece is in Eretz Yisrael. That getting my stage with Aish. Remember back to that side night, the era. Finish state Russian. No, so rough country. Those are having marked another incredible vision also from Zaharia. I lifted my eyes and I saw 2 women. Note those rough country. So these were really like Malok. They looked like women. Like the wind was under their wings. Like you're not gonna find the country has wings like a sea. But the Sena Haifa, Kena Shaman on the Haras. They listed the Ifa. So again, actually, for example, Ifa is the Sahara. between the heaven and earth. Omer al Malach HaDover Bi Anahima, Holy Ghost, Hasaifan, said to the Malach, where are they taking me from? Yomer Eli, live no love by his Eretz. Going to build the whole Eretz. So that's it. It's just done. The high you see two angels, they look like women, they have wings like see the bird, and lifting up, they're taking the ephod. That's who says ephod means the heart. Where are they putting the ephod? The Eretz. What is it? What is the Shem Shem and Yachai? Zu Chanufas. These two angels refer to Chanufas, so it's like false flattery, Chanufas. And that's his arrogance. She yards about it. And both of these came down to Baba. We says, that's his wrath of Baba. No, said to the arrogance came to Baba. Baba Mar, Asaras, Abin Yasas, Radu, 10 carbon of arrogance came down to the world. Tishak, not what Ava. Nine of them came down to Persia. Nine of them came down to Persia. Two Afas, Kala, Ola, and one was put amongst the rest of the world. So what's this teaching of the arrogance came to Persia, not the Baba? Baba, not us, we started using arrogance. Keep down to Baba. Some Baba spread out to the neighboring areas. Like an Amiksid, live no slav buying his better. Shinar, Shinani. Okay, so there's Valma Mar. So it's actually just there's so much to say about this prophetic vision. Like this prophetic vision of two Malach, when these two women, these two angelic figures representing flattery and arrogance. They have wings, right? They have wings. Because flattery and arrogance, again, they're transporting the Sahara to, in this case, it was Persia or Babel. That's where arrogance and flattery are similar guys to Ruach Manius the Baba Lockies. The Mother says, Manius the Baba Lockies. The Mother said, 1 second, he's seeing the sun for arrogance is poverty. It's poverty. There was the track of arrogance is poverty at a super level that sometimes the person beneath you. Some interesting that you think work is beneath you, which is you don't make money. So sometimes you might say, well, second, but Manius the Baba Lockies, God if poverty comes to Baba, whereas mine is what is it? Manius Kola. The first place, not material poverty, but rather against her. They said, a whole lot of time, Shadang, I'm going to this refers to Elaine, which is Persia. So Ramon, Zucks up the light. Even the Persia, first there was much Torah that was learned, but ultimately, again, they did not have to just face Torah. My brother, what's about? I'm going to be open on the Lula B'Mikra, the Lula B'Mishnah, the Lula B'Talmud. Ultimately, again, it's mixed in. There's Torah there, there's Mishnah there, and there's Talmud there. The Nachshakim was Shemani Gansi called them. So literally, again, the first of the quotes, the idea of front and back. So maybe in the darkness, I have been read, like the dead of the world. This refers ultimately again to the word of God. So one hand, what the Gemara is bringing over is a tremendous picture, this dichotomy between the Torah versus stuff and the Torah of Baba. That from the Baba, abusive, abrasive, arrogance, there's haughtiness, and yet there's still there's serenity, there's kindness, and there's serenity, kindness, and spiritual relation. Again, it's fascinating to see, by the way, how Kamubatu becomes the more authoritative source of more than Kamubatu. It's fantastic. So if you see from here, it's to be able to arrive at this, to be able to so sometimes truth is not conscious. Sometimes to be able to arrive at truth so let's say you see this guy here, right? When there's kindness,
Yo, what up? What'd you say? No, it's on YouTube.
You're right, and I'm right. You're wrong. I'm wrong, and you're right. And it can't be interesting. On one hand, we're extolling beautiful Shalom Eretz Yisrael. Yet again, it's not that humanity that allows us to arrive at the truest form of Torah. Because what Torah requires, and sometimes requires a little bit, a little bit of a kind of that's not incredible. All right, so much more saying this, we have to provide conditions. I'm about we get to quote this Gemara on our yesterday's stuff. I'm about Neman Alai Abba, Neman Alai Abba. Let's see, Ruben should have a good color together, right? And Ruben says, you know what, I need to accept my father or your father as a judge. Both of them can do this. Or Neman Alai Shloshar Alai Bakar. Or to accept the basin of three shepherds. So that which you know, the shepherd qualified to serve the basin. But near over Yachal Ratzabot, and there's a bigger chapter. This is exactly the chapter like this. So come say no, any Yachal Ratzabot. Come say no, what the process, that's each of your name. So again, let's say again, Reuven was able to rival to Shimon in the Shmuel based. Or the Chayil Shefa, let's say, so nobody remember again, the Chayil for what do you think the Shmuel and Bezin is in front of a Torah? Holding on to a Sefer Torah. And then you know what? Just come over to my house, swear near my house. And outside of Bezin Shmuel, much severe. So again, Rabbi Meir only off lots of right? Rabbi Meir says that shouldn't track. No reason I want you to swear to come say no. Once you commit to a process, you know you have a lot of them. You cannot hands, you cannot retract, and you cannot retract once you commit. Okay, it says I'm not being very good enough. So what's the case here? What's the case? The case is going to frankly you know what? I'm willing my father or my father as a judge. So now Rabbi says not when is this? When they're accepting father as one of the children of three. They're accepting him as part of the base. I'm going to read the focus, the mafala. So ultimately, again, what is the mafala? That's what we call mafala. If you look at actually, everybody's coming to Shimon, and you know, if I get and I use the case, I'm most of the property that is in their possession. So since Shimon, so therefore again, so therefore it's almost they're both everything actually is a mafala. We call on the mitzvah, so it's like claimer, essentially claimant. Neman alai Abba and if I win the din, ultimately again, I'm mokal back into possession. Awesome coming up on a collapsible. The next is that I want to say the litigants cannot retract, or even can't retract. The Hazafa said the other Shimmy, so to speak, has already partially acquired the item that is in his hand. About the eting lacha, but if again, the thing is that if I lose the case, I will give you different call you everyone agrees that halacha l'maisa is the ability to go ahead and you can't retract. Rabbi Yochanan says, no, I'm going to back in from machlokas. Even if he says, you, that's also machlokas. It's also machlokas. So if I look back in the machlokas, I'm machlokas of the Reakah and Yochanan. So then we're asking in the case of etin l'chamachokas, but in the case of machlokas, everyone agrees that neither party can retract upon the agreed upon structure. Oh, Dilma, Bainzu, Machlokas. Or maybe either way, Machlokas, Be'atin Lacha. Machlokas is when it's about the Machol Lacha, or Chila, in other words, where the party, let's say again, Ruben says to Shem, call in the Halak, Serbo, Shlomo. So then the Machlokas is only in the case where Ruben claims if I lose, I will give them, essentially, if Ruben loses, Shimon allow them, give that call in your holocaust, and they can't keep track framework. So Rabbi Rabbi Yochanan, it makes sense, I would be able to do my focus, but if you hold that halacha, there's my focus, whether it's taking the call, Rabbi Shimon, who is holding like which we must Rava Tana did not come. Rava would be espoused in his own position, not himself in any of the affirmations. So again, remember, just appreciate what it is that's unfolding. This is introducing us to a legal contract. Legal contract is, and actually it's intuitive, if both parties agree on a compromised legal framework for the resolution of their dispute, they could do that. For example, Ruben shouldn't come chasing. Ruben shouldn't sit in. You know what? I like your father. He's like a smart guy. I agree to submit to a tribunal, to a Din, even though your father's on the Din. Normally, his father's on the Din. What's halacha? It doesn't work. He's a kara. But the issue introducing us the idea both agree to the process, then halacha it works. Then the shaila becomes, can each party subsequently renege? That's the machlokes. Can either party? That's the shaila. That's the shaila. So the machlokes Rabbi Meir and the Chacham. Rabbi Meir says that he can renege, say he can't renege, and it becomes under what circumstances, but can the renegation occur? Okay, so that's what we're doing. So let's say Ruben owed Shimon a shvua and engagement. And Shimon says, just come over to my house. You can swear to me in my house. And what's halacha? And then Ramir says, Yachal Atzabah. Ramir says that Shimon can say, what? I changed my mind. Come to Beis and do the shvua. The Chum say, in Yachal Atzabah. The Chum say, no, he can't change his mind. On the days, my love, and talking about a case where again the shvua would essentially exempt from payment, and therefore the only buffalo. This is a case of forgiveness, and therefore again that's why it can't retract. The whereas law the also kind of shvua in the note so in the case of where again the party was taking the shvua. And then taking property in the case of Etim. I have a Hatala Reisha, Tana, Tola, the Das Acherim, the Tana the Dolas Das. What about the Reisha case? Talking about two different cases. One is the case ultimately again of Tola the Das Acherim. That would be the case of Abba and Abba. And ultimately again, one is talking about Tola the Das Atzmo. That's the Halakha the Reisha again. That's the again, that's the case where the dependent on the is themselves. And in both cases, the kind of follow the gas opinion, if we're just at the case of Abba and Abba, we're depending on the people, but for a marriage, you must be other day, right? Marriage says you can retract why we shouldn't below, Gama, because there was no full opinion involved. Says, Omar me, Yemer, and Hussein, follow the gas, and the case of follow the gas, Modi Rabbanon, Mira there with Rabbanon, the actual inner Baha, where they said the other case, Baha, Rabbanon, I will say, I apologize, I know we're going to break next week again. But again, just to understand, just trying to figure out on the Mesa, which cases we allow for retraction, which cases we don't. So essentially, after stop over, I'm going to record the rest of this document session before Shabbos, but Shabbos there's a fighting chance. So let's but just understand what we're leaving off. We're leaving off with this whole. We establish a reality. The reality two parties could agree to what we call the compromise construct, which allows them to use legal mechanisms which would normally be invaluable for use, right? Like using a relative as a diamond, or like taking the shavua outside of Beis. Those things can be done. It can be done. However, what's the shaila? The shaila is, can either party subsequently retract or not? That's the matter. So Rabbi Meir says yes, right, or we can't. Rabbi Meir says yes, but common sense no. Then the machlokes becomes what? Under what circumstances can, according to Rabbi Meir, who says we can retract, right? You can retract your allegiance to a
it's all good. I gotta see it's what some of you guys names are very difficult to pronounce. It's falsified. I can see Ravi in the house. GM Ravi.
GM, everyone. How are you all today?
Doing good. How are you?
Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. Savior. How was your weekend, my friend?
I had a nice weekend. I had a chill weekend.
That's anything fun?
Did I do anything that
Well, that's good. That's always beneficial.
yes, it's very necessary. I believe everyone do once in a while. And fine, whatever. Let's not drive our bodies. Let's not, because the nice thing of life, if your body is not perfectly in good condition, you will not be able to make as much money as you would like to make. So yeah, I always like to just take a bit of rest.
Absolutely. That's good. Xavier, do you mind some alpha in the room? Excellent. All right, everyone. If you're a Web3 marketer, if you are a reply guy, if you're a raider, if you're a moderator, community manager, or any similar position, and you want to be more, listen up because I have some alpha that I think you should know. You all should have a link tree. If you don't have a link tree, you should. A link tree is place one website that has all of your social media on it. What this is going to do for you, it's like a modern day business card. It is essentially a one unified place for people to be able to see all of your different social media. And if you currently only have one or two or three social media platforms, I think it's in your best interest to expand that. Now, how many do you need? There's no perfect number, but I recommend if you're social media in Web3, you should have about 30. You're going to say, Rabbi, 30? That's an incredible amount. When I tell you what they are, most of them already. So, and then it's really about you getting the link together, and I'm going to explain why. Uh, you want more places for you to be able to provide places for you to be able to promote yourself, also your clients. Also, you want to be able to have more places for you to be able to get business from clients. You also want to dominate the search engines, and each one of these social media platforms is essentially going to help you dominate the individual search engines. It's going to make it more difficult for people to be able to impersonate. So I recommend having a link tree, a Gmail. You should have a business mail account. That's very important. If you don't already have one, you should create one. You all have X, which is YouTube. YouTube's the number two website in the world. If you don't have a YouTube, you need one. And if you don't have a business YouTube one, YouTube has a lot of power in Google. And when you post content that is going to be promoting you and your customers, your YouTube videos, even if they are going to be at the very top. Telegram, most of you have anyway. That's a huge platform for in crypto. Facebook, you need. I understand you have a personal Facebook. You need a business Facebook. What is a Facebook sister app? The meta apps that you need are Facebook, WhatsApp, Instagram, and additionally Threads. Instagram, of course, is a photo and video sharing website. It's also considered to be of high value in search engine optimization, which is SEO. You want a TikTok. TikTok's the fastest growing social media platform in the world, and you want to make sure that you don't get left behind. WeChat is giant in China. If you can get one, try to. Snapchat is really popular, probably where you are, and it's great to have a business Snapchat. It's a place where you can promote businesses, promote customers, whatever you need. Pinterest is an excellent photo sharing website. You can put memes there, you can place there, you can promote yourself. It's going to you highly in and search engine. LinkedIn, believe it or not, LinkedIn is the best website that I've ever used for making money. I've made hundreds of thousands of dollars just through LinkedIn and too. There's nothing special about me, and basically with the resume and the right credentials, positions on LinkedIn. Reddit is for a lot of high net Web3 in the NFT market, in the crypto market. You want to have at least an account there that you can be able to promote yourself and promote your customers. Quora, one for question and answering. Of course, we mentioned Discord. If you don't have a Discord, you want a lot of connections are made on Discord. Some of these are basically they're what's known as micro blogging platforms. Those would be so Twitter's considered one, Threads is considered one, Truth Social is considered one, Mastodon's considered one, and Blue Sky is considered one. All of these are excellent. They're going to help you to be able to promote yourself. You have to understand a lot of Twitter's user base, a lot of X's user base had a mass exodus when Elon Musk bought it. And you can get a lot of the customers who have perhaps left from these different platforms, but also you don't want somebody still impersonating you. Flickr, an excellent video photo sharing website, along with Tumblr content sharing website. Rumble and Kick are the up and coming challengers to Twitch, which you also and YouTube. So you should have these. Imager is an excellent photo sharing website as well. All of Reddit's photos are stored on Imager. And then Clubhouse. Believe it or not, what we're talking X Spaces is just a clone of Clubhouse. If you want this list, I can send it to you. But what you also want, and you don't have to do this immediately, but you're going to want to create a ChatG account if you don't already have one. Google will allow you to use a Gemini account, so that's an AI. Additionally, Sora is one that's going to be very popular soon. That is a ChatGPT sister app of OpenAI. It's for video creation, and Grok can do this as well. All right, so don't get too caught up in, well, I have this account and I don't have this account. But one thing is you need these free accounts if you can get, they're all free. I'm telling you, it's free. And what this is going to allow you to do is donate for both yourself and your clients. And it's all free. About 2 hours of work of creating these accounts will do you a lifetime of good. So let's say you create all of these accounts. Then what do? Well, we're going to put content on them, and I'll help you through all this for free. I'm in my Discord 24 hours a day to be able to help you with all of this. What we'll do is we'll create videos for you, about 10, and we're going to put these on your different social media, which is going to allow you to dominate on social on search engines. And so you're going to show up number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, number 7, number 8, number 9, number 10. When people Google you, and that's what you want. You want to be the number one spot in YouTube. You want to be the number one spot in TikTok. You want to be the number one spot in Instagram, and the other platforms that I mentioned. Additionally, I'm going to teach you, if you want, how to do community Discord and Telegram and X, but Facebook and some. Your network is your net worth, and we want to expand that. I want you all to make more money. I want you to be more successful. I want you to have more business. I want your project successful, and this is the strategy that works. And teach you, if you want, how to clip spaces, just like this, where you tag when something interesting happens. You tag the speaker, and you put hashtags on their radar so that they are basically aware of who you are. Then you're an active listener, and then when you come to speak, they're going to be familiar with you. They're going to let you come up and speak. Additionally, how to make memes. See, I already know how to make memes, Rabbi. It'll be fine, but you may not know how to market yourself with memes. And we'll teach you how to do that. And tagging yourself in a meme, putting your name on the meme so people know the creative force behind it. We're also going to create a Fiverr account. If you've never created a Fiverr is a market that allows people to be able to promote their social media skills for outside customers. And I'll tell you this, I personally have hired people in Nigeria for publish press releases, and I'm who would pay you through and other American throughout the world, but you get paid in United States dollars, and that you may be using. And then what we're gonna, if you want, we're gonna show you some basic space etiquette, including thanking the host, but also tagging in the purple pill, just saying, thank you so much for letting me share. I really appreciate it. That goes along. We're going to let you back up next time you want to develop these relationships, these co-hosts. They're to allowing you to be able to share your skills with people more than the social media pitch. We're going to get you a pitch, a 60-second pitch, and pitch, so that you can go into a space where you say, GM to the host, GM to the speakers, GM to the. I don't really know what to say, but I need a job. Give me a job. Send me a job. To everyone, I want you to know that my name is XYZ, and I am one of the best social media marketers in Web3 and project on all 30 of my different social media platforms. We are together going to download all of the search engines, including DuckDuckGo and Bing. And of course, we're going to show up not just number one, but number one through somebody Googles your project on my 30 social media platforms. That using my 30 social media platforms, we're going to make sure you get 30 times more Ds, 30 times more people buying your coin, 30 times more people buying your NFT, times a profile, 30 times more people interested. When you partner with me, this isn't just a partnership for one project. This is a lifetime business relationship that we have, because you're going to keep coming. My skills are superior than any of the competition. I'm not just going to be someone who's around for a short while. We're going to gather for as long as you need to make you as successful as you can be. My DMs are open. Please feel free to reach out to me. That's what you want to be able to say. That's how you want to market yourself. So if you guys are interested in any of that, you can send me a DM. I can send you the introductory message that I say to everybody. I don't charge for this, and I will coach you through all of this. But also, I'll put in the purple pill momentarily and maybe post the jumbotron, the 30 or so social media platforms that I think you should have. And if you want to know, like, a huge key to success, especially in marketing yourself, is ensuring that you can make guarantees as best as possible to your client base and be able to deliver on them. And one of them that on which you're going to be able to deliver most likely is raising their search engine rank, and that's going to be really important. So with that, I will not take up any more of your time, but I do appreciate the opportunity to share.
Alright, I appreciate you coming up to speak to. There's just a question I have for you, because you seem to have a lot of data, a lot of knowledge which apps they use for video creation. I saw one of those apps, I cannot remember, but I know the app is owned by Google, but it's just that it's not free. Like, you can listen to the mini ads and stuff like that. Do you know any app like that?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Grok lets you do that, and it lets you do it for free. So what you do is you download the Grok app on either the App Store if you have an iOS device. Grok has an excellent video creation tool. The one that's really popular in the United States is Sora. I would recommend Sora. That's ChatGPT's video creation tool, but it's only available in certain areas of the world. It hasn't gone global yet. You can, if you want. I've helped people in Africa get it. You have to do some finicky stuff and change your VPN, change your App Store, or Google Play Store, basically your location. If you want help doing that, I can help you do that. But Store is an excellent one. But Grok has a great video creation tool as well. If you don't know how to do it, you need to download the separate Grok app, and instead of using the Ask feature, what's called the Imagine feature, you put a prompt in there, and in a few moments have an excellent video. And if you don't think the video is excellent, put 10 prompts in there. You will eventually get an excellent video up to your quality standards. And then if you wish, you can use a video editor like CapCut to be able to make the video exactly the way that you want, that's appealing to your customers and to others.
Okay, that's true. I do want to check real quick. That they be like, okay, I grew up it. I think I also do want to check out that sort
Store's gonna take once it's available digital. That's good. But yeah, Drop does a really as well. And Xavier, if you want, or you know, you just need support, feel free to connect with me, and I'll get through it. And I did have the chance to put a list of social media if anybody's interested that I think you should have in the jumbo. If anybody has any questions, feel free to reach out to me, send me a DM. I'd be happy to help you. But really, just put yourself in a customer's shoes. Do you want somebody who's just going to promote you on Twitter? Anybody can do that. You want somebody who's a full-on social media a full-on social media organization, and you're going to be this. You have all this social media, and it's all free. Everything that I tell you is free. Everything that I can be done in about 5 hours worth of. Thank you.
guys do want to reach out to Rapid if you have any issue, maybe if you have the things he was talking about. Rapid is very, very active and he will reply you immediately. I can see Ike in the house. This is Sheila now for money. Our ratio and you followers are now for money. So if you're here, make sure you follow the posts and the notification section and the listener section too. If you follow us, we'll follow you back. And you can also come up and show yourself. Let's know more about you, what you do. Yes, okay, Ravi, your hand is up.
Absolutely, Xavier. You're going to have my shill memorized by the time I go viral. I'd like to show up. Is that okay? Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life brother. This is a time capsule and a timeline of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase "content is king," and I'm making it true today. King of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I will make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropies of your own. I'm not live on one YouTube normal influencer or YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 YouTube streams simultaneously 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you like, you can view all streams in the link in my profile. Additionally, I have a link streams in my pin post. You'll also have my pin post my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. I have more social than any person ever. Nobody dares you to, but I do because I have more content than anyone. I also have a Discord. We have over 2,500 wonderful individuals in the community, and we're growing every day. The link is discord.me/rabbi. In addition, wanting to promote world peace, I want to end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. And world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's $100 million, and one of the things we do is we build wells and towers in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Share program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we bond the land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a shiller, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a leader, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send a DM. I will respond. Send me a follow. I will follow you to be successful in all of your endeavors. I want you to life that you deserve. I want you to know that I'm here to support you all both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
You guys can do out to reach out to maybe the information to help people. You can like that lady said you can help you professionally and personally. So guys, they want to connect you maybe and they want to reach out to me if you have any issues too. So is it EK? You can do what you request for the mic and speak and just show yourself. Let's know more about it because it's actually the first time I'm seeing you on this space. My boy shit because we got crypto laws. So maybe the word cheese said I'm gonna have to go with what's the promo here? Congrats, brother. We're gonna continue to grow and grow. Don't have what is good. Am I getting
Just what is on radio has been dead for 100 years.
you're always something again, bro? And yes, sir. I mean, you know, as we continue to grow, we're gonna continue to do application, and either me or one of the big service or someone in our team will get back to you instantly when you go to interview and go over there.
Yeah, exactly, 100%.
I appreciate you so much, and we're going to continue to go. We're going to continue to move on. If you guys want to become King of Chat Speaks, you heard Max and King of us, we got to Georgia, continuing to connect, continuing to grow with everyone here in this space. Yo, Dave, what is good, bro? David, Dave, what is good? Hey, man, I am Jacob. My name is David. Yo, I'm here, bro. All right. Yo, that means that we're going to move on to the next person of today. Yo, what is good, bro? Yo, what is up with these people? We got one to talk to, man. Yo, GAQ, what is good, bro? Junior Jacob, game vibes. Junior, bro. Space. So I said, you see that you're talking about so I was trying to like visually it's like it does not feel it's like a filament from production. So that's what I'm saying. You see that like he is a young what's up? Gives me that yucky. What you want to know? He said, I have a question for you. No problem. Yeah, I have a question. Go ahead. Are you doing that right?
He's ready.
Okay, I'm ready. It's okay, bro. You don't need to stay with the process. Just bro, that was what you
Eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Whether or not minimum laws required for additional targeting resources. On the run. Richard, suspect was in Charlie's Angels. Sci-fi adventure, the fifth element, and running through the mayhem in Tropic Thunder. What's going on here?
Let's go back to the start of the trilogy. Date on Joel. Oh, the MMA messed up. This is our third episode. Here's a watch. You can play for the fans. I've seen it 1,000 times.
To come out of retirement. Saying no to Jones. What's the habit?
Yeah, give me Francis.
He plays the whole I don't understand the language. Language barrier. There's no fucking language barrier. He's going in to fight Steve in Boston. After the press conference, he comes over and maybe grabs me. And he says, "You'll tell you what's going to happen. His English is fucking great. When this fight's over, you're going to see me start to play with Paris." I'm not joking. Okay? Steve Miocic beats the shit out of him. That whole conversation. Should have fucking cut him that day. Performance on stage, dude. Everything's free. You know, this guy was fucking living there. He had just fought. Comes up to my office. And he was pissed off that he didn't get a $50,000 bonus. Arguing with me. I go, no problem, sort of leave. He grabs me by my shirt and like pushes me back in my office. And I said, dude, get your fucking hands off me. Those words are not out of your hands. Sure. I can see this guy's face and in his eyes, and the way exactly. This guy really fucking is. And then my guy Hunter, they were talking about something going on. Started to walk away. Francis grabbed him by the fucking back of his collar. Pulled him back. Said, "We're not done talking yet." If you look down, now it's over, and he's done a deal with PFL in Saudi Arabia, and now he's asking to fight. You know, me and John Jones need to fight, and fucking, you know, I'm sure they wish they never fucking signed it. You know what I mean? I don't have to hear one word from any of those guys over there to know, because I know. I dealt with them. I know he really is, and I can see it. Oh boy, listen. They're gonna call him Francis a bad guy. It's a spade on a spade, right? So I don't think Dana's a bad guy. I don't think Francis is a bad guy. I've heard rumblings of Francis having some bullying tactics around UFC and stuff like that. I've heard that. I knew shit before he fought Steve. His head was big. He told Dana to, you know, gas up the private jet and made all these demands. I get that, and you know, use that or do it. I get all that. Now it's just surprising to me. I've heard of multiple fighters get into it with UFC brass before. But I'll say this: I'm not defending putting your hands on anybody, stuff like that. But what I will say is, over the entire course of the UFC, as long as it's been from matchmakers to civilians, not between you. I've never dealt with any dude, but with Joe Silva, old school guy, Joe Silva's on the road, the brass, the Richard dudes.
Yo. Yo, how are you, Frosty?
How you live in them?
Oh, every day's a holiday, every month's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods, big dog?
And there's like the rest of the recording for these stuff. Sorry,
You tonight.
Have you been on any Twitter since recently, my man?
What?
Have you been on Kick recently?
Just do it. I think I should start streaming.
Absolutely.
Online too.
Absolutely. 100%. Yes, your stream. I'll be honest with you. No, you need a camera. 24/7, big dog. Will be besties.
Yeah, sounds good. I like my language.
Absolutely.
It should be good.
Excellent.
I could do it around after 12 a.m. Set up my shit. I don't know if that would make sense.
Well, very well. What's new in your life, big man?
Yeah.
What's big in your life?
I'm gonna Japan in December.
You're gonna get what in December?
Japan.
You're gonna get banned? Oh no. Just Yo, what up, Frosty? Frosty, where the fuck did you go? There were a ton of chicks in here. They were all like, "Oh, Rabbi, Frosty, so we want to talk with him." And I was like, "Well, I don't know where he went." And then all of a sudden, they left. So I don't know what you want me to do about it, dog.
Yeah.
They said
So,
that,
Rabbi, what did Japan say?
big man.
I'm going to Japan in December.
Oh, you are. You're gonna go stay at your sister's hotel, and you're gonna have a really good time.
You'll have to like walk the bitches out or something.
Yeah, dog. They'll have to.
Walk bitches out.
You'll need one of those take a number systems. Are you ever gonna go on Twitter Spaces?
I don't know, I'm banned on Twitter.
Well, get unbanned, dog.
Yeah, I can make another account. I don't know. And anytime you say something that's not like, you want to just, like, it's already made, it's like, kind of like building anyway. Like,
All right, big dog.
I can check that, meme Musk. I think they got 3 banned, and that's why they banned me. It was, it's something about Elon Musk being like Hitler or something like that. Like, it was a really good meme.
Dog, everybody.
It's not a media meme. And they banned me for it. Instantly.
Yo, Noxious, how are you? Noxious, go fuck yourself. Nobody want to talk to you anyway.
Remember that one? That someone came back and then you had to be like, again.
Yeah, it happens all the time.
Where you be up to?
I'm in a Twitter space, waiting for them to call on me.
I've been playing this game called Photograph.
Is it
I
the?
can obviously stream it because it's kind of low spec. I should stream okay. I don't know, this laptop is not really going well. But it's alright. I can probably stream it. It's very cool. You just you go on some plants and crystals in your garden. And then you mash them after a bit. And then you them in a folder, and then you put your portion on and make new recipes. Then you sell the portions you make to it's all like you remember masters there and all those like kind of those games where you just nail it, like those old flash games where you could make like pizzas and some like that, but still like will be on the ATS panel. I think you should check out the videos on on Mega Blood Bats on YouTube.
I was gonna ask. Okay. How was your panel? Were you on one?
Sorry, what?
Weren't you?
I was on the panel, but I kind of just put it on the topic today. So after the debate, whoever reason they can't make. I don't know. They kind of taken more people, but the majority of Christians don't have very good debates with them because they don't have a of the ball game. But yeah, so I take my good stance on show up as sometimes sex, men stuff, vandal night, then they change the whole thing of then they start over. Yeah, it's been going on for a while now, but it's starting to get old, I guess. It's not just noise, it's just we went quite deep into it. So it's probably like the best atheist debate on the internet.
Tight, dog.
A lot of people, they, yeah, I don't know, I believe in the existence of God from an agnostic perspective. It's just but at the same time, atheists, an environment agnostic to they can't not prove the existence of God. So that's the kind of thing that can happen. So they call this thing the new atheism. It's almost like some sort of deism of some sort.
I couldn't hear you. You're breaking up, big dog. What'd you say?
They call it new atheism. So this whole it's like a religion almost. But each of them, like atheists, they all have their different they have different systems and stuff. By which they convert what they believe to people. So if you go in there and then so you don't know too much about it, you're gonna get claimed on. But it's not an app which Discord like atheist. It's kind of it's so they can be and they can have CPUs and thousands. So big move. I just go against it.
What? No.
You have to be a little off. You got to think a little bit different than the rest of the people playing rec sport, the travel ball. You got to be willing to do things that they have done in order to even give yourself a shot. I was a little bit crazy, and I don't know if my kiddos, maybe they grow up different than I am. But this one was really good. So I tell Tiger, and even to think about playing professional sports, you have to be a little outside. You got to think a little bit different than the rest of playing rec sport, the travel ball. You got to be willing to do things that they want to do, or even give yourself a shot. I was a little bit crazy, and I don't know if my kiddos, maybe they grow up different than I am. So I tell Tiger, no matter what time of day it is, no matter what's going on, if you ask me to go to the cage and go BP, I will never say no. No matter, it could be a midnight, it could be a 2 in the morning, I could be on the road, whatever it is, you ask me, I will figure it out, and we will go through it. Yeah, 4 games over here. All that. Could have done better. We're just I did have to watch this UFC. Again, it's not ideal. The fighters directly, including us after a fight, would make
Any
so
bastard.
upset like they're proper. So, when physical action, and this is a this because you paid for UFC, you're still working with it. A lot of us are going good for friends. I'm just telling you. They might get on their Twitter like, my friends did this. The majority are going good for friends. Because I could have done this. The way you talk to me, the way Joe Silva fucking talked to me.
That's ridiculous.
Now that I'm not part of the organization, if Joe Silva didn't talk to me like that now, I would take this fucking size 13 and cram it down his fucking mouth. So, got to realize that you're dealing with the elite of the elite when it comes to fighting from all different parts of the world. And you hear about this disrespect. If all the fighters that have fought for Dana and fought for Joe Silva and fought for that old school regime, if they told you the stories of the disrespect they dealt with for years and couldn't do it, it would blow your mind. And there's other stories of fighters sticking up for themselves. For instance, sticking up for themselves, but there's other fighters lashing out at UFC brass and employees that you don't hear about. I know for a fact. There's a lot of that goes on. We don't hear about it. But we're hearing about it now. This is a way to, suppress Francis and get a fight with John or whatever they're trying to do. That's all this is. Again, so Dana saying, no, he's a bad dude. Again, I don't think either. This isn't a case of bad person bullying. Where was this energy when the hero Helwani did something that the UFC brass didn't agree with, even though it was his job at the time? And your goons, Dana's personal security, picked Ariel up and pinned him against the wall with physical force. Does that make Dana a bad guy? Now he's gonna say, I never condoned that. I can't believe it. Bullshit. You secure guard on what he did. And that ain't so what you saw. When you bully the toughest guys out there, the other thing, you're bullying the toughest guys in the world. Any guy walking UFC facility to shit out of that stuff at any given moment, they don't. You constantly talk shit of their livelihood, their performances, and it's so stressful. That's all I'm saying. It's right. I'm not saying Dana's bad. I'm not saying Francis is a bad person. I don't think either of these guys are bad people. This is the underbelly of professional sports. This is the underbelly of professional at the highest level. You're dealing with the toughest people in the world, business owners in the world. You mix those two together, but they talk to these fighters in like the property, like they own it. They underpay them. And they come in, it goes on for your entire career. So yeah, some guys, these stories will leak out. These stories will leak out. That make Francis look like a bad guy. Francis is not a bad guy. Dana's not a bad guy. But this is a spade called a spade. That's all this is. I'm not getting to Francis dead, but you read what you said. You see it does sound like a call. Or you overheard a call with Joe Silva and maybe your manager or someone. He said something to you. And I was negotiating. Oh, get one fight. It might have been. I might get this wrong. It was around that time. So when I fought Montreal, they tried getting me to sign a new deal. But I wanted to bank on myself and say, because Montreal was my last fight of my 6-fight deal out. Once I passed the Ultimate Fighter contract, which is the worst contract in the history. I'm sorry, is this what you're doing? So my last fight on that contract. So I just was wondering, his tactic is always, hey, if you lose, you better sign this now. If you lose, you're fucking out. We lost you. But my idea is, but if I win, that's when he's going to be double. He's sorry for his fight. So I think that I think it was like, alright, it looks like Cody doesn't really want to go there. How is everyone going to keep doing? My idea was, I'm going to beat Mitchell and fucking finish it. You guys are going to pay me more money. And so that was my idea. I'm sorry, is this how you mentioned that? And I go, dude, let me talk to Joe Silva. Let man goes, you don't want to do that. Because I'm telling you, the way he talks about fighters, like, and he worked with Roy Bell, he's like, tears. Like, you don't want to deal with it. Bullshit. So, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll put it on in the car, but on speaker, you don't talk. I said, okay, but the way you talk to me, I'll show you now. I would never record it for the public. That's what they think of us. I just made more at the time. I think a bunch of the fighters. That's disgusting. The text I got from him. Now, maybe this is a bad day because I'm a hardcore guy. But like this cookie cutter stuff, and there's no rebuttal. So, ask if John Jones where he can pull out. As well, he said, I'm not going to do it. I can't be in that position again. Okay. So he's basically saying that John Jones won't be on the kind of saying it, but not saying it. You know, did John Jones? I pray he is, yeah. Yeah, well, that's what that video is about. Cautious with life, yeah. It's freaking insane. If you're cautious, he hasn't been responding, but so I went on a cautious it dies out. Yeah, I know he went to meet me. I don't know if it was pre-planned or whatever with his wife. So maybe just stick a play for social media. But I think that was pre-planned before all that. Yeah, he did mention something about that. Even that, like it was just you go to cautious Instagram. Oh, non-stop. It's just like, what do you do? What do you do? What do they say? They say you don't news. Before there's like news, you know, let it sit for a while. If it's still a thing, I think 2 weeks should be good. Usually give it 2 weeks. Usually that's by the time the show dies off, people stop caring. If it goes past that, you usually need to do something. toxic relationship, or just all that stuff. She just get on and be like, yo, I was exaggerating the clips, I fucked up, I embarrassed my husband. This is not what my intention. Something I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, but defense is just not real fun. But defense is really her experience. That's right. The main thing that happened, I don't know how you got this. The main thing that happened is a clash with those guys about what a real relationship is like and everything else. Then this happened, so it's kind of like, damn. So that's where it comes out hard. But I don't know. Maybe he didn't know.
Why did the guy bring a big bag of bananas on his date? I don't know, in case I'm walking around. Boy, that's almost funny. Is this going to be like on television? Yeah, it will. All right. Do you have any worse jokes than that? We have a segment with the worst comedians in New York. You have a shot. I got a shot. All right. There's so many mediocre comedians that we feel bad comedians is actually better. That joke was pretty bad. Well, yeah, listen, I can come up with some really, really bad ones. It doesn't take me to figure them out. Really, I got this tendency of the really, really bad jokes that come my way instead of real funny ones. Did you heard that or you made it up? No, I thought about that for a long time. I went on a 2-week agent. Really? Yeah.
So you're talking about real designer brands, just a few bucks per sample, no dupes, no knockoffs, all right? Fast shipping straight to your door, over 500 fragrances, all right? And unlike subscription boxes or shady discount sites, Micro Perfumes gives you instant access to authentic inside fragrances, the real thing, affordable and ready when you are. We got you, man. So why commit blind at $200 a bottle where you just hate the smell, never use it? I just said soulmate today and get up to 60% off at microperfumes.com/shop, SHAB. That's microperfumes.com/shop, up to 60% off. Micro Perfumes, real sense, no regrets. Let's get back to the program. Okay, on to a different subject. So Demetrius Johnson, Mighty Mouse was doing a podcast with him. And Mick really got really popular, from the underground. And then so they started a podcast together. But then, I guess the Groove said some really bad stuff in the past. He's always done it. Yeah, that's his thing. And then, so Mighty Mouse found out, and he said, hey, Mighty Mouse was just discussing it. Before he plays, speak Mighty Mouse, with MMA Guru, it's something similar to Malcolm in the MMA space, right? There's so many people that do it and stuff like that. So you have to give credit to MMA Guru. Forging his path, sticking out. He shoots from the hip and he says some shit. And that's, how do I say this without getting killed? I'm not condoning what he says. But when you develop a fan base by shooting from the hip and saying some crazy shit, does that make sense? What got Guru to the dance, he's still doing. The issue is when you're that guy, and he's very good at what he does. But when you're that guy, and you cross over into the main, and you do a DJ, now D the furthest from that, right? DJ's the furthest from that. So when they collab, I thought, because, and it's great, Mighty Mouse doesn't change what he does, but what MMA Guru does.
It's athleticism.
Mighty Mouse, he was my Xbox, he works with these big brands. So he's not saying offensive Guru. It's funny, sometimes he messes, but he's always been that guy. So when I saw this collab, I think MMA Guru says some wild shit, but I can tell you there's going to be problems down the road, Yeah. I was thinking, yeah.
Watch all of Guru's content, meaning that when he is doing his live instant reaction
reaction, and he has 20,000 viewers in a channel. I'm also doing the exact same thing. I don't babysit him. I don't see what he's saying whatsoever. Obviously, Guru had a very, very ugly rant recently on the UFC 322 live Instagram Islam versus JD. I did call him out on it off camera because I thought I was the best person doing this stuff. You can't be saying this stuff. I asked Drew to stop saying these things, and I respect Drew for reaching out. Me and him had a discussion. He was like, dude, I think I'm totally fine about us just separating and going our separate ways. And I told him, I was like, I don't want you to change. That's how Drew makes his content, and I do not watch all of Drew's content. Meaning that when DJ is doing his live instant reaction,
DJ hit on the nose. They're both fine without combining forces. Then combining forces is not ideal because it's going to hurt both of them. It's going to hurt both of them because the Mary Guru developed this fan base. Doing what he does, he's very good at it. And he has funny takes and offensive takes. That's what he does. And DJ does the stuff being very analytical and he's very straight edge. Those two worlds don't have to mix. So DJ's spot on. Like, I don't want DJ to change, and I don't want MMA Guru to change. They're both in two different lanes. Those worlds don't have to merge. They just don't. It's probably better if they don't. So both of them just need to keep doing their thing. Here's the thing, kids. I know this can sound crazy. If you don't like what MMA Guru does, it's real simple. Don't watch it. Don't confuse. Don't give him attention. He's definitely not the worst thing in MMA. I tell you right now. If you don't like what he does, don't watch. Shows I don't like, I don't watch. I just fucking watch. It's pretty simple.
Oh.
You can keep going now. Let me see what the comments say. Guru channel needs to be banned. Why? Just don't watch it. Or you silence it. So Guru even said if he's around, he knows, he realizes if he's around that squad, the Islam squad, he goes, I'm probably not going to get out of there alive or something. He goes, yeah, well, if eventually it's going to happen, I have to deal with it. Yeah. And he knows this, and that's why he has it's high stakes. That's the game he's playing. He's saying some outlandish shit that, is going to get you in trouble. These comments are just because DJ was doing a show doesn't mean he's supporting everything he's doing. That's insane. That's insane. That's insane. All these worlds can coexist. They don't need to merge. That's the issue. If they never merge, most people will be weird. And Guru doesn't need the Matrix. He doesn't need this stuff. And by the way, a lot of people thought he was just because he always shows his head, during the broadcast. They didn't realize he's this giant, Jack looking, not super giant, not that big fat guy. I don't think the big one. Yeah, very good. They're taking a few days. He said that too. Not small dude. He's huge, tall, huge. Yeah. Oh, here's another one. So another confrontation that happened in Armin Surikia and Ilya Taporia. Here's the stuff that happened. It's they're in the hallway during the fights. It's very, very quick. So Ilya just puts his hand on his face. And just slaps him on the back. So nothing crazy, but then Ilya wrote this. This Armin. Every time we see each other, person feels out of character, no idea what to do. Did you ever experience anything like this out of body? Chooses good slap, dude, just slap yourself from you go around the outside, why should kick go right past, flop you, shoot, loud.
So he's saying he slapped us. Bro, just like that, like when you take it family, he's laying down online. The clip is clear. I don't get act up in front of my work. It's like you can't want to know what a real slap feels like. You have to be educated to see soon. It's all bullshit. I don't either dog watch that, but it's a great film. So, this is my dad was talking about what happened. Remember anything? Because I mean, like seriously, because it was a clean up. Right? Can you go back now and recall the moments, those memories? Because I still have those memories from Joe. When your computer shuts down,
it just goes.
What's right away? So I stand there and I'm just like, right, dab you up and walk out. Dabbing up fans on the way out. Fine, I'll get them next time. See family, got the gloves off me. I'm in the tent. I'm okay. There, how's my family? Good. When I get there, go to the hospital. To me, my manager, I'm in a paramedic back there. Good, ask me a question. She was, you know where you're at? I didn't want to hear it, but I know it was the same. She asked me again. All right, so you know what? They competitive. You know, I want to get the right answer now, not just get it or get out and give her more, so she knows exactly that not only do I know the answer, but I give you more. Yeah, it goes on Saturday, August something. Salt Lake City, Utah. UFC 270. And you're rolling up. Shut the fuck up. That's how you woke up. UFC 270. Oh, if they're asking me a question. Oh, no. Shut up. That's I'm like, no way. Ali's there on the phone with this look on his face. I just knew. I was like, no way. And of course, we just slid the world upon it with what happened. Someone had my daughter, like, you know, she's had noise that I watched it when whoever my daughter watched this brutal, like, she's never seen her dad now. So she's crying, like she screams hysterics. And she's turned. Someone clicked that. So that's what they Jesus Christ. But then when I heard that, I'm like, I started singing because I took it away. I thought, like, that's like a nation. He woke up once the doctor, the nurse says, like, you know, he said, he wasn't realizing what exactly had happened. He said he knew he lost. You know, he knows that much. Yeah, and then it hit him how he lost. So the knockouts were getting, that's what we're saying too. But I've never been in situations where like something like that happened to me too. Like, you know, because you get fucked up and then you're like, oh, fuck. Come out of it. Do you remember knocked out before, but do you know exactly where the motor to sink you? So you're like, you're just out of it, nor do you care. And what you're just confused, like in the days, and you're like walking, just like your body's going through the motions. You're like, yeah, you can't fit, you're high five, you're like, what the fuck? You get to the back, you're still kind of out of it, like, what the fuck happened? And then your coach like, dude, you fucking cut your little keep on your jab though. And you're like, what? You know, you reach a part of, you know, going else in front of you in the middle here. Look out, flipping it around. Like, yeah, dude. And then right here, no way. You know, it sucks, man. Yeah. That sucks. That night sucks. But you're still out of it. And then, like, a week goes by and then all your facilities come back. And you're just like, it's the worst. Because you're just like, oh, fuck. But then you went afterwards and it goes away or no, it still sucks. It still sucks. This episode of the Shop Show is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Do you ever think about switching insurance companies to see if you can save some cash? Progressive makes it easy. Just drop yourself and see if you're eligible to save money when you bundle your home and auto policies. The process only takes minutes and can mean hundreds more in your pocket. Visit Progressive.com after this episode to see if you can save. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates with potential savings will vary on in all states. Let's get back to the program. Well, the legend. Yeah. What about us with these days, too? So, as I said, he does have an interest, but he can be out for like 5 months. Yeah, it's not good. Become jam, active business with you. Yeah. Okay. And I don't know what this is, but you know jiu-jitsu, so they're saying like how did Dan Hooker lose this? Like ain't no way to go on and escape off. Even against a decent white belt without them taking the back. You gave him or finished the deep submission you put yourself in. So look, I remember that Armin did do this twisty thing multiple times, right? You know, it's like, have you ever seen Armin warm up where people making fun of him with the needle drama stuff? It's not exactly flipping. That's like, that's the thing that I didn't realize how athletic Armin is. And by him turning, it creates space in that for him, you know, so he can go inside. I wouldn't recommend that for everybody, but super dangerous. It's like Hail Mary. But he's so athletic, man. He's so explosive, man. And those guys are going to hit no police off and see what you can do. Yeah, but it's a freak. That's why like, oh, is this cheating? You can't do it. That's why he's on top. This is Dan Hooker basically saying, like, yeah, he's not going to be champion after that. So I'll just put it here.
You see the opponent, I'm going to get hands on the title, but I think from this hold and I possibly can, and throw in as big hopes and dreams as I can, because if I can't have my sense, no one can.
Jeez. So he's going to keep taking out the people that are trying to get to the top of this. Yeah, he's at like, it's almost like a surrounding Nate Diaz level, you know, where there's like BMF fights, there's some fun fights. Yeah, he's so much fun to watch. He's one of the best. I love him. This is also very weird. This is Bilal Muhammad talking about his. I saw this as a swing of it. Swing of it.
They bring in, it makes me feel younger, and I'm training with young monsters. Like I said, I got a 17-year-old now, not just younger brother who's a monster, right? It feels like that Epstein files, but without the, the sex, right? I'm getting their powers through sparring and training. So it feels good. Right?
So what happens with that is he thought of that going into this. Yeah. Thinking of it, he thought it'd be good, but he didn't probably run it by anybody. So he was like, if they give me this line, I'm gonna hit him with this. And it just, you can tell it was like ready to go, and it was such a mess. Okay. Super fucking weird. Okay. Because it doesn't make sense. Not the sense. So, yeah. Okay. Still looking. Let's see. Oh, let's go over the top. Wait, let's go. Yeah, this one. So Conor Berger is going. He went on treatment with psychedelics. It seems to help for a lot of people. So now we're here to look at psychedelic treatment in Mexico. I showed that what would have been my death, how soon it would be, and how it would have impacted my children. I was looking down on myself. It happened that I was looking out for the coffin, Jesus. God then came to me in the Holy Trinity. I was 36 hours under before I finally rested. And I woke up. That was me again. Jesus descended from the white marble steps of heaven, anointed me with a crown. I was shown the light healed. It is very, very tough, but after it saved my life and in turn saved my family, baby knew it did it. There's like more to it, but this is very long. But yeah, I think. And then, by the way, I did check his Instagram to see stuff, and he did delete, or he's deactivated his Instagram. Not interested. Yeah, I think Connor's been through the absolute ringer. I think he lived life in a very fast lane. I think he's had to deal with fame that no fighters ever had to deal with, or like a celebrity for that reason. And he reaped the fruits of that labor and took it too far and jeopardized his family and kids. He did all the shit and the horrible stuff with the allegations, with the girls and all this other shit. And I think he was at rock bottom and he knew he was going down a dead end road and it wasn't going to end well and things were going to be completely different for him. And he was at rock bottom and he's looking for an answer. And he needs something. So whether it's Jesus, if it's whatever it is, you should be praying that this guy found it. Dude was at rock bottom. Yeah, and every second, this is the 30 for 30 going 30 for 30. These horrible stories that you hear, most guys don't find them. So if you're a fan of Connor, just a fan of the human journey that we're on, let's hope this is. He did talk about it before. He found Jesus again. Now he's doing psychedelics. Yeah, it's tough. Yeah, I'm with some of the fan base. Like, hold on, you doing this just because you got caught? Are you doing this just because you want to get support that you're running for politics? So I get that understanding. I'm gonna take him for his word and think that he realized he has to make the change. He was going down such a bad dark road. So let's hope this is real. I hope it is. When you took DMT or something like that, did you ever experience anything like this, like outer body, but looking at yourself from the outside? I was like in a gold rocket shooting through these clouds. Yeah, and it feels like it lasts for like 30, 40 minutes, but it's like 45 seconds. Are you just like laying down or are you doing something? You're sitting. What's my But he's doing some insane shit. Like just smoking DMT. This helps you. It helps. I don't know if it's related to it because I'm back. I was supposed to meet those 4 doctors from Stanford University. Undergo institutions and treatments to address. Yeah, this is real. I'm for it. This is real. Yeah, you want to be better dad, a better father, a better husband. Fucking let's ride. It's a PR move. And I don't think it is. It seems like he's actually trying to find something.
Well,
We can also jam that trying to change his life. This is Gable Steve's second fight. Jesus Christ. Like instant. He knocks him out and then that's how fast it is. I can't believe you realize he knocked him out. He's just like, alright, top 5 right now. And this is with
there's no way they're ever going to contact him. We're able to find content on his page. What is this bullshit?
I've been trying to handle the guy. I don't know what he's done.
What is this
Sexual
bullshit?
assault rehabilitation. Look it up. They had to change the rules in Minnesota because he found some sort
Now, something a lot of people want to know. What if someone's getting angry about your driving?
You can't let it get to you. Now, for example, in 1996, some guy gave me the middle finger before I cut him off. I recognized it from TV. I decided to become a defensive driving instructor, developing the skills I needed to eventually be invited on his show as an expert. Once you're there, it's just a simple matter of switching out his weapon.
6 months I've seen Red's not even on face criminal charges due to inadequate evidence. Mike Freeman did that. Outlaw may have been involved. I'll see him. So is Kurt Law.
Just one of your girlfriends, but I know that I don't become what you are.
Oh, that was tight. Very athletic.
Exactly. That's what they used to do. He only has 2 fights, so listen, they've had guys on before. Involved, like, you know, Rick Hardy, who knows what happened? I don't really know. This was right on the air. It was barely scraped. Come on, buddy. You know, you do that. Nice. Yeah. Oh, this is how I feel about this, but 25% has another boxing match your bag. Well, that's how I feel about it. Get your bag. All right, kids. For Black Friday, we're releasing the McKinney Fight Club for the Patreon. It will release to the public as well. But Patreon gets first dibs. So if you're not a Patreon member, there's no reason to join. You get free access to the gear before everybody else. It's patreon.com/TFADK. You get the shop show ad-free. Minor Kid, twice a week ad-free. You get extended episodes. You get bonus content. Fan questions at least once a month. Extra behind-the-scenes content. Fun stuff on there. It's only $5 a month. That's it. Go to patreon.com/TFADK. That's it, kids. Have a great Thanksgiving. Eat some turkey for your boy here. I'll keep you posted on the deep fried turkey, see how it goes for the fam. But be nice to each other. Have a great Thanksgiving. I'm out. Whistleblowers, government employees.
That was sick. Oh, man. Really? You growing anxious? Oh. Are you fucking serious? You're talking about stupid asshole again? But not Rabbi? Everybody's favorite. Yeah. Oh. He's damn good. No, baby. Talk to Rabbi. Baby, I'll give you fucking 3 minutes and you can swallow a dick. Pardon. I might have some mesothelioma thrown in. This is the worst. What is this? This is the worst. I'm sneezing. I'm gonna sneeze really well. That was one of the best sneezes in the history of noses, kid. One of the best sneezes in the history of noses. Baby, they're not gonna call me. Baby, call on me. There's a concerted effort on some of these people to not call on me. That's fun. Hey, did your twin not call on me? And did her kid not call on me? There's no content to display. Go fuck yourself. What is this? Oh. No GM. There is a concerted effort not to call on me in these spaces. I'm gonna go on with just like some fake name. Hey, GM, everybody. They're letting Osama up. This is concerted. Concerted. There's a concerted effort. Concerted effort. Concerted effort. All right. Do either of you like to not? Because it seems like it. Was that funny? You know what else is funny? Not calling on me. Dog, this is the worst. And she has twins. We know. Guess what? There's only one of this badass motherfucker on Earth. That is true. That is terrible. Let me talk. Bye-bye. Silver WTF is this bullshit? What is this? You're never gonna call on me. F you, F you. Maybe they don't see you. I doubt it. I doubt that actually makes me not hate her with the passion. That sucks, dog. I could turn you. I'm a reply guy. What does that mean? What is a reply guy? Well, I'll reply to you. I have fucking bots that can do that. Like a shitload of it. I have 15,015 people. That is so sick. Dog. This is the worst. I'm gonna sleep. Really? I wish I could get up at noon. I have trouble. Really? I sleep so late. I need to set an alarm to wake up at noon. Really? Oh yeah, I'll sleep past that easily. 4 or 5. Why? Because I'm sexy. I need to recharge. I'm saying, yeah, just fingering this shit like a motherfucker. Look at this. Girls, do you see this finger action? I'm saying, oh, that's verified followers. Fuck. Folks, look at this. Oh, hey, Elon. While you're busy attempting to inseminate chicks on this app, can you just make it as follow everyone who's following me just a button? And then it should say, are you sure? So, yeah. And you say, right, this can be reversed if you don't like it. Yeah, okay, cool, guy. But this is taking forever. Go. Lord Weinstein sucks. Why? Because he's not Mr. Sky, Dr. Sky. Dr. Sky is my favorite. Is he? Aside from George Knapp. I fucking love Dr. Sky. He's on Mondays. Who do you hate? The numbers lady? That lady sucks. Who else do you hate? Really? What's that bitch's name? It's like Merlin or some shit. Really? That bitch sucks. Why? I'll take my call off the air. This is the worst stream ever. Anybody else? Does anybody else have a thing? Shill and spill? Shill. Yeah, George. Chill and chill recovery call. No. Is that my guy? Some penis land. Girl, I'll give you a penis land giveaway. Syndicate. Chill and chill. Chill and chill. Chill and chill. Alright, Sheldon all of those. It's known as a grill and chill. Dog. My eyes itch like a motherfucker. Look at this athleticism. Is this the most athletic thing we've ever seen? Dog, have you ever seen anybody have the Olympics on Pluto? Then fuck yeah, it's the most athletic thing you've ever seen. Pluto sucks. Why? Because it's so far. But it's sick. It needs to be a planet. It's a planetoid. Sucks. Somehow we got to figure out how to get it to be a planet again. Change the definition. Lenovo, go fuck yourself. You hovo. Ha 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 ha. This is the worst stream ever. Hello. Yo, dog. It's not hello. It's yo, dog. Why? Why not? But why? I said, why not? Look at this athleticism. Dog. I need more. Something. You got water. You'll be able to stay hydrated all night, baby. Oh, this is the worst. Are you fucking serious? Hey, guess what? Does it? It's okay. Is it? It's whatevs. Nobody really gives a shit. This is the worst. Dog. Scroll to the end. I agree. Alright, now what? Yo! The Land of Oz. I'm just about to go to bed, big man. How was the... Oh, excellent, big man. Well, good night, my friend. Sweet dreams to you. Thank you, God willing. Peace. I should tell him he should sleep in here. Yo, dog. What are you gonna watch? You just gonna watch Joey Diaz? Joe Rogan Experience? Oh, he was on 7 months ago? No, he was supposed to be in like October. This is the worst. Today, this week, this month, this year. What about 2 months ago? Huh? I don't know. Just make it like I could just search. Who the fuck does this guy think he is? Sundar Pichai is like, yeah, I could replace us. I like cricket. Worse. Oh, dog, honey, dude, that shit's so funny, but it can't play all the way. Oh. Dog. I don't know which CEO I hate the most right now. Do you? No, they all suck. Every single one of them. Most. Yes, honeydew. Honeydew. Joey Diaz. Joey Diaz, honeydew. Honeydew, Joey Diaz. Honeydew. With that girl who's like honeydew. Then 6. Honeydew, Joey Diaz. Honeydew, Joey Diaz. Honeydew, Joey Diaz. Why wouldn't you put this in order? I wanna know why you wouldn't put this in order. What the fuck? And then you just put a bunch of bullshit in there. Honeydew, Joey Diaz podcast. I don't know. Maybe it's not honeydew. Ryan Zickler. Do you think he's cool? Yeah, he's okay. Why? He doesn't actively piss me off. Really? No? Okay, what is this? Ryan Zickler. But then it's gonna play some other bullshit. 7 years ago? Was this 7 years ago? No. 5 years ago. No. Huh? 4 years ago. The best? No. This website sucks. It's so bad. Hey, quickly can get it. Dog. This shit is so bad. Can Leon Kreischer get it? Why? Because anything that's touched him is much of a day away. Why? He sucks. He's gonna take pride that I think he sucks. And I hate that. I don't know how to hate somebody who takes pride in the fact that I hate them. Because then if I like him, he's got this is the dog. Ryan Sickler, Joey Diaz. This sucks. Where's this fucking episode, dog? What is this bullshit, dog? This is the worst. Joey Diaz, Ryan Sickler, Die of Last One. No. I just want the episode. Fine. Not it. Big man dogs. Dog. No. What the fuck is that with Garfield? This is the worst. This is the worst. I thought this was the worst. This is the worst. Which one is this? I can fucking hear myself snore. And I'm actually awake. And I know I'm snoring and whatever. Happens, dog. Joy D's life advice? No. Ralphie May? I listen to that when we watch sports. Listen to Joe Rogan. Dog. This shit is the worst. This is the worst. Dog. Dog. This is the worst. His team sucks. He could be making so much money if he just had his YouTube account like not run ridiculous people. Like if he had good playlists, he would be like literally playlists could change all these motherfuckers' lives. I really mean that. This is the worst playlist. Yeah. Are you serious? This is the worst. Oh, I hate this. Joey D on Joe Rogan all episode. It's not really what I want. He's not that funny. It's a free episode of 1,000, which is one of the funniest. Yo. Do you like your lawnmower? That was. Would you fist fight him if you had to? Do you think you could beat him up? I'd whip his ass. No doubt. Really? Yep. Joey Diaz on. No! Dog, I'm gonna be listening to fucking podcasts about the British East India Company that I find something soon. The worst. Dog, why is it? The worst. This is absolutely the worst. Dude, his shit is so so badly organized. Football night at Uncle Jay's? No. No. I want old and soft. Oh. No, not clips. Clips are terrible. Oh, I like clips. What this one? You and your opinion are the worst. Article 784. We should just listen. Find a good guess. What's that motherfucker? Constantine. What? He's just like his positive. He's just, I like his I think that's just so.
Brought to you by ZipRecruiter. Let's see how tough it is out there.
Really? Yeah. If you've ever lived in a valley, as I have, really? Big time motherfucker.
As a host for the song's levels and the song responses, a month of 2 days in the talk with the common families and memory art and then David Levy's the brother of E. Ty Levy, a Braden movie sold his killed in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. A week of learning sponsors, Zevi and church began to discuss his father.
What's that? Sure.
Alright, I'm told. Show me some how to know. All the families
Damn, that's wow.
Our has to be shown in the card, which will allow our heavy soul to be successful in the whole non-saving. Pushing back, let us begin today's that's starting with Parasite first. We have finished business, so we are on days 20B, and we left off other level.
Look at this athleticism.
Actually, we can start from the second one that it's random.
Look at this move. Discipline.
And this was speaking about the haircut schedule of great and important people.
Look at this move. Folks, I'm going to try to summarize this. So sick.
In order to present well,
Unbelievable.
Just thinking about this yesterday a little bit. Like this is the thing that we discussed not so long ago. In general, people are about other people just based on external appearances. We are incredibly judgmental, and we are actually superficially judgmental. And
Why do you think it's mistake? Look at the road. I imagine you think you're watching this fucking marker though.
That the greater position of
Precedent.
that you occupy, the more you must be so that you be able to command the initial respect. So it has to be good. Coin goggles has to be good. A coin head has to be good. Obviously, in line with your station, depend on what the had it to be. So that's left off with.
You're gonna go change the oil.
Regular. That's why finally you disease. Like you learn that there comes call from Paul who walks around with the stain.
Look at this lettuce. Dog.
Very, very strong statement.
Look at this dude.
What's the logic? Because when a person sees a Talmud Chacham, I'm supposed to be the ambassador of
Look at this affliction.
God, you better
Look at this move.
So therefore, the
I'm
man
trying to
assessing that coming has to get a haircut at least once every 30
summarize this for
days.
me.
So the word it's not stand with zero shloshim yom. So let's remember again, you know, I was talking about the idea. We had a comparison of para from the zeros, just like the zeros, stand the zeros is 30 days. So again, the coin cannot, a regular coin cannot allow his hair to grow for any longer than 30 days. The husband, I mean, that long, but not the Omicron, Kodesh, the Gematria Tzlasen Havu, because it says Kodesh, and Gematria is 30. Okay, I'm going to pop it up. Ema, low book cloud. So maybe the halacha by a Kohen should be that he can't allow his hair to grow at all, or maybe he cut it all of the time. I'm going to lo yishalechu pera kidikamet. So if it would have just said literally again, there should be no growth of the locks of his hair, then I would say, yeah, nothing on the right. Kohen has to constantly get a hair. Got hashtag para lehavi shiluche, para lehavi shluche lo shlo shluch. But now that it says para, we say like this: there should be a growth. We're supposed to have hair, but the hair is not supposed to grow. We'll call it and then again you throw in there. You add para to Nazir teaches us that just like standing zeros is coin, his hair to grow days. So it's now listen to this: is that a regular coin is obligated to get a haircut once every ha'idna nami. Why do we even now? In other words, what it means now, in the absence of the Beis Hamikdash, a coin, listen to this, dunya diyayin. This is actually fascinating. The Gemara said, "Maya man bia." Sorry, do me this thing. Technically speaking, the prohibition of shtuyayin, right? That a coins. That's the halacha. Remember, what's the definition of under influence for temple service? Or vias. Not even drunkenness. A coin cannot drink a revius of wine while doing the avodas. If he drinks revius, which is not a lot of wine, 3.5 ounces, he cannot do the avodah. So let's listen to this. Do the yayin. Yayin is man bia who aser. Shlob is man bia shari. After the rosh is man bia sir. Shlob is man bia shari. Because we'll see yayin is comparable to wine. But remember, when is a coin not allowed to? He's not allowed to drink wine when he's on call. But if he's not, so Zman Mia in this context means that halacha. If you look at Rashi says, or give me the yayin, play the yayin like yishtu bevam makish prerosh the shriyanik wine. When the coin is inserted, also the coin of the Kohanic groups are split moros, right? Each mish 24 mishmaros, each mish is 1 day. One of the again when they are on call. So the Gemara says the way that a Kohen can't be so to again the issues of haircutting or the obligation once every 30 days also only applies is manbia. Since the Gemara says, and for love is manbia shari, the Yayish Gemara says 5 days. So you're telling me now that when a Kohen is not on call, when it's not his shift, he's allowed to drink wine. But ready for this. But we actually seen this Gemara again, but it's so dramatic. That time we learned. Ready Omer, Rabbi Omer, listen to this. Rabbi says, Kohanim asur lishtos yayin li'ol. Get ready for this. Kohanim were prohibited to drink wine. Now, what's the issue over here? Take a look at Rashi. Keep your finger in the Gemara. Take a look at Rashi. So actually, Rabbi Omer, Kohanim asur lishtos yayin li'olam. Rishas de Braisa kat. Kohanim makim mishmarto. Umishmeres beis anka osayom. Av man hazeh. So listen to this. So let me choose the context. So the beginning of the Braisa said like this: a Kohen who knows which Kohanic family and who knew when his family would be usher to drink wine during designated shift. It says, "Calls afbizman mishmarto ve'ino makir beis avshalo, usher call also Shabbos beis avshalo, usher the Yosyayin Olam, shema achshav zmanahu ve'ishlachush shema yibanes mikdash." Listen to this. Essentially, what Rabbi says is as follows: if you were to have a Kohen, and the Kohen were to know his exact Kohanic family, to know when his Kohanic family, what shift, which week his family would serve in the Beis Hamikdash, and out of that week, which day is usher to drink wine on that day. If he doesn't know which day, he can't drink wine at all. Now, what do we? So what Rabbi saying is that Kohen cannot. What are we concerned about? We're about to get in Eretz Hashem. She's going to come. The Beis Hamikdash is going to be rebuilt, and maybe that coin is going to be activated for instantaneous service. So the issue just is, if he's under the influence, he won't be able to do his avodah. So essentially, what Rebbe is saying is, if you do now again, so just understand, if you know exactly what family you're from, which mishmar you're a part of, which shift you're a part of, and what day of the week your family would have served, so then only that week and that day is going to be problematic for you. But if you don't know your family and you don't know your shift, then you don't know when you would be activated. The Shiach could come at any time. The Beis Hamikdash could be rebuilt at any time, and a Kohen needs to be ready for service. Therefore, Rebbe says, Kohanim can't drink wine. It's wild. It's wild. But watch this. What can I do? Which means that ultimately, again, the state of disrepair is the very reason why Kohanim can drink. Look at Rashi. She said, "Ready, Omer Ani in Banu Locho Shema Yibana Asher B'Yayim Olam Va'afilu Umat She'enu Achshav Zman Mishparto Shema Yibak V'Chol HaKodim Mishkach Ayav V'Avi." So okay, Rabbi says, but the truth is, even if a Kohen does know his family and his shift, still, he shouldn't be able to drink wine because, first of all, who's to say that when the Beis Hamikdash is going to be rebuilt, we're going to follow the same order of Kohanic service of what was? Maybe we'll activate a brand new service in here. Okay. Churban habayis shekalkalan v'irei sider mishmarteon mishmorosehem shehaya osron v'yayin bisman mishmartan umatir shelo bisman mishmartan hutiknon achshav l'shtos yayin. So essentially, but now what are you going to do? So the Beis Hamikdash has been destroyed. No one knows what the order is going to be. No one knows how the karma is going to be activated. And look at this. Look at that last line of Rashi. Therefore, he says, "Achshav l'shtos yayin olam." The lo chayish shema yibane pitol. Rabbi says we're not choshesh that the Beis Hamikdash is going to be rebuilt suddenly. So just understand what's happened over here. Rabbi says, really in a vacuum, Kohanim should not be able to drink wine. Bisman hazeh presently. Why? Because there's the possibility that Beis Hamikdash is going to be rebuilt, and it's going to be rebuilt quickly, and who knows what the order of Kohanic services is going to be. There's another issue, which is that I would imagine most Kohanim, if not all Kohanim, are going to be Tamei, right? They're going to be Tamei as a result of generations that are part of Duma. So therefore, who's going to be needed, what they're going to be needed for. So the Rebbe says, in reality, no Kohanim should be able to drink wine. But what can you do? He says, what should he says, the Lashon over here is Shetaka Ma'aseh, Shetaka so kilkaloso. That the very takana of this is the very state of disrepair. In other words, what Rabbi says is concerned that the Beis Hamikdash is going to be rebuilt immediately. So just understand. I just want to point out what's unfolded here. What's unfolded is something absolutely dramatic, which is there's two schools of thought, or two schools of redemptive thought. There's one school of thought that says the base English could be at any moment, and therefore Kohanim have to be on guard, they have to be ready. And therefore, really, Kohanim shouldn't drink wine. That's possibility one. Passages that we're not shesh for instantaneous building of the Beis Hamikdash are going to take time, and then Kohanim could drink wine, and when the Beis Hamikdash is rebuilt, we'll figure it out later on. So once you just understand these two different mindsets and two different models of Geula, does a Yid live in a constant state of like immediate preparation of getting ready for the Mikdash, and like it could just happen. And again, the lashon over here is lashon of the end of Rashi is the lo chayish shema yibana pitom. Pitom means what? Pitom means what? Suddenly, immediately, suddenly. It's not that I don't believe in Geula. Of course, I believe in Geula. I don't believe in what we'll call Geula pitomit, right? Immediate or sudden Geula. Geula is a process. Geula is a process. So even if Mashiach comes today, right? Achakelo, not b'chol daka sheyavo. And I wait for Mashiach. Achakelo, b'chol yom sheyavo. Today, it's a long day. It's a long day. I don't believe in Geula pit or meat in instantaneous or meat Geula, sudden Geula. Geula is a problem. So I just understand. This is here is coming out from the halachic. But can a Kohen not drink wine? But just from a hashkafic perspective, how incredibly profound this is. We'll come back to this in just a moment. So the Gemara is in the cloud. To Rabbanan Asri. Now, Rebbe is I believe Kohanim can go ahead and drink wine. L'shema yibana, l'chayish shema yibana pithom. Rebbe says, I'm not concerned that the Beis Hamikdash is going to be rebuilt suddenly. So because of that, Kohanim could drink wine. Apparently, the Rabbanan disagree, and the Rabbanan Beis Hamikdash could be rebuilt suddenly, and therefore Kohanim can't drink wine. So the Gemara says, so now remember, Hassam, I need time in the area yibana mikdash, but you know, Kohen already back up. So therefore, the Rabbanan hold Mehira Yibana HaMikdash. Yibana HaMikdash means if the Beis Hamikdash can be rebuilt quickly, suddenly, and therefore Kohanim have to be on alert, and therefore a Kohen can't drink wine. So let's just understand how profound this idea of machlokes is. The Shema Yibanet Om Lo Chashiron. We're not concerned with the Beis Hamikdash rebuilt suddenly. The Rabbanan, we are concerned with the Beis Hamikdash rebuilt suddenly. The Rabbanan, Kohanim can't drink wine. Rebbe, Kohanim can drink wine. Sorry, just the opposite. Rebbe, Kohanim can drink wine. Rabbanan, Kohanim can't drink wine. So Haganami, but you know, but if that is, at least according to the Rabbanan, Kohanim should have to get a haircut every 30 days as well, just to be ready. I'll step with the blooming.
See, some more.
Haircutting is not a big deal.
This
even if the next question happens, you run to the barber, get a haircut. That's it. Shalom Yisrael. Hasam let me after the 9 points. So wine shouldn't be a big deal either. Why? You drank a little bit too much. And what does he need to do? Just take a nap. Take a nap. You'll find out good to go. So if someone the culture, let's say I'm walking and apparently a little bit of a nap. People with excess alcohol. I'm said about this. I'm about Avua. When does a short nap take away the effects of alcohol? You only drank a little bit. You also make the reviews. Can you definition of the if you drank more than the reviews, actually sleep, you amplify the effects of wine. Rashi says, here's the difference. So doing wine right, or doing avoda under the influence, which underlies the effects of the avoda. Can't drink. So apparently, much as supposed to be groomed. If he has a haircut for well steady days, it does not undermine the effectiveness of the avoda. That's true. So these things are he says if the Kohen does the avoda without properly cut hair influence. This time, so which one I shaper outpaged. After which I'm science when it comes to wine, don't drink wine when you have a die, you won't die, to a roast me on. I know that a college does, without being properly groomed, so you can sketch to the comparison between wine consumption. There are some wine that are compared to the line, the island, I suppose, not the answer, so just like again, he does the abode while underneath his kite himself. So if he does it without personal grooming, like without having his haircut, the kite himself, and we learn from this, not the ayin, the muffler abode, just like he goes ahead and he does the abode while under the influence, it undermines the abode. I don't know, in that it's the abode. The muffler abode. So to abode without his haircut, it also violates the orders. Just kind of right, that's a kasha. It sounds like over here, the whether that hair cutting and drinking the same thing, meaning the failure to go ahead and adhere to either of these strictures undermines the effectiveness of the other. Only actually. I will also test on it. So by the way, what's interesting about this is this whole hair cutting thing. It's coming from Yechezkel. So obviously Yechezkel didn't even do halachas. So we did the halacha before Yechezkel said it. Where did we know this halacha from? So Taneh, according to that same logic, Haga Amar Chris, Davers and Mikolas Moshe Manu, Ad Sheba Amrali Ba'ala Basal Yom Tashir Shasi. So this guy, any code that doesn't have a bris, can't really go ahead and give you a Boda. Yechezkel says it, Adlo by Yechezkel. Before Yechezkel came along, how do we know? How do we know? Also, Yechezkel must be a contract. And again, how much we say the thing Yechezkel was the one who codified it in a pasuk. Afinami, you must really love Va'asi Yechezkel Va'asmi Chalakra. So too again, when it comes to the haircutting, it's like a halacha Moshe Sinai. But the Kohen has to have a haircut once every regular Kohen has to have a haircut once every 30 days. Halacha Moshe Sinai. And Yechezkel was the one who put it into a pasuk. So the Gemara is, if he comes halacha Nisa, my kisus, quite kisum, yikasmu, shehem. What does it mean when it says, essentially again, you still have to having again, that the Kohen is supposed to cut his hair? What does that mean? Kana, coming to sporus and mulinus. Now, what kind of haircut are we talking about? The Kohen is supposed to get like a mulinus haircut. What's a mulinus haircut? My sporus, I'm not reading on a shul. Bonus Yechida. So we take the haircut that the Kohen is supposed to get. Hey, he done what is it like? From the Rashi, Rosh Shazah, it's at the color Shazah. It literally means the hair is lined up exactly. That literally, again, the tip of one hair reaches the base of the other hair. That's how the haircut looks. So the Gemara says, Rebbe, Ezel is Parsha Kohen. Rebbe, what is the unique haircut of the Go and look at my son-in-law's haircut. My son-in-law was this man, Ben Arasha. Go look at my son-in-law's haircut. He had the right kind of haircut. Turn out, Tanya Rebbe. Tanya Rebbe, man. He lived in Alasha. It's my old house. He gave a house, spoke to his Parsha Kohen. So apparently Ben Arasha spent a lot of money on his haircut. Like he wasn't like a super cut guy. You know, this was like this was like salon quality. Like why did Ben Elasha spend so much money on his haircut? So apparently he did it to show what the head of the coin dozen was. That was he spent his money on that, and therefore he said, go look at that haircut. So let's say, so bottom line, what comes out of it is like this. So basically Yechezkel, essentially again a Kohen, also from the Torah, Kohen can't go ahead and do the avodah after he's consumed. He is the one. He also can't hold that if he doesn't have the proper hair. For a Kohen Gadol, that's once every. And for a regular Kohen, that is once every 30 days. Now, what's interesting, the doesn't seem to be clarity on that. We understand that the Kohen does the well under the influence of alcohol after doing the reveals, the avodah is invalid. The shaila is if he does the avodah without proper haircut, adhering to proper haircut guidelines, does that undermine the avodah or not? So for that we seem to have two prices. So once just one move on to the next parent about this machlokes Rebbe with Rabbanan, right? So according to Rebbe, according to the point, spoke to the Rabbanan. to Ramadan, a Kohen even today can't drink a glass of wine. Why? Right? Because as the Gemara said, we burn that base Hamikdash. Because going to Ramadan, Hamikdash can be rebuilt suddenly, and you need Kohanim to be ready for service. Kohen drinking is not ready for service. Rebbe says, again, Lashon of Rashi about Rebbe, Rebbe is not concerned, he's not concerned about the possibility that the next which is going to be rebuilt suddenly. So that Ramadan is going to be rebuilt. It's not just going to be rebuilt suddenly. Dwelling machloket. So who's right? So who's right? So clearly, Kohanim drink wine today. Kohanim drink wine. So clearly, we are siding with Rebbe. But interestingly enough, the Shema Yibit we are not concerned about sudden rebuilding with this. So what's like, it sounds like a little bit of a downer. But that's like, I always thought that the approach says to rebuild suddenly. So there's a beautiful thing that you have to go on. But there's an incredible insight. Rabbi Yisrael Meir Rao. Rabbi Yisrael Meir Rao goes to Halach Ma'anya. He says, Hashar Hapa, V'shana Haba Ba'arad Yisrael. This year we are here, this year we'll be there to solve. In Halach Ma'anya. Beautiful idea. So that's what we says, what is how now we're here? Tomorrow I'll be there to sell. This year we're trying to have next free. What do you mean? Tomorrow I'll be free. What do you mean next year? Why next year? Why not tomorrow? Everyone else is saying something about it. I used to believe that dramatic and overwhelming is this change to be just that into this. But more often than not, breakthroughs are a gradual process. So do I believe that today I'm here and tomorrow it can happen? I can believe that today I'm here and today I'm ready to start. I can believe that but it's just not usually the way that it works. The greater the change, the more gradual it has to be. So I believe that by next year I'll be there to start. This year maybe I can, but it's just not probable. But the more gradual it has to be. And I always say, because that's why Halacha and Hashkafa, I believe in the rebuilding of the Beis HaMikdash, but I don't necessarily believe, rather, it's going to takes them. So you can enjoy Borachai, because chances are the Beis HaMikdash is not built in this moment. But during the change, the more gradual it's going to have to be. I will say our lives as well. All of things about our life we want to change. And sometimes we want that spontaneous. But I want to understand that we have to help on myself like Levi. The Shema Yibana Pit that again, the greater the change, the more gradual it's going to be, and the more time it's going to take. Can you affect instant change? Absolutely it's possible. It's just not probable. So Halacha L'Maisa and Hashkafa, I believe that the greater the change, that you have to be able to give yourself. And well, the people. Incredible. How'd you know that? What is this question? You know what is the social? What was monetary law? Back to energy. Monetary law is adjudicated by basically Zeb or Achav said the Mishnah is wording in the US and I'm going to look for it in the US. So literally, Rashi says it sounds like, so let's say you're going to have a legal dispute, right? So what's going to happen? So now it sounds like Reuben chooses a basin for himself and Shimon chooses a basin for himself. It sounds like again choose a third basin. Those two choose a third basin. That's how Rashi's understanding it initially. These words are in there. So ultimately, there are two judges. There are two judges, and those two judges pick a third. Again, we see exactly what you know what's happening. Zep also Dino shows up. Zep also Dino shows up. So again, both Lin and Shimon have the ability to invalidate or to refuse when the person to possible to refuse the judge of the other, to read it. The come to no. He must say, when is that true? That one party should go ahead and refuse it. Is mentioned maybe later should close it up. So again, so let's say she's a judge, like you and the judge. So you can invalidate Shimon's judge. You shouldn't can invalidate the judge. That's what Mayor says. Come to no. The only time you can invalidate someone else's judge is well. But hello, again, there's grounds for invalidation. Somebody's a relative, somebody is an interest. About how you share a woman if he dates me, end up on a post one. But if halacha l'maisa, again, they're otherwise experts. You can't just invalidate someone for no reason. Zep also Idam Shazab. And there says again, either side can invalidate the other side's witnesses. The Chacham comes saying, no, it must say, when is that? Is mentioned maybe on the Raya, she probably open. So again, most times I'm getting my quotes. The Chacham saying, no. The only thing you can invalidate someone else's witnesses is when it's for invalidation. The related to the parties or they have a conflict of interest. But if they're a culture, you're on the post fund. Ultimately, you cannot go ahead and invalidate them. Incredible. Let's analyze the first part of the Mishnah. So what is the meaning? What is in the first part of the Mishnah, right, where we say right? When we speak about this idea that in general monetary law, again, it says what it says. So again, if we go with the Ruben chooses the basin, and Shimon chooses the basin, and somehow those two buckets didn't choose a basin. You must say, I don't care. All you need is one basin. Or you say, why are we getting all involved in this? That's what he used to say. So it sounds like it's like this. So they say, not only do we have a dispute, whatever the monetary matter is, but they also have a dispute about which to go to. So Ruben could choose his basin, and together, those two buckley things could stop. Even love and not stopping. So that's what they say. Now, what it sounds like is, either party has a right to refuse the basin of the other side. So let's say we don't get $10,000. Now there's a loan dispute. Is it borrower has a right to a basin of the loan? So the words of but a borrower in general, this has to do with the idea that actually points out that Evan Lovadi Ishmael, the borrower is always considered to be at the whim of the lender. So the halacha is if the lender chooses the basin, that's where the borrower's got to go. We're talking about here, something like the courts of Syria. So apparently, Rashi points out over here about courts should be Syria. So apparently, the courts of Syria and Bagal were notorious for not really being erudite. They weren't such experts. So therefore, again, if you were called to a court in Syria, you had the right to object to say, or to request a change of venue. I don't really want to adjudicate my case over here. This is not the place for adjudication. And that kind of case, you would borrow to object. About mumkin lo. So we'll say what it sounds like. What it sounds like is that if the borrower comes to a court of experts, he would not be permitted to object to it, or he would not be permitted to request a change of venue. Now, Papa says, even if the borrower was called to a basin of money, he could still go. Today, they didn't do that. Who knows that? He said, because again, the borrower could always say, well, what's the big deal? I told him the venue, let's go to a different city. But I just want a different basin. It's not a deal for you to come to a different basin. It's not for them to come say, The Chum say you have to say four judges, choose a third. These are like the Daminon. These are like the Daminon. They should the past little. Ours will borrow little Dina Achmini. So here's the problem. The problem is, let's play this out. So Shimon chooses a basement. Shimon chooses a basement. Shimon says, I want your basement. Ruben says, Shimon, I don't want your basement. And now, so the two invalidated, but they didn't go and choose a third. Doesn't make any sense. So, nice Zeb Bolo Achava Zeb Bolo Achava. Ella, Hanukkah was going to say, here we go. Kisha Zeb Bolo Dain Echad. Zeb Bolo Dain Echad. And Bolo Hen. Says, no. What the process is, in general, which we're going to agree then that is the bust. What if they can't agree on a base date? So most of what happens under those circumstances, Ruvain will choose a diet, he gets to choose a judge. Shimon chooses a judge, and then those two judges choose a third. Right? Those two chosen judges is a third. That is a process through which you need to adjudicate this. So, my shot of the house. I'm not obviously in the talk. Shazeb Bolo Dain Echad. The Zeb Bolo Dain Echad. Shmuel Bolo Lahan Old Echad. Sahadin Lahan. Because it was like, this is a good way to ensure that the matter is adjudicated properly. Right? Everybody feels they have a voice, right? Because Ruben got to choose one judge. Shimon got to choose one judge. So everyone has a voice in this. And therefore, Allah says two judges choose a third. Yatzah is confident in this type of judicial proceeding. Okay, well, we'll give us more about this idea. I will say, just to be clear, this is not generally like the ideal way. Is that we would do like the ideal way is you go to like real basement, but you can have these don't agree on a basement. Everybody gets to choose one judge, you get to choose one judge, and those two things. Fine. Look on the coming ground, name up, we come up to what is it? Ena Ismail Ashtar, Ella Uking no Michosim Imayas. Well, so he says the name of that in general. If they know the other is one witness will only sign if he knows who is signing on this document. Less late Rabbi Yehuda. So Meir does not subscribe to Rabbi Yehuda's position, and therefore Rabbi Meir says that Halacha L'Maisa, each party can validate the other party's witnesses. Second, who else was signing? The Gemara says, on the other hand, Amarav is it Rabbi Yehuda? Amarav, but it's not to say that Rabbana holding him of Rav. No, the Kula is Rabbi Yehuda Amarav. No, but in general, everyone agrees Rabbi Yehuda Amarav. No, two witnesses never sign unless they know who else is signing on the document, which makes sense. The Gemara says, so Amarav, I'm sorry, still Rabbi Yehuda Amarav, the down is low pligi divayinan, and also ultimately again you require the dasel dayanim when signing keep pligi. So here is the machlokes. Here's the machlokes. Das balubin. Do you require the das of the litigant to take a look? Fine. So Rabbi Meir Saba das balubin. Rabbi Meir holds that you also require the das of the litigant. Rabbanan Sabi das hadayonet bayinan. Das and nobody. Rabbanan holds that you need das of the judges, but you don't necessarily need the das of themselves. So, for let's handle. I'm Rabbi Yehuda Ena Edim Chosmin Alashtar Tiny Yachi. Kiera Shushan also is incredible. So it's interesting over here the lashon of Nikieh Hadas. So Nikieh Hadas literally means those of pure intent. Those of pure intent. Yerushalayim Osim Lo Hayu Chosmin Alashtar Ela Imkin Yodim. Sign on the document, unless according who else was signing on the document with them. They would not be part of it. Who else was part of the basin with them? And they were not participating in a meal unless, of course, they knew who else was participating. There's actually something quite beautiful over here. So what made them Nikieh Hadas? They understood that who you keep company with has a fundamental impact on the person you become. So therefore, they wouldn't even say, like working backwards. They're not going to sit at a Suda unless, of course, they know everyone else who's coming. I'm not coming unless I know the rest of the invite list. Why? Because who you break bread with has an impact on who you are. Furthermore, they want to sit on a base din, right? Unless, of course, they knew who else. They want to sign on a document, unless, of course, they knew who else. Because who you keep company with on any level has a fundamental impact on the person. Incredible, incredible. So you must say, Diana shows that. So much again. So my mayor said each party could invalidate the judge of the other side. And the Chacham said no. The only time you could invalidate the judge is when he's possible judges if you have ground. He's conflict of interest, he's a relative. So the says, Kol Kenini Chacham Kain. So could I be married? He's saying, does each side have the ability to invalidate judges on the other side? So so now interesting what are we talking about? This is that apparently again, unfortunately, the Syrian courts had a very bad reputation, and apparently they weren't necessarily well versed. So in the Syrian court, you could, but if it was a group of experts, again, you could only invalidate based on sexual grounds. Where it says, about Munkin law, say, when is that? Because man should make Sheikh Robin up soon. The Chum say one can only if you can bring a proof that halacha l'maisa, their relatives, or they have a conflict of interest, or some other psul. But if they were known to be experts, you can't invalidate them. Now, what do you see from them? So that sounds like a mayor says that you can even invalidate judges who are experts. So if you says, no. If the judges were ksherim, so it's like ksherim means what? They're not related, and there's no psul. Even if they're not recognized experts, they're accepted as experts, and therefore cannot be invalidated. Tashma, so again, Bryce says that one party can't invalidate the judge who is known to be a monk, who is known to be an expert. So the Gemara says, so this is fascinating. As follows. What does it mean to be an expert? When we say an expert, it's to be someone who is accepted by the general population. So I want to say, understand, it is accepted the idea that sometimes what they did are not going to have experts in the world. But as long as those Dayanim are trusted by the general public, they are vested with expert-like status. So as long as you have judges who are generally accepted by everyone, recognize it not to be something you come in, but they're accepted by everyone. Halacha l'maisa, they have this status of experts. It can only be invalidated if you show that either
guaranteed this is fucking violent.
The only possible actually you can invalidate judge happiness. That they know what they're talking about, right? And they are proper.
No one even knows what that is.
The status of experts and can only be invalidated based on specific grounds. Witnesses are also preserved. In general, witnesses are also considered to have credibility. Yet, Rabbi Meir says each side can invalidate the other's witness. Could it be that a holy mouth would say such a thing like this? Tanu, a doe. What can you invalidate the witness? A dolam is a single witness for even if you want to say that it's for my 8 effort doesn't do anything by giving witness. Either Shavua, and if it's for an oath, and an 8 effort is believed to generate an oath obligation to make sure that 2 witnesses. No, for monetary purposes. What good does an 8 effort do for monetary purposes? Let's say second class line on the page. The Kavli Aleka Beitray. What are we talking about? So Reuben and Shimon are having a monetary dispute, and there's an 8 echad, and they both agree to accept the testimony of an 8 echad and vest him with the same credibility as if 2 witnesses would have had. So the matter of my class ones, what are we talking over here? The Matzi Hagabay. That having his testimony, they could choose to renege and not like 2 witnesses. The matter says, well, we learned that our listen to this. Remember, I like Abba. Remember, another court case. Let's say again, Ruben's father, they want to appoint, as long as both parties agree that they agree to accept Ruben's father as a judge, obviously he's related to one of the parties. He's as a judge. Similarly, if they decide to a Bezdin, right? It's a Bezdin of 3 shepherds. Shepherds weren't generally known to be against some different, but if they agree to accept shepherds, then it's agreed. Right? Mayor says, Yachalaksabo. The Mayor says, but however, again, if they change their mind afterwards, they realize your father is really not a good guy, or the 3 shepherds really are just shepherds and don't know what they're talking about, so they could change their mind. They'll come say no, in Yachalaksabo. Come say no, once you commit to a process, you are committed to a process, you cannot renege. You'll see on the base, Yosef Kigon, the Kabli Ale Bechad. What's the case? The case ultimately again is halakha l'maisa again. Rashi says about the
Are we at the point where
we're
just going to try to stay up all night?
And we'll say, what do we see? We see that last 3 days. So again, you might say, so why teach me to say halakha twice? In other words, so you're teaching me again that you can vest in with 2 witnesses power, so that you can accept his father as a dias. Okay, so what you're saying is, in any legal case, parties could agree to accept something as even though what? Even normally, it would not be legally binding, right? So you could accept a relative as a judge, even though a relative was qualified as a judge. So too, you could accept one witness, vest him with 2 witness credibility. Here says, if you subsequently change your mind, you could be led. And the Chum say you can't. So I didn't teach you saying Allah twice. So if we're just taught the case of the father as a judge, I would have said that's the case of the Rabban say you can't be an edgewise. You should when you think of Shimon, let's say, except Ruben's father as a judge, perhaps the reason why they can't be neg because Ruben's father is fit for a judge. He can't die. That generally not in this case why? Not in this case why? Because he's related to one of the parties. Right? But in a general case, he would be believed. But in a case of accepting the testimony of one witness, so again, general will say one witness is never credible. Right? One witness is never believed. For making halakha l'maisa, he should not be vested with credibility at all. And therefore, maybe the Rabbanan would agree with Mayor that you can be
Rabbis grabbing a mic.
The hard comment about the or for this case, our Mayor says his position is pretty bad. About the Hahi, Emma motivated the Rabbanan, but perhaps he would agree with the Rabbanan that. Therefore, they're both meanings. Therefore, I will say, so bottom line, the take over here is as follows. What's being introduced to us is the following idea. So that halakha l'maisa, and this is really fascinating.
That's tight.
There are certain things that work in legal proceedings, right? So a judge
that's a good point. Finally, I hear something cool.
If the parties agree to accept a different standard of adjudication, right? So if the parties agree, we agree to allow Ruben's father to serve as one of our dayanim. If we agree to accept the money of one witness, it works. It works. Why? Because both parties are committing to it. Now, the shaila is, agree to that process, can you back out? And you say, no, I no longer accept Ruben's father as a judge. I no longer accept testimony of Ruben's father. That's the Machlokes Rabbi Meir and the Chachamim. Rabbi Meir says, yes, because since you agreed to a compromise judicial testimony, therefore you have the right to go ahead and renege on it. The Chum say no. Once you commit to the process, you can't get out. So we'll say, by the way, it's such a fundamental life machlokes as well. How do you do life commitments? Like, how do you do your life commitments as non-negotiable, or are they negotiable? Right? Even you can get off. You can get off. You can between that comes in. Once you process, see it through to the fundamental life focus as well. All right, so that's my focus over here. So let's go like that.
Yeah, that's a big deal.
Public determination.
That's that fun.
So actually, just talking about a case of a judge, and the safer subject matter case of witnesses. Apparently, the cases are case specific. However, what are we talking about? Talking about a case where ultimately, again, litigants and another individual comes to invalidate them. So you might believe, no, yeah, they do something. How could one of the litigants ultimately come along and invalidate?
That is a coolest fuck project, dude.
That should be a conflict of interest. Right? So, in other words, if Ruben is one of the parties to the jury, and that she has been witnesses, and now Ruben and another witnesses, how would that work? How could Ruben be believed to discredit some of Shim's witnesses? Ruben is considered to have an conflict of interest because he's one of the litigants of the case. So the case is where the witness in question of if there was some objection raised to his fit as a witness. Say, what kind of issue we have over here? Even if the guys released, if it was that the witness that Shim brought was accused of being a thief. What's the issue? The issue is that the witness that Shim
That's a tight ass fucking guy.
So the so again, the mayor holds that therefore one of the litigants comes along, testifies about Shim's issue. He's not really got his case. He testifies a separate theological issue, and therefore he was one of the litigants and one of the parties to the case. He should be believed. The Rabbanan on the other hand say, well, it's that really one of the litigants is that Shimon has, attempting a genealogical issue, is not really part of the current case to which Ruben is a litigant. In fact, on the case in which Ruben is a litigant, that's called the Gaba. Okay, already over. The Machlokes ultimately, again, when you have two sets of seven, says, sorry. And there's also the set to take a look at Rashi, which is the one Rashi. The Mahog is shaky to eat him. So I guess. So it's like just before we go on, just to understand, I thought that we're going quick. But just so it's happening over here. So first of all, we've clarified the first case in the Mishnah. I got it clarified. Then what is it that says? Dini Mamlish B'Shosha Zebon about that's talking about a case Ruben and Shimon cannot agree on a basis. So what's the process? Ruben chooses a judge, Shimon chooses a judge, and then what? Those two choose a third. And again, you must like that because everyone feels hurt, everyone feels kind of they have someone on the team, and that's a good way to ensure that the proper judgment comes out. So that's the first halacha. Now what we're mired in is the following discussion. The following is that this fundamental is Chachamim and Rabbi Meir about what power do the parties have over each other's witnesses or each other's judges. So we clarified the second part also. When can you invalidate a judge? Only you could prove that either he's really puzzled, or what do puzzle mean? He's a relative, he's a gambler, whatever, some real validation. Or he's related, or he's related to one of the parties. But that's good. But if you have a judge that has been accepted by the general population as a judge, even though he's not the greatest Tam Chacham, that endows his status with expert status and therefore cannot validate it. Now, under what circumstances can you invalidate the witnesses of the other side? So that's what we're trying to figure out over here. So how could we invalidate Shim's witnesses, and how could Shimon invalidate Ruben? That's what we're trying to figure out. So now back to this. Guess what? The Mahok is shaky the agent. The Mahok is in your what's Mahok? Take a look at Rashi. Mahok is shaky the agent. Here's the thing. This is fascinating. This is really fascinating. So we here as well. Watch this. Ruben comes along and Ruben says,
what if you're just an athlete and you just live your life, set line
the sideline, like this motherfucker.
2 sets of witnesses. And you come to making clear, I have 2 sets of witnesses that support my cause. Now watch this. Right? The governor says, say, show about the different יש לי שכדאידים בדבר זה, הידי קד ראשונה, ואמרת הלובה, ואחר ואמר סולני, דאשת להגיע בעדסו, שאומר מוות שיש לו קד אחס, דביקי שלא מצא יפסיד. Now what ends up happening? Ruben brings his first set, and Shimon says, oh no, that first set, there. So let's say, now what ends up happening? So now what ends up happening is Shimon is unable to go ahead and bring his second set. So now look at the Gemara as well. Let's begin this. Actually, let's say, you know what? We'll stop over for today. We'll pick up. We rushed enough. Then we'll pick up in the next section with this case right now. Sorry about the pace. Don't say, but again, so just something that we're picking up with tomorrow, trying to figure out under what circumstances could one party invalidate the witnesses of the other party? Because after all, that type of invalidation always seems to be invalidating, right, the litigant that's going to invalidate.
Nobody needs that. Every time a rabbi, though.
Ruben's going to try to invalidate Shimon's witnesses. Why?
No,
Because
we fucking know about
so
it.
doesn't that create the conflict of interest? So trying to figure out a case.
I'm even fucking sick of it.
One litigant can invalidate the witnesses of the other
This shit is the worst.
without it being a conflict of interest.
Worst
And that's what we continue tomorrow.
ever. How is this space still going? Man, I wonder if I hosted this space someday, if it would be big. Nope. I couldn't get Spider Pig there. This is the
All right, so
worst.
let's say good morning.
GM,
Begin by thanking all of our
GM
sponsors
to
for
the
this
rabbi,
wonderful
GM to the gabbai.
our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for Tafshin Pei
GM to the Shiva.
until Mishpacha Eretz Yisrael, dedicating all of the
Jews.
Shurim here as he's a host from
Oh man, this worse.
and our Talmud Torah sponsors for of Teves Haba, the Tova, the Kelman family, in memory of Amit
This
Ben
shit is
David Levi Zichron Livracha, the brother of Itai Levi, a brave and holy soldier who was killed in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. A week of learning sponsors Zevi and Shoshi Daniel Ilivas, Zevi's father Yitzchak, and Rafal Noah Yosef. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the neshamas who have an aliyah, all the families in the Chama, all of those who need a refuah should have an aliyah, call the Cholei Yisrael. The Moshe Shemir Hashem bring home our precious house, B'Shalom and B'Kar, that should allow our holy soldiers to be successful. B'Chol Ma'aseh Yedayim. Was with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Gimel. Today we have some unfinished business. So we are up to days 22b, and we left off Amar Rabsta, which is the third. Actually, we just start from the second one that it's 9 now. Because let's remember again, the Gemara was introducing us to the Mishnah, and the Mishnah was speaking of the haircut schedule of great and important people, and the need that the higher the position you occupy, the more intense your personal group has to be in order to present what's in this yesterday a little bit. That's in line with a theme that we discussed, that in general people are opinions about other people,
baby.
Just based on external appearances.
It's
That's like the same numbers we like judgmental. We are judgmental. And we're actually super judgmental. And the way we form our initial appreciation or impressions about someone is how they dress, how they look, how they move. And again, Kodesh understands this. Halacha understands what the halacha says is that the greater the position, the more groomed you must be. That will be active people. So the king has to be groomed. The Kohen Gadol has to be groomed. A Kohen Gadol has to be groomed. And obviously, on with your station and on what those grooming has to be. So we left off the last thing we talked with was that a regular Kohen. I will say that's why by the bitch. Like the Gemara says, at any time we call him Paul, who walks around with a stain on his clothing, Nisa. It's a very strong statement. First telling woman with the stain article of clothing is liable to death. What's the lie?
Damn.
Because when a person sees a Talmud Chacham is supposed to be an ambassador of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So if you represent God, you better dress the part. Therefore, the Kohen, we were discussing that, the Kohen has to get a haircut at least once every 30 days in order that he's well
That's a
groomed.
thing?
So the Gemara is talking about it's not nami stam the zero shimyon. So it's
What
remember
is it?
again the Gemara.
Why don't they have a search?
Hera. Zero Hera
This
from the
app
zeros, just like the zeros, stam the zeros is 30 days. So too again, the Kohen cannot, regular Kohen cannot allow his hair to grow for any longer than 30 days. The Hasam that we know about,
This is the worst.
Kodesh
Dick butt sucks.
as the pasuk says, Kodesh Yiyeh, and Yiyeh in Gematria is
James,
30.
$100 million
Well,
somebody gave.
Ema,
Well, I had
Moldir,
1,500 people
so
call
maybe
these
the
videos.
halacha by a Kohen
Can you
should
beat
not
that
allow his hair to
bitch?
grow at all. But maybe he should have to cut it.
He ain't
all
1K
of the time.
followers.
Right?
Words.
Said, Lo Yishav
Straight.
Hera, Kidikar.
Ever.
So if it would have just said,
Trump
there
relocation
should be no growth.
28-point plan by Thanksgiving.
No,
That's too
right.
points.
Constantly get a haircut. Hashtag the Ksiv Hera,
Just go bad.
but now that it says Hera, we say
Chill.
should be a growth. Should be a the Kohen is supposed to have hair. It's not supposed to grow. We'll call it in a wild control way. So let's do, and then again you add zero shakam of para to Nazir teaches us that just like standing the zeros is 30 days. The Kohen cannot allow his clothing to his hair to grow for longer than 30 days. So let's just listen to this. You must see how this is the case. So now we established this that a regular Kohen is obligated to get a haircut once every 30 days. If that's the case, we must say something very interesting. Why do we say that even now? Even now, or let's say now means now. When we add the base of Mikdash, a Kohen should be obligated to cut his hair once every 30 days. Listen to this. Dunya diyayin. It should be the same thing as wine. Because after all, said this is actually fast. Gemara says.
This is the worst.
Sorry, diyayin.
I
Let's say so. Now, here's what's interesting. Technically speaking, the prohibition of doing that, right? That a Kohen
How
cannot
about you?
do the avodah while under the influence. That's the halacha. Remember, what is the definition of under the influence for temple service purposes? Orvius. That is important. The Kohen cannot drink Orvius of wine while doing the avodah. If you drink Orvius, no, not a wine, 3.5 ounces. 3.5 ounces, you cannot do the avodah. Let's listen to this. Give me the ayin. My yain is man bia user, shlab is man bia shari. After Ruay Rosh is man bia also, shlab is man bia shari. Because what's the yain is comparable to wine.
What do I have to They need to improve that process. Should be like a week. Should be all that and kind of okay. When you get cut? 2040. Oh, okay. Where's
when is there a prohibition to join? When is there when the Kohen
ever?
is inserted? Now remember,
Tell me when the
yes, is that also the Kohen.
This is the worst.
Group take up in smokes, right?
What is it? Look up, folks. Folks, look at this book. We've never seen such hello agility.
Once every also only applies says and furthermore
Look at this athleticism.
Reggie says, Yain Leola. Get ready for this. Kohanim,
Shiro Otomo.
they should be forever. Now, what's
Everything sucks.
look at this one.
This is the worst.
Rebbe Omer.
Oh,
Omer,
man.
Holy Osum Shashan Yolam.
Word.
Risha did Raisa Katari. Hoya Mashi Mishmarto. Is
Boom.
also Yain Ko Osayom. Abisman Hazet.
Who is
When they
this?
translate it from the context. So the beginning of the Raisa is like this. A Kohen who knows which Kohen and who knew when his family
This bitch.
he ushered to drink wine during what would have been both after his manazem
Instagram.
also Shabbos. Eno makir lo Shabbos. Also discuss
Is that Bit Boy? This play. Why does it suck? Why does everything suck?
If you know exactly what family you're from, which Mishma you're part of, which ship you're part of, and what day of the week your family would have served, then only that week and that day is in Torah. But if you don't know your family and you don't know your ship, then you don't know when you'll be active. You have to come.
Guys, this is the worst.
This initiative should be rebuilt at any time. So the home needs to be ready for service. Therefore, Rebbe says, Kohanim can't drink wine. Wild. Watch this. About my ass, what can I do?
This is the. This song is the worst.
The state of this affair is the very reason why Kohanim can't drink wine. Look at that. Look at that. This one is actually ready. Omer Ali. Banu Lofos Shemegi Bana Asabi Ayakilu. Matthew. Sheino access Namisman. Shemegi Bana.
Who is this woman?
So okay, so Rebbe says, even if a Kohen does know, still, you shouldn't be able to drink wine. Because first of all, who's to say that when the Ritzmikdash is going to be rebuilt, we're going to follow the same order of Kohanic service of what was. Maybe we'll activate a brand new service. Okay. Aval ma'aseh shachnos chachnos v'morati.
Worst stream ever. I like when the phone calls. That's my shit.
Essentially, now what are you going to do? No one knows what the order is going to be. No one knows how it's going to be activated. I think this look at that last line of Rashi. Therefore, it says,
Oh, John's gonna freak.
She says, we're not kosher that the base of Mikdash is going to be rebuilt suddenly. Just understand what's happening. Rebbe says, really go back.
I like this music.
Kohanim should not put to drink wine. His mother says,
Oh,
because it's a possibility that this is going to be rebuilt. And it's going to be rebuilt quickly. And who knows what the order of buying service is. Another issue. Can I imagine Mokahanim, if not Mokahanim, are going to be today. Right? They're going to be coming. This is the result of what I do. So therefore, who knows who's going to be really what's going to be for. So really, Rebbe says, in reality, no Kohanim should be able to drink wine. But what can we do? He says, what should we do? He says, that's the very takana for this, the very state of this affair. In other words, what he says is, you're not perceived that the base of Mikdash
not night moves.
So just understand. I just want to point that out. So
Are you really legally blind? Well, I have to look at my phone like this, so whatever that is. And if it's not, then change the law. Whatever I am, that's what it is.
have to be on guard. They have to be ready. And therefore, really, Kohanim shouldn't drink wine. That's possibility one. Possibility of another school of thought, which is that
My hat looks like a peanut.
Things are going to take time, and therefore, Kohanim could drink wine. And when it's other officials we don't, we'll figure it out later on. Versus, you just understand these two different mindsets and two different models of the evil. There's a yid
I like that woman.
of like immediate preparation of getting ready for the Mikdash, and like it could just happen. And yet, the Lashon of the theory, the Lashon of the end of Rashi is the Lo Chayish Shema Yibana Pitom. Pitom means what? Pitom means what? Like suddenly, immediately. Like suddenly.
Yeah, it's a beautiful
It's not that I don't
spot.
believe in good, that's not believing in
That
good.
bitch can get
I
it.
don't believe in what we call Geula Pitomit. Like immediate or sudden Geula. Geula is a process. Geula is a process. So again, even if the Mashiach comes today, right? Hakilo, not the whole Daka Shiyavo. That would have been Mashiach every moment will come. Hakilo, the whole Yom Shiyavo. Today, it's a long day. It's a long day. I don't believe in Gula for me to be instantaneous or immediate Gula. Sudden Gula is a process. So understand, this is here. This Machlokes is playing out from a halachic perspective. Like, the Kohen drink wine, not drink wine, but just from a hashkafic perspective, how it comes to we'll come back to this in a second.
What are these stickers of this woman?
Now,
Four-wheel drive?
I believe Kohanim
I get this four-wheel.
because the Shema Yibana, the Lochayish Shema, I'm not concerned that this mikvah is going to be rebuilt suddenly. So because of that, Kohanim is wise. Thank you for that. I disagree. But that bonus suddenly, and therefore Kohanim is wine. We might just so now remember, Hassam,
I get it juicy.
but you know, Kohanim have a level.
I keep it juicy.
What does it mean? It means to rebuild quickly and suddenly. Kohanim have to be on alert, and therefore a Kohen can't be point. So let's understand how profound this ideological machlokes is. Ready? The Shema Yibana Pitom Lo Chayish. We're not concerned with this rebuild suddenly. Rabbanan, we are concerned with this rebuild suddenly. Rabbanan, Kohanim can't drink wine. Ready? Kohanim can drink wine. Sorry, it's the opposite. No, Ready? Kohanim can drink wine. Kohanim can't drink wine. So how can I mean, but you know, point out that one, but if that's the case, and this is according to the Rabbanan, Kohanim have to get a haircut every 30 days as well, just to be ready out their personal grooming. Halcha after the Sefer the Ayah, so getting haircutting is not a big deal. Because even if the Meshach is suddenly rebuilt, what happens? You run to the barber, get a haircut, and it takes a while you smell. That's not the after the night important, so wine shouldn't be a big deal either. Why? What happens if the Kohen drank a little bit too much? And yeah, what does he need to do? Just take a nap. Take a nap, you'll be fine. Good to go. Once the Amr Rafa Derech Novishu Koshu, you're going to say, yeah, I'm walking and apparently a little bit of a nap. Take away the effects of alcohol. We said about this. When does a short nap take effect of alcohol? You all drank a little bit. You also with the reviews. Pushing the gas for doesn't you finish on alcohol. When you drink more than the reviews, actually sleep, you amplify the effects of that. The Rashi says, here's the difference. So drinking wine, right, or doing avoda under the influence, which undermines the effectiveness of the avoda. That's when the Rabbanan said, even if you don't can't drink wine. The Ruay don't show him off the avoda, doesn't the Rabbanan. So apparently, as much as it was good to do, if he hasn't made a judgment in the last 30 days, it does not undermine the effectiveness of the avoda. Basically, what's the infection? Illustrating, so these studies are Hanisa, the Ruay is stealing. It says that the Kohen does the avoda without properly cut hair under the influence. I use so science when it comes to don't drink wine when you have avoda in order that you won't die. But how do I know that a Kohen does the avoda without being properly groomed is hiding? So the iskish yain leprerosh. Comparison between wine and haircut. Sid, the Rosh Bali dare, copiano Bali challenge, sai, jaj, no liszki, super masz Melissa, Rosh Melissa, and just like again, the coin does the abode while under the influence is tightening. The source when it does it without personal being, right? Without having this haircut, it's also tightening so reversing this Nashti, and just like if he goes ahead and does the abode while under the influence, it undermines the abode. I don't know, endowed the abode. Actually, Rosh, the Machli abode. So to again, if he does the abode without his haircut, so that is the this is kasha. Right, that's a kasha. Over here, the whether that hair cutting and one is the same thing. The failure to go ahead and adhere to either of these scriptures undermines the effectiveness of the hair. Hi, I've lost the festo man. So by the way, up until so what's interesting about this? It's this whole haircut thing. It's coming from the festo. So obviously, the festo didn't invent you halachas. So this must have been a halacha before you passed us said it. Where did we know this halacha from? Well, Tame, according to that same logic, Adam Amrat of Pista, Davers and the Taurus Moshe Rabbeinu Lo Damanu, Ad Sheba Yecheskel B'Ledu, Told Ben Mechar Orale for Allah Basar or Yavel Mitzvah B'Shar City. So remember again, it's not a process in Yecheskel. Yecheskel says any coin that doesn't have a bris can't come and go ahead and do the avodah. Yecheskel says it, I grew up by Yecheskel man Amra. Before Yecheskel came along, how do we know? How do we know? Because he was Khaled Barak D'Milah. What's Yecheskel Basma Klatra? What was Halacha Moshe Yisrael? And again, Halacha Moshe Yisrael, then Yecheskel was the one who codified it in the person. Achinami, Barak D'Milah, Ba'as Yecheskel Basma Klatra. So to again, when it comes to hair cutting, this is a halacha Moshe Yisrael. When a kohen has to have a haircut once, for a regular kohen, has to have a haircut once every 30 days. Halacha Moshe Yisrael. And Yecheskel was the one who put it to a pasuk. So the Gemara says, if he come here, I have all the world. My sus, try to sum what does it mean when it says, essentially again, still like a hair cutting again? If the kohen is supposed to have cut his hair, what does that mean? Hana, come in to sporus lulinus. Now, what kind of haircut are we talking about? The kohen is supposed to get like a lulinus haircut. What's a lulinus haircut? Not sporus lulinus. I'm not even over shul. The sporus is dark. Very unique type of haircut that the kohen is supposed to get. Hey, what does it look like? From the Rashi, Rosh Hashanah, besides Rosh Hashanah, it means the hair is lined up exactly. That will be again the tip of one hair reaches the base of the other hair. That's how that haircut looks. Says Shalo is ready. Easy to start something. So they asked Rebbe, what is the unique haircut? On the other hand, Su'uru is for Ben Elisha. Go and look at my son's haircut. So like Rebbe Solo was my son's haircut. He has the right kind of haircut. One out kind of Rebbe. It's not kind of Rebbe Omer. More, he was in Elisha. So apparently Ben Elisha spends a lot of money on these haircuts. And he doesn't like a super truck stuff. He does like that. Like, this is like salon quality. Right? Why did Ben Elisha go with Ben Elisha spend so much money on his haircut? So apparently he did it to show what the haircut of the Kohen Gadol was. That was he spent his money on that, and therefore Rebbe said haircut. So let's say Shabbat and what comes out of your reports. This is the Pestel saying
Night move.
Can't go ahead and do the
Night move. Back.
He also can't do the avodah if he doesn't have the proper haircut.
I hate you, figure, baby.
We understand that the avodah under the influence of is down. Because the avodah without proper haircut, if you're in the proper haircut guidelines, does that undermine the avodah or not? So for that we see that on the next paragraph.
No one's gonna.
Right? So remember to Rebbe, according to the point to Rabbanon, a Kohen even today can't drink wine, right? Because that's the Gemara Rush. Because according to Rabbanon, he thinks Hamikdash could be rebuilt suddenly, and you need Kohen's drinking, so the way it's ready for service. Rebbe says, again, Lashon of Rabbi, but a possibility that they're going to be rebuilt suddenly. So the Rabbanon, Kohen says it's going to be rebuilt suddenly. Rebbe, not Kohen is just going to be rebuilt suddenly. It was such a mind-blowing machlokes. They will say, so who's right? So clearly, Kohanim drink wine today. Kohanim drink wine. Clearly, we are siding with Rebbe, right? That's interesting, the Shema Banet home, we are not concerned about the sudden rebuilding in the basin. So that sounds like a little bit of a downer. That's like, I always thought that the opposite, that's going to be rebuilt suddenly. So since there's a beautiful thing, you have to let it go on. Let's say, but what is that? The donor around goes ahead and says in Halach Mahanya, Hashana Haba, Hashana Haba, Hashana Haba, the Arab Yisrael. This year we are here. Next year we'll be there to solve it. Halach Mahanya, beautiful idea. So the last says, one, now we're here, Machar, the Arab Yisrael. Well, Hashata Abdi, this year we're slaves, Hashana Haba, next year we'll be free. What do you mean? Tomorrow we'll be free. What do you mean next year? Why next year? Why not tomorrow? The last thing is that but you believe that dramatic and overwhelming things change to be just that instantaneous. But more often than not, great things in life are a gradual process. So do I believe that today I'm here and tomorrow I'll be there to start? Absolutely, I believe it. I believe that today I'm here and today I'm there to start. I can believe all that. But this is just not usually the way that it works. The greater the change, the more gradual it is. So again, Hashatahach, and now I'm in Golis. I believe that by next year I'll be there to start. This year maybe I'm mistaken for something. Next year I'll be there again. Because the change will be continuous, absolute. And
What happens to
so
the other one?
it's just like probable. The probability is the greater the change, the more gradual it's going to have to be. And I want to say, it shows the people. That's why Halacha l'maisa and Hashkafa l'maisa, we accept Rebbe's position. I believe in rebuilding of the Beis Hamikdash, but I don't necessarily believe, or we don't necessarily take the approach that it's going to be pit of meat.
I've got to take a shit. I have to look and see how my fantasy football team did.
It's going to be football.
Didn't update my fucking squad.
You can enjoy both times. Because chances are this match is not going to be rebuilt in this moment. It can, anything can happen. Generally, the greater the change, the more gradual it's going to happen. I will say, this is so personal lives as well. All of us have things about ourselves or about our lives.
Dog, I can't believe I didn't update my fucking fantasy football team. This is the worst. I keep juicing. I eat the lunch.
The Shema Banet Pitom. Again, greater the change, the more gradual it's going to be, the more time it's going to take. Can you affect instantaneous change?
When buy markets are open.
Just
okay.
Probable.
Do you know that my fantasy football team won this week?
We believe
well, let's make sure you're not out of contention.
To give yourself as an individual as well as a people. Incredible. Hadronova, coin goes. Let's wish you a new parrot. Give him a minute to social. Salot is monetary law. Back to Sunday. Monetary law is adjudicated by these in the three. Zebar law Achav, Zebar law Achav. So we'll say the Mishnah's wording is very ambiguous and they work for the Gemara.
So literally,
Rashi says it sounds like, so let's say Reuven and Shimon have a
no, dog, 10 and 14.
Right, so what's going to happen? So now it sounds like Reuven chooses a basin for himself, and Shimon chooses a basin for himself.
Basically.
Ushneim Torin behind the oak after the red note. Sounds like again, and then they choose a third basin. That's how Rashi understands it initially. These those are myths. So ultimately, again, there are two judges. There are judges, and
we
those
need
two judges pick a third. Again, we see exactly what happened. Zep also Dino shows that. Zep also Dino shows that. So again, both Reuven and Shimon have the ability to invalidate or to refuse, really, to pass on, to refuse the judge of the it's right in there. Come say, no, what is that true? That one party can go ahead and refuse the judge of the other side. She's mentioned maybe and Raya, 12 and Opsum. So again, so let's say Shimon picks a judge. I do not picks a judge. So Reuben invalidates Shimon's judge. Shimon can invalidate Reuben's judge. That's what it says. Come say no. Anytime you can invalidate someone else's judge as well, is when halacha again, there's grounds for invalidation. Somebody's irrelevant. Somebody is
I did ask him that.
about sharing many of the post line, but it's halaisa. Again, it's otherwise bound, right? Or otherwise experts. You can't just invalidate someone for no reason. Zep also Eidov Shazeb, Zep also Eidov Shazeb. There says again, either side can invalidate the other side's witnesses. The Chum saying, no, he must say, when is that? He's mentioned maybe Alei and Raya, Shin Province Opsu. So again, one says, I'm going Machlotis. I'm saying, no. The only thing to invalidate someone else's witnesses is when there's grounds for invalidation. They're related to one of the parties or they're conflict of interest. About how you shoot them, but if they're a kosher, not on the post line. Ultimately, again, you cannot go ahead and invalidate. Incredible. All right, so now let's analyze the first part of the Mishnah. My zeb borlo echad zeb borlo echad. So what is the meaning? What is the case in the first part of the Mishnah, right? Where we say, "Kinei mamanas b'shlosh." Right? We speak about this idea that in general monetary law is 3, and then again it says zeb borlo echad zeb borlo. What does this mean? So the Gemara says, so zeb borlo echad zeb borlo echad. It's lots of such. So again, if we go with the Hanani definition, says Reuven choose Bezdin, and Shimon choose the Bezdin, and somehow those two but they didn't Bezdin. Let's understand. All you need is one. All you need is 2 people. Why are we getting a whole million of people involved in this? How do you say? Shishazelo Bezdin Echad, Zeb Bezdin Echad, Shnein Borim Lo Lahen Od Echad. So it sounds like it's like this. So I'll say, so not only do Reuben have a dispute about whatever the matter is, but what? They also have a dispute about which Bezdin. So Reuben could choose his Bezdin, and Shimon could choose his Bezdin. And together, those two Batei things could choose the third Bezdin. Okay. So is that your book? So now, what it sounds like is either party has a right to refuse the Bezdin of the other side. So let's say Reuben and Shimon $10,000. Now there's a loan dispute. Is it true then that Shimon the borrower has a right to object to the Bezdin of the lender? So the verse of Amr Belazar, Loshon Elam Malva. About Loshon done be evil. So saying the right to object only the lender, but a borrower in general says this has to be the idea that points out that the borrower is always considered to be the whim of the lender. The halacha is the lender that's what the borrower is. Yochanan Bar Kosher B'Suya Shem. Now what are we talking about here? We're talking about the courts of Syria. So apparently, Rashi points out over here Bar Kosher B'Suya Shem Ohayu B'Kin B'Din Torah Hilchot Afilu Lo V'Matzmaki. So apparently, the courts of Syria in Bavel were notorious, unfortunately, for not really being so erudite. Right? They weren't such experts. So therefore, again, if you were called to a court in Syria, you have the right to object to say or to request a change of venue. I don't really want to agree with you in case over here. This is not the place for education. In that kind of case, even the power to object. So we'll say what it sounds like. What it sounds like is if the borrower is summoned to a court of experts, he would not be permitted to object to it, or you would not be permitted to request the change of venue. Now, Papa says no. Even if the borrower was called to a basin of motion, again, the borrower but I just want to just it's not hilarious. So remember the Chum say you have to same first case. She's a third piece out of based in based in Boston, the Pasti, Oslo, Barlow, who they did here's the problem. The problem is, let's play this out. Right? So Ruben chooses a base. Shimon chooses a base. Shimon says, Ruben, I don't want your base. Ruben says, Shimon, I don't want your base. And now, so the two validated bucket didn't go and choose a third. It doesn't make any sense. ועוד, nice זה בור לו אחד וזה בור לו אחד. אלא, what it means to say, here we go. כשזה בור לו דיין אחד, וזה בור לו דיין אחד.
Now
שניהם
we
בורים
got
להם.
fucking his chanting. Dog dick so long.
No. But the way the process is, in general, if we're going to choose the base, then that is the best.
And then I guess now we're going to get us 1-0, 2-0, 3-0, 4-0, 4-1, 5-1, 5-2, 5-3, 5-4, 5-5, 6-5, 7-5, 8-5, 8-6, 9-6, 9-7, 9-8, 9-9, 9-10,
So match not
10-11,
I'm my rubbish and rubbish. She said, Borlo dying now. God, she said,
10-12,
Borlo dying now.
10-13,
We stand
10-14.
foreign law oath. Yotza.
Fuck.
This is a good way to ensure that the matter is adjudicated properly. Judge feels they have a voice, right? Because really got to choose one judge. Shimon got to choose
4-5-2,
everyone has a
5-3,
voice in this. Third, Yotza is everyone is
7-6,
confident in this type of
8-7,
Okay,
8-8,
well,
9-8, 10-8, 11-8, 12-8, 12-9,
this is
12-10,
like the ideal way.
13-10,
Like the ideal way is you look,
13-11,
parties agree on the base.
13-12.
It's not a situation where parties don't agree on the base.
I'll take it.
So everybody gets to choose a judge. Each party
And
gets
that
to
would
choose
be
one judge. And those two
anything.
choose a third. Fine. So from the conversation, let me name up Rav Yehuda Rav. What is Rav Yehuda? Zamar Rav Yehuda Rav. Eina even chosim al ashkar, ela into yodin mi chosim imat. Which means the name of Rav. In general, witnesses only sign on a document if they know the other, in other words, one witness will only sign if he knows who else is signing on this document. Rabbi Meir, less late Rabbi Yehuda. So Rabbi Meir does not subscribe to Rabbi Yehuda's position. And therefore, Rabbi Meir says that halacha that each party can validate these witnesses because he said who else was signing. So the Gemara says, on the other hand, Amarav Rabbana is Rabbi Yehuda. Amarav. But that says that Rabbana hold the name of Rabbana. Well, it's really Alma Islam Rabbi Yehuda Amarav. No, but in general, everyone agrees Rabbi Yehuda. In other words, witnesses never sign unless they know who's signing on the document, which makes sense. The Gemara says, so Amarav, that's how they, I'm sorry, Kuli Alma Islam Rabbi Yehuda Amarav, the Das Hadayonin and also ultimately again require the Das Hadayonin when signing. Where's my phone? The Das Baligin. Do you require the Das of the litigants when signing? Take a look. Fine. So much of near stuff are Das Baligin and I Near holds that you also require the Das Rabbanan Sabi Das Habagina Das Baligin Lobai. Rabbanan holds that you need Das. The judges don't say the Das in litigants themselves. So for that side, I'm going to do them around. And Edim Hosmin Alashai, and I'm Yahi. Half a unique Shine also. So it's interesting what we're watching of Nikia Das. So Nikia Das means those of pure intent. So those are line Osin, Lohayu Hosmin Alashai, Ella Inkin Yodin, Ni Hosim Mine. So they would never sign on the document unless, of course, they knew who else was signing on the document with them. They would not be part of the basin unless, of course, they knew who else was part of the basin with them. They were not participating in a meal unless, of course, they knew who else was participating. I was about to say, it's actually something quite beautiful over here. So what made them the Shia Hadas? They understood that who you keep company with has a fundamental impact on the person you become. So therefore, they wouldn't even like working backwards. They're not going to sit at a seudah unless, of course, they know everyone else who's coming. I'm not coming unless I know the rest of the inviters. Why? Because who you break bread with has an have to agree with you all. Furthermore, they wouldn't sit on a base deal, right? Unless, of course, they knew who else. They would have signed on a dotted, of course, they knew who else. Because who you keep company with on any level has a fundamental impact on incredible. So you must have wholesale diagnosis. So again, so my focus in which no, right? What the mayor said, each party the judge of the other side, and the Chum said no. Right? Then you can validate the judge's word. These possible judges, if you have grounds, he's conflict of interest, he's a relative. So you must have wholesale diagnosis. So it could be saying this each side had people and validate judges on the other side.
That's what players are push.
About mumkin law. So again, so now Rabbi Yochanan says,
I know they play a lot, but
apparently, again, unfortunately, Syrian courts have a very bad reputation. I think they weren't necessarily well versed. Syrian courts, you couldn't validate the judges, but if it was a group of experts, again, validate based on actual ground. Where it says, about mumkin law. How many can you say that? How many can you say? What is that? He's mentioning
you know how many minutes Will Chamberlain played in like 1967, and you'd be like, oh, he was playing against counters. And I would say, he's still averaged more than the amount of minutes. Like, he literally played because of overtime, like more minutes than you can average in a season. What more do you want, man? You can't even start your 23rd season or whatever. You suck. Really? Doug, I've never watched a single ever. You've never watched no, I've never watched LeBron James. I've seen every fucking highlight you've ever had, but to actually watch you play basketball, the NBA sucks. But in the 90s, the NBA was tough. Did you ever go any place? Yeah. Did you always watch NBA?
What does it mean to work? It needs to be an expert who is accepted by the general public. Accepted the idea that sometimes are not going to have the greatest experts in the world. But as long as this goes by the general public, invested with expert-like status. So as long as you have judges who are generally accepted by something to come in the world, but they're accepted by everyone. Halacha l'maisa, they had the status of experts. If you validate this, you show that either they're right or they're just active conflict of interest. I have everybody says this. The old Polish actually based in
this team is fucked.
you can invalidate
Everybody on it is out.
They are proper individuals. The status of experts and only validated based on specific grounds. I the heart eaten to mumkin. Sexual is also considered to be like mumkin. Bamra and Mayor. Zep also
These players,
in general,
NBA needs to do something about how often these players get hurt. Like, I should have a whole fantasy team that's all fucking players out. Nobody wants to watch this shit. Day to day.
What can you invalidate?
Why?
A single witness.
His finger hurt. Okay. My finger hurts. You don't see me stopping the stream.
One witness in 8 do anything by
Does it? Yeah, this one.
And if it's for
Dude, what do you think of Adam Silver? He sucks. He's the worst commissioner I've ever known in a sport. He is so dog shit. It's unbelievable. Why? What is this fucking stupid mid-season tournament? It sucks. I know it's going to be called the Stern Tournament. It's the worst. It's like, and then he had the, dude, I thought he was the worst when he did that bubble with Mickey Mouse Championship. After that, like, that was the dumbest shit. Actually, that guy's the worst. Terrible. He was in there for like 2 weeks.
That they agree to accept Ruben's father, he's allowed to serve as a judge. If they decide to appoint a, right, and it's a basic of
maybe the best. Have a bug suit.
Agree to accept
really?
Then it's agreed. America lots of America says ever again.
Brewers sucks. Never met a single Milwaukee Brewers fan in my entire life. A name. I'll tell you if I've ever met somebody who's like, who's been a fan of this. Ever. See, one Wednesday, he's a partner there. I met him once. He's the only Seattle fan I've ever met. Okay, I'm a San Francisco fan. Now, Oakland.
The father was accepted.
No, I do like LA Chargers fans. LA never Oakland. I guess, okay, count it, yeah, I've known it. Really? Power. Alright.
What you're saying is, any legal proceedings, parties agree to accept.
No, I've never met a Rams like
normally it would not.
Nope.
Right? So you can
Charge same. Yoshi's an
an
English Chargers fan. Absolutely not. No one is a Cardinals fan. Cowboys fan. Yeah. Denver. Yeah.
You can't see that why. You should His father as a judge.
Nope.
That's the reason why his father is for a judge.
Nope.
Generally not in his case. Why?
What about
parties? Right, but in the judge would be believed about they trade the envelope.
Dallas fan. Yeah.
Again, general saying one would have a credible. Like one would.
Okay, have you ever met a Packers fan? What about a Bears fan? Yep. What about the
Yeah,
yeah, Lions. Yep. Tennessee Titans. Nope. Houston Texans. Nope. Atlanta Falcons fan. Yeah.
So bottom line, take over here as a student introduced to us is the idea. So that halacha, and this is fascinating. That in the abstract, there are certain things that work in legal proceedings, right? So judge has to look
Carolina Panthers fan.
testimony.
Florida, I guess.
If the parties agree to accept different standard of a Jew,
Right.
so if the parties we agree to allow his father to serve out of our dayanim works. We agree to accept the testimony of one witness. Works. It works. Why? Both parties are committing to it. The shaila is after you agree to that process, can you back out? Can you say no? I no longer accept his father as his judge. I no longer accept testimony about that's the mayor and the mayor says yes. Yes.
No.
Because since you agree to compromise the judicial process,
Giants
you
fan.
have the right to go. The come say no. In the process, you can't get out. We'll say, by the way, I'm not focused as well in terms of like, how do you view life commitments? Do you view your life commitments as
Pittsburgh fan. Yep.
none, or are they negotiable?
Me from Baltimore Ravens.
You can get off. You can that. Come see the process. See it as the fundamental as well. All right, so let's go back to it. How big you
Cincinnati Bengals fan. A guy on Twitter once. All right. Have you ever met
So he was talking about a case of a judge, and Steve was talking about a case of witnesses. So apparently the cases are all called case specific. However, laws are involved rule the act on the
another
post.
TV judge.
What are you
I
talking
think I
about?
got it.
Again, one of
I
the
keep it
litigants
juicy,
is not
juicy.
going to validate them. So you might say, how can you believe?
How about
How can one of the litigants ultimately come along and invalidate one of the witnesses? I will say again, that should be a conflict of interest. Right? So if you're a party to the game and that Shimons bring witnesses, and now Ruben and another witness come to invalidate Shimons at work, how could Ruben be believed to discredit some of Shimons witnesses? Ruben is considered a conflict of interest because he wasn't for the case. There's no Rachel Davida, Shekara Allah Pure. Some cases where the witness in question already had, there was some cloud of, there was some objection, some other objection.
Hey, he's got lunch. I don't even know what that means. No one knows what that is. We went to Shamaka.
Even if you guys release some,
Did they name all the teams?
Was accused of being and told him saying that they do so. Ella Pure to the damage. So what's the issue?
Really?
The idea is that the witness that she
Yeah, okay, now the baseball. Have you ever gone to Red Knox? Yep.
So the
How
mayor
about,
says,
oh, Yankees, yeah.
Oh,
the Mets one, yep.
so the mayor holds,
Have you ever met an Orioles fan?
he's actually testifying about his
Elaine
case.
in that one episode. Phillies fan, yep.
Well, it's true that really one of the litigants is testifying to a geological issue. Technically speaking, a geological issue is not really part of the current case, which Ruben is a litigant, but nevertheless, the impact of the testimony has an impact on the case in which Ruben is a litigant. And therefore, that's called
Maybe. Okay, yeah, I have met a Bengals fan.
I'll review.
What about
The mayor says, the mayor says, take a look at that for just a moment. Take a look at that. But my heart is shaking. It's like this.
trade? Yeah,
Just before we go on,
Miami,
just to understand what we're going
whatever.
just to understand what's happening.
No one
First of all, we've clarified the
People
first
report on
definition. I clarified. Now, what does it mean when it says
Yeah, actually, no.
Zeb Barlow Akam?
Did somebody else have an office? Did I not pick these teams this week?
So what's the process? What's the process? You then chooses a judge. Shimon chooses a judge, and then
No.
what? Those two choose a third. Choose a third. And again, you must like that because everyone feels hurt. Everyone feels that they have someone on their team. And that's like the major for that the judgment comes out. So that's the first. Now we're reminding the following discussion. Reminding the following is that because Cohen and Rabbi Meir about whether do the parties over each other's witnesses or each other's judges. So we clarified the second part also. When can you invalidate a judge? When can you invalidate a judge? Only if you could prove that either he's really puzzled, or what does really puzzle mean? He's a relative, he's a gambler, whatever, some or right, yeah, or he's related, or he's related to one of the parties. Right? But if you have a judge that has been accepted by the general population as a judge, even though he's not the greatest Hamkah, that endows him with mumcha status, with expert status, and therefore cannot be invalidated.
No.
Now we're trying to figure out under what circumstances can you invalidate the witnesses of the other side. So that's what we're trying to figure out.
Right.
So how could we invalidate Shim's witnesses, and how could Shim invalidate Ruben's witnesses? That's what we're trying to figure out. Okay, so now back to our guess what my focus is and my focus is if he says, wait, what's my focus? Look at that. Not shaky David, Sean Baldwin, Bishanu, yes, the shaky David, no. The case over here is where, watch this. Ruben comes along, Ruben says, I have two sets of witnesses to support my cause. You know what I'm saying? Now one, two sets of witnesses. Ruben coming to make sure that I have two witnesses to support my cause. Now watch this. Right, the government says, say, show about the shaky David, but זה היבי קרקושו, ואמרת המובה, ואחר ואמר פסולים, דהן שלף נוגע איבסו, שרי אמר אישו קת אחרס. ביקש ולא מצא, now whatever. Ruben brings his first set. And Shimon says, oh no, that first set, they're invalid. They're invalid. So I said, now what ends up happening? Now what ends up happening is Shimon is unable to go ahead and bring his second set. So now look at the Gemara as well. The other section actually will say, you know what, stop over for today. We'll pick up. We rushed enough. Right, we'll pick up in Red Hashem with this case. I know, sorry about the case. We'll say, just what they said, we're picking up tomorrow, trying to figure out under what circumstances could one party validate the witnesses of the other parties. After all, that type of invalidation always seems to be that the validating right that's going to validate is going to be no gets this conflict of interest. Because obviously, Reuven is going to try to validate Shimon's witnesses. Why? Because he doesn't want Shimon to have witnesses. So doesn't that create a conflict of interest? Trying to figure out a case where Halom Isa, one litigant can invalidate
any other teams
without being a conflict of interest, and that should be continued tomorrow.
No, maybe no. Expos fan, no. Blue Jays fan. In real life, it's a little. What are we doing? I don't count these people as your friend. Hockey doesn't count. Football, we did baseball, we did basketball. Dude, nobody's fans of anything. I know Lakers fans, Celtics fans, one Clipper fan, maybe. Or whatever that guy's name is, Clipper, whatever. And Golden State fan? No.
All right, Joe, good morning. Let us begin
Phoenix Suns fan?
our responses for this morning.
Nope.
Our
Never had a discussion about it. I'm not naming all the teams. Bucks fan, no. Timberwolves fan, no. Nuggets fan, no. Pacers fan, no. You never met a Pacers fan? No. You've never met a no. Bulls fans, yeah. Pistons, yeah. Detroit basketball. I don't have a basketball team. Yeah. What are they? Yeah, I have it.
Two dots on the page because the
all right.
Next
fan.
The first thing that kid has to do.
Nets fan.
He has to go ahead and write a sacred code. So it's not a shalab also. So the says what's important to understand over here is the king has obligation to write his own Torah, and he cannot connect himself with the simple Torah that he has from his father. Let's say his father is a king and his father is a king. He has this from his father. He says, I have that Yerusha. That should be enough.
Charlotte fan? Absolutely not. Like, no, there's no people live in Charlotte. Whenever anybody from White Chips can team, that team's dog shit. Pelicans, go fuck yourself. That's not even a question. No one's a Pelicans fan. If you're a Pelicans fan, you just get outside and beat them to death. Really? No, but you deserve to just have a stern talk to and be like, dog, that team sucks. Cop. Hawks fan? Maybe. Heat fan?
What
else? Grizzlies fan? No. Raptors fan? No.
Beyond our scope for this morning. But the idea is that every person has their own right to their own sacred Torah.
I've known people from Dallas but never anybody even talks about Rockets fan. No.
Here's the problem. The problem is, it's celebrated that it's doing by the king
What else?
and not by others. It's like the Torah is a custom law sacred Torah Shmo. The king should
It's everything.
and again, the drush is you should not
Anything else?
someone else's Torah.
Yes,
You gotta write
any-
its own. Like the obligation to write the one's own Sefer Torah is dafka din by the king and other people.
Nope.
You
never done it by the Torah.
The king has an obligation to write two Torahs.
About
Two Torahs. This is the cost of law is Mishnah. Constantly the Shmo Shtei Torahs. He has an obligation to write two Shtei Torah. After she gets up,
you know what? Now I think about it. Maybe America said maybe Seattle. Maybe.
and one that it is in his treasure. It's actually a very big two pieces. One Torah that goes with him, and one Torah that
All right.
remains in his treasure. It's actually almost like
Anything else? Anybody else?
Where you keep that the most valuable to you. So what does the keep in his
Portland
treasure?
Trailblazers?
That's what I'm gonna say. Let's say the Torah.
No,
So let's say
no
the
good.
Torah. She makes something less as you know. He's talking about everywhere he goes. Also,
Is that all the
the Torah was low. Keeps it like an amulet. In other words, he makes it very, very small. So that you know, again, you can wear it.
Anybody?
Shivisi Hashem, when they keep Tommy, he will Baal Elot.
Back.
I
Feel like I'm missing something. You did have. I've only had this discussion with people about hacking.
Obviously, you can't wear the Torah on your way to the bathhouse. Which indicates to us he only wears it.
Never said that. I don't even know if that's a team.
Where you can't read it. At the bathhouse, he won't take it. Otherwise, which are being sure not of the
All right, any baseball team you're missing? Football team.
Is a particular type of script that we use today. Script that we say so again, originally I was given
Baseball.
I was not college. What we call Lashon Kodesh. Because of Nicola and Nicola, so apparently baseball,
Alright, so are you done with your stupid geography lesson? Back.
So in the case of Ezra, Torah was, so to speak, regiven. It was a new acceptance.
Maybe you can see it from
was Ashur's script and Lashon Arami and Aramaic.
More choices for relevant ads.
Nobody
wants that.
Which was the script used by Ezra, and also
There are no other teams. Listen, folks.
You don't want to also check in the community. This is a script or made up of very large letters that you'll often find in so you also say about Ezra, Shetilas and Torah. So Ezra is so great that technically Torah could have been given through him. A knowledge kid Moshe had it not been that Moshe before Ezra. So Moshe says, Moshe Allah
think of one more team you didn't name. Name them all. Really?
So he uses the simulation of idea of ascension by both of these names. So just like the idea said by Moshe being a
Well, Sacramento
representative
Kings are better than everybody that weekend.
so to the idea
Bingo.
by Ezra
Is that the end of
is
your
also
story? Sacramento Kings. Terrible sports marketing.
כי עזרא הכין לדרוש את תורת השם אלוקיו ולעשות ולמען ישראל חוק ומשפט. So again, you see this very similar wording for Ezra and by Moshe to highlight this idea that Ezra really had it. He was on the same level as Moshe. He had Ezra. Lived before Moshe, lived in Ezra.
Name another team you didn't name.
Mishtana Ayado. Mishtana that 7. Ezra didn't merit to be non-Torah. Yet Ezra merited to effect certain changes in Torah, specifically again the writing, right before and again it was. It makes and changes to Shemai. What's that couple of 22a? The Ksav Hanjavu Ksav Ha'aramis in the Torah Aramis. See it because it says Lukas V'Nikra Shalom Ha'odolama. Because of this Mishnah Torah Hazos Ksav Ha'roi Lishtanos. Okay, so it says so some dramatic change occurred under Ezra, and you get this switch from Ksav Ibris to Ksav Ashuris. Lamanikra Ashuris. By the way, why is it called Ksav Ashuris? Because it came back with the people from Assyria, from Babylon. Tanya Rabbi says, originally, Torah was in fact given a Ksav Ashur. So we have what happened.
Is there a basketball team?
No, they got the King Splinter. The King Splinter.
Orlando Magic. There you go. Have you ever known anybody being Orlando Magic?
The last thing
Charlotte Hornets. And the Bobcats and the Hornets. Whatever. Maybe if you had Regis Johnson, big llama.
During the days of the first nation as a result of our sin.
Alright, so Orlando, you didn't have that one. I know.
So then the script returns.
Anybody else?
Why is it called Ashuris? It's a very beautiful type of script. Journalism was the first white line.
Kansas City Royals. No one is a Royals fan. You're right, you didn't even have one. That was tight. Glad you got that one.
The script that we had has not changed.
Anything else?
This is talking about the hook of
What's the team you didn't name?
Just like the clothes of the Mishkan never changed.
Oh, the Saints. Have you ever known a Saints fan?
The hooks that the curtains attached to. So he was using button to mean the letters.
Really?
It was getting changed.
No.
So the button getting changed as well.
Okay,
just like the language of the Jews didn't change.
Yep. You bet your
$1
on it.
did not change as well. As Mishnah HaTorah Hazos. I saw Mishnah HaTorah. This word is circle back. Mishnah doesn't refer to a shear, changing Torah, i.e. changes. Rather, it refers to Torahs of the king. After Shiyotzer is Nesimo, Ba'achas Shemikasoma basically as well. The king writes not one Torah, but rather two Torahs goes and comes with him, and the second Torah which removes. Also, Shiyotzer, the Knesset Imo, also Kinukino. The Torah is Rosh Hashanah, Shivisi Hashem Alinei Yisrael. And the one that remains in his treasure house, that's what it is. The one that goes and comes with him, gets written in annual form. And the folks that know they can take it with him.
Alright,
Wherever
do
he
the
goes,
cities.
as the Apostle says,
Alright,
has shown up
Washington
before me
State,
at all
there.
times. So
Seattle.
But the other opinion we grant you
Utah,
the Torah for the talking about the
Mariners.
changing of the script. How
They used to
should
have
we see
super sons. They need them
then
again.
how does he
That's not, that's it. We're just doing those two. Okay, the state of Oregon. There's
Portland
Trailblazers and that's Portland has a shitload.
right opposite.
King,
So again, two different ideas.
Golden State Warriors,
So really, so very beautiful. So one of the things that should be
Lakers,
personal tone.
Clippers. Alright, then there's the Angels and the Dodgers and the and the Giants and then the
It's interesting. The application is different, but the concept is the same.
Niners,
Talking to the king or talking to the individual, the idea is
Chargers,
this concept is what the Balatanya brings down. At the
Rams.
beginning of time, the first
We're doing the city now. Whatever.
everything is
Vegas
about
has
God.
the A's, the Raiders, no best. Arizona has Cardinals, Diamondbacks, suck.
You can't compare a person who realizes that you're living under the watchful eye to a person
Denver Nuggets,
who's got awareness,
Broncos,
changes and shifts.
Kansas City Chiefs,
Royals says that the spirit never changes.
St. Louis Cardinals,
And the reason
Celtics,
what does he do with
Cowboys,
Dallas
Mavericks,
So he must be very I'm
Texas
not
A&M,
checked alone. So much like
Houston,
so this is referring to
Houston,
the sort of shots. This is so much seconds in jail. Like shots was one of his teams.
San
He
Antonio.
thought that he would like the prophecy that the Jews would be
Anything
exiled for
else?
70 years. And after that would be he miscounted the years.
Really?
The 7 years had elapsed, and he
Oh,
departed.
they,
The Jews would agree. And that part, what did he do? The beautiful Agartha would get away with the pencils of the Selecta. And he used them in his own personal party,
Twins,
celebrating almost like a theological
Vikings,
conquest dramatic episode of like
Packers,
literally writing on the wall, writing on the wall, some Iraqis writing on the wall that indicated that Belshazzar was going to experience a so the Gemara says, so he refers to that story. So in the story of Belshazzar, the message of Belshazzar
oh yeah, you didn't say
was
Brown.
not really
Maybe.
not value. Not sure, so it means like short. My part is also mana,
It's
Taka
better.
in Farsi, Shabbat Shalom. Mana means this was the best issue of Shamsa.
Steelers,
Calculated your rain
no.
to end.
Phillies,
Tokyo,
oh,
that killed
Sixers,
the Nazarene,
you
that's
did
not
ours.
Farsi. That is really the scale.
And
You turned out to be deficient.
Phillies,
Hardy says,
Phillies,
the Apollo, the Mardari Paras,
New
kingdom
Jersey,
has come to an end, and
New York,
he's going to be given over to Persia and to Europe.
Yankees,
Shmuel says, you not feed our Lord. This is how the message is written. And you know, Anam, Lakas, Nisrafu, Rashel, Nama, Kato, Pasim. So again, these are all different ways in which the message to our is literally written on the wall. And each one serves as a reminder for some type of message of the now let's say, so just to two toilets. One toilet that is small enough to go wherever he goes.
Orioles,
And the other is a simple toilet, but it's
Commanders,
treachery. So symbolizing this idea. She Hashem and I get a feeling that they have to take times and one sentence in church highlighting the idea that the most important possession excuse me, of the year and each year there's many different things. This is willingness, so beautiful. The Torah being your most important possession is the reason you know this. Everything else you acquire in this world you enjoy for however many years you have in this world. But once you leave this world, those possessions no longer come with. Conversely, the Torah that you acquired, the willingness that you acquired, that is yours for all eternity. It's yours. You start to part with that possession. Look at what Mishnah. Hey, look what else you saw. The Yoshua Kiso. Was another halach that's pertinent to a king. You cannot ride on the king's horse. You cannot sit on the king's throne, and you cannot utilize his scepter. And listen, this is all referring to common people. Right? This doesn't refer to other kings, because everybody seems a little bit like you have David the king, and then David dies, and so Shlomo can use the scepter, right? Shlomo can sit on the throne. The idea is this is the halach for driving counters vis-a-vis the king. So common, I can't sit on the king's horse. I can't sit on the king's throne. I can't use his scepter. But in Roman it's interesting. You cannot see the king when he's getting a haircut. The location are always unclothed. The location makes some haircuts. You can't go to the shit, see the king in that house. Like, you're not missing anybody. So I would say this is all interesting. All parts of the motif are one has that reverence. So part of that is weight, but it's almost like you can split it up into three categories. Like activities, active things you have to do for the king, things that you are not allowed to do for the king, and the king things that anyway they diminish and represent the king. So you can't do that. Can't be the king's cups, no one's allowed to. Okay, so I'm not going to
But I knew everything up
until oh, this is the end of the actually have to talk about
okay, name NFC South.
So they hired for him. They
I'm not good at these anymore. I used to do. East is the easiest for me.
So the Gemara says,
Commander,
So
Cowboy,
the Gemara says, Avishag Mutaris Shlomo, that's Radolia. So Avishag technically would have been to marry David's son, but she would not have been married to Adoniah ben Chagis. Now, Adoniah ben Chagis was also David. Right? Adoniah ben Chagis was so much 50 years ago. He was the individual who claimed the throne for his dying. David explicitly appointed successor. At the end of the story, he does. He's not explicitly appointed a successor. So because of that, Adoniah ben Chagis, because it is necessarily more he says underrated.
oh, and Giant.
Underrated. So what we hear, so obviously, the Bible says explicitly no Shlomo is going to reign. So technically speaking, Shlomo would have been permitted to marry Abishai, but Adoniah would not. Why not? The Gemara says, Shlomo because again, it's interesting that the Gemara compares Abishai to the scepter of the king, right? The scepter, so that was utilized by the king. So she was sort of utilized by the king. Therefore, he gave it to marry her had he wanted to. So the Gemara says, so Adoniah the head. So the Gemara says, but she would Adoniah because Adoniah ben Chagis of a commoner. He was the same king in the status of a commoner. So the Gemara says, Abishai, what exactly was Abishai's role in David HaMelech's life? King is that a thing? So again, is that a thing? NFC West she was in attendance. Now, what's interesting is, even though she was in attendance, right, the Navi goes, I never say to highlight that she was right. So why they need to highlight her beauty if she's just in attendance and that she didn't the Amar? means Saban.
That was
So
when I
Abishai
started.
wanted to marry David.
Okay.
He wanted to be one of his wives. Amrullah,
And
Asirashi.
NXT
So I'm sorry, I can't. And I say, all the cities come together. Why not? David says, I have reached the limit of 18 wives. I can't marry that he's ready. So it's actually fascinating. Amrullah, so Abishai wasn't buying it. She thought it was just says then, Chasila Megamba Nafsho. When the thief has nothing to steal, he portrays himself as a pious man. Like, so when the thief's not stealing, there's nothing left to steal. So if he's a tzaddik, he's not stealing. So what she was saying is, you're too old to consummate marriage. That's why I don't just say it for what it is. You would marry me, but you're too old. So what happened? So the Gemara says, Amaru, Kim Sheva. He's just reading out. He says, oh yeah? I say, call him Batsheva. Batsheva was his wife. Okay? Batsheva Batsheva Amar Yehuda Amar Osa Shav, Kimcha Batsheva B'Shlosh Esrei Machos. Again, you read multiple acts of relations with Batsheva to show, I don't know about it, I'm sorry, to show that this was not an issue of his virility. He was fine. It wasn't an issue. It wasn't an issue. Again, you're 18 wives. You couldn't marry anyone else. Come a cushion divorce. So it's explicitly what's the itself? Divorce one of the other wives and marry Yishat Hashunamis. Again, on both sides. So just to be clear, it's not the Pshat that David was close with all of these 18 women, right? So again, just go ahead and divorce one of them and marry Yishat Hashunamis. And what do you see from here? Yeah, I didn't think very stuff. What do you see from here? You see from here how difficult divorce is. In the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Both Re'ei Kama Kasha Gerish, Shahar Dar Melech, Yitzuru Yachid, Yitzuru Legarish. David Melech, they permitted Yichud. Right? Remember, we just saw in yesterday's daf, after the episode with Tamar, so they went in and permitted Yichud. So for David Melech, Yichud was permitted because he was alone. After all, there was Abishai Shulam, she was not his wife. Even though she was a single woman. And it makes being said part of repair people. Nevertheless, again, you're permitting equal rather than having to divorce his wife. You see from here, you see how serious divorce is in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So very profound level says as follows: I think in Judea, Moses I love the most. Very, very Roman Gemara. When a man divorces his first wife, even in Judea, wise tears from Shinar, the Zosh Tashi Sus Dima, and Zbach Hashem Besliva Anaka, Main of Honos El Amikabla, Kahas Zokan, Baxit, Dem Amma, Akiasha, Haydeneho Ben Inches Nila, Atab Bagarataba, the Kavirasta, the Inches Bisaha. So what's interesting. Here, the juxtaposition of the psukim indicates that why is crying? Because ultimately you have rebelled against the rights of your youth, and she is your friend, and she ultimately is the wife of your covenant. So let's talk about this idea about the unique relationship between a man and his first wife, and the idea of something tragic occurring when that relationship is undone. Obviously, there are times when divorce is granted, and there are times when divorce is necessary. But the nicest point I think here is almost like a fundamental rupture, almost like a natural order. When a divorce occurs, it may be that it has to occur, that it's supposed to occur, that it's necessary to occur. But there's a traumatic upheaval that's associated with it. Sometimes you don't really know about it. Each don't show other Mesa. Okay, so he wasn't divorced for just a second, okay? Then it goes back to the existence. So says, a man's wife only does if he stole money and needed to repay it, but didn't money to repay it. So it looks like, what does one thing have to do with the other? So the Maharsha points out that there's a little bit of a nida. So it's moving the Maharsha, removing something that did not belong, and now when it's trying to give it back, he's unable to give it back. The Rebbe takes something from him as man, and in the conversation, Kochamy Kafka. Będzie as follows. If a man gives his wife, his first wife, it's as if the Beis Hamikdash destroyed in his days. The loss of a wife. The loss of a wife, the Gemara says, is like the loss of the Beis Hamikdash. Ben Adam Captain Cost has Mahma in Yahavel Tishmi Tifka, Mosa Oxy, Bad Boke, but Hamas Tishmi Ba'afosi. Even in the past, just knows the juxtaposition over here. In these two things, often in Cheskel, and Cheskel juxtaposes again the loss of his wife to the loss of the Beis Hamikdash. But the loss of one's first wife. And you know, say, the word keeps referencing the first wife. Yeah. And the spouse is traumatic. But what you see over here is over and over again pointing out about the profundity of a first marriage. Whenever a man divorces his first wife, there's a profound impact of that. A man loses his first wife, there's a profound impact. There's something about that first relationship, that is fundamentally different and just pivotal with a person's life. I'm really exaggerating. Call out the say first of all, why is it about Call out them Shemis Ishtabi Yamab. Allah Kashaf Bazo. The person loses his life. His world becomes dark. Shinema. Or Kosh Allah. The Mira Allah. The person Amin Amar Psiosa Kasro. His steps become diminished. A person almost like loses his spring in his step when he loses his spouse. Shinema. So Sade on the talking about his wisdom, means his counsel falls. There's a wisdom relation with that wife. That's the same level of wisdom. About marriage. This is the famous episode. It's more difficult, so speak for like it is this is obviously nothing difficult for all of Shalom. The idea is that finding Shiva is like a sea. Meaning what? Just like the sea went against the laws of nature. Finding Shiva goes a little bit against the laws of nature also. Now the commentaries of the Gemara itself does actually touch a shot open and there's other nothing is out good. A man and a woman is the possibility of two people fighting each other, right? And being comparable enough to build a life together in a world full of people is nearly like a statistical impossibility. It is almost as supernatural as an actual splitting of the sea. Incredible. Shanai Mar, Erekim Moshe, Yehidin Bisa, Motzi Ashirin, Motzi Asirin, because Sharos, Motzi Asirin, Ella, Motzi Asirin, Activity, because Sharos, Ella, Christine, Becky, Yeshivas. So it's like over here is that really, again, Hashem takes them to the and allows them to live in the same reference to marriage. And the Lord compares that to Motzi Asirin because Sharos brings out captives, having appropriate time reference to Yitzias Mitzrayim, like finishing Yitzias. Is that so? Is that something that's so difficult that finding the Shidduch was like a supernatural event? From Rabbi Yudah according to Yom Kol Yitzias Avlad, Bas Kol Yotzei Tzva Omer Bas Kol Yitzias. What's that going to say? Sounds like this process is preordained. 40 days before the embryo, before the child is even formed in utero, heavenly voice comes out and says, so and so is given married so. So it's like you're not preordained. There's a basketball that exactly is why it's so difficult. Why so difficult? So the Gemara says, Lokashia, Hobbies will be Hobbies will change. So this is fascinating. The basketball, the heavenly voice that says so and so is going to marry so and so, that's your first marriage. That's your marriage. I will say why begin to understand why Chazal in such profundity with a first marriage. First marriage, the idea, right? Person divorces his first wife, and his dad goes ahead and cries. The person goes ahead. Why? Because marriage is ordained. dating. I want to say that again. Can't say enough. It doesn't mean that sometimes even though those first marriages end in divorce, sometimes again, because of how fuck this time, it's not together. But just understand, sometimes, I can like get divorced and I say, I really wasn't doing, sometimes the shit that in general, sometimes in life, things are meant to be, they don't last. Even if they don't last. We saw that this a couple of weeks ago. I don't know why this like intrigues me. Have this like this like endangered species. People have they get all worked up. It's like whale. It's that it's been presupposes that things are supposed to last forever, and who knows? In other words, for example, right? There's one. The late Yasan, during the ship's gracious, the late Yasan, and the Yasan was created, and then it was shepherded. Often thought that is an incredible metaphor for the idea that life, something was created, they have a shelf life, and then they are supposed to do an end. Not every single thing that Hashem creates is supposed to last forever. Especially if you sow, we get into the set, the things that just serve very specific purpose for a very finite time, and then it's time on to something different. So do it again. Even if that's what's supposed to be, it doesn't really take away from the fact that the event was purposeful, meaningful, and impactful. The duration that it lasted. Very, very profound. So the Gemara says, look, you showing the first marriage, that's preordained. Second marriage, the Gemara says, that the Gemara says, Kasha is not going to get the Asiyam. So that's what's much more difficult. It's putting this again. Rashi in Sutta brings down why is this? Because for a second marriage, Rashi says there's a lot of moving pieces. There's a lot of moving pieces. For a second marriage, Reuben was married to one person, Rachel was married to one person. So Rashi brings down, Reuben's wife dies, and Rachel gets divorced, and this and that, and there's a whole chessboard. So that becomes much more complicated, and that becomes a little bit like almost like Yam Suf choreography for the Ribono Shalom. Incredible. There's something in your life, there is a place except for the wife of your youth. So now, right? So order this idea that the person you start out in life with, that is a leadership that cannot be replicated. A person with intentions and love and in a second marriage, but of course, it will always be different than the way things go. Should be a person only finds true life tranquility with his first wife. I'm not usually correct, so he's actually a very interesting message. It's saying it's over to Yitzchak, his son. And he said to Yitzchak, his son, with his first wife. And I was like, he's so much to say all of these gimmicks. And I don't know, when a person has his first wife, which is young, the often the responsibilities and the pressures of life are not there. And therefore a person is able to kind of like lose themselves in the happiness of marriage without anything else going on. Subsequent relationship, second marriage. So beautiful, wonderful thing has all of its other pieces associated with it. So the Kol HaSiruach, the inner tranquility and the inner peace, is usually not there. Now again, it doesn't mean it's not beautiful and it's not wonderful and it's not incredible and it's not spectacular. It is. But the Lamesa, it has all of its other complications, which are just part of life. They're almost like tranquility. Like it's honestly like you ever see it if you're like if you're under a football, the country, if you think about your own football, and then it's just real like a lot of footballs. It feels like that innocence. Some would call it naivete. Others would call it, right? But again, but there is like that, like goofy, like innocence and happiness that's just there. That's Like, you see these couple and they're looking at each other, and there's nothing else in the world. There's nothing else in the world. Like, the world is, and these two people was a thing. So it's a thing. You can't recap on it. You can't. You could find happiness, and you could find love, beautiful things. But that type of, like, emotional, love-filled awareness only happens in the beginning of your life journey with someone. Now again, whether that's the person you continue life journey with, not that's all other complicated things. But you only find that. Right? The only time you find what you call, who the calls that corrupts love is when you're young, and also when it's very shown up first marriage. So this is this. Right, so once I come into this, 22 B. So now remember, this is the Yitzchak. He's going to do the same to his our life. Kidon man. So now, Yitzchak, the son said to his father, Dad, you do an example of that. Like, you know a couple like that, right? When they were young and they had like just this tranquility and this beautiful love. Amarlo, he knows income. How beautiful is that? How absolutely beautiful is that? So Yehuda says to his son of Yitzchak, like your mother. I feel like
Let's move. Well,
such an like profound.
I had to take a whiz. I could dominate her, but it sucks.
So son says to his father, give me an example of a man who found ability. He was first wife, your mother, me and your mother. So
I'm wide awake. I just named the fucking MLB, NFL, NBA. Look at this athleticism. Look at this motherfucker.
I found thing more bitter than death. A woman. I'll say this. I'll say, now this makes a lot more sense. After we did the CC, Shlomo got himself into trouble. Shlomo said that women were better than death. So that was a very terrible, simple understanding. Shlomo was highlighting is the idea. Remember, he surged that is not properly played. Right? This was Shlomo. Remember again, reference Ashma was a Melech, the Hegel. He ruled over everything, but only ruling over his staff. Always those were marriage choices. I found something better than death. A woman such showing up yelling against the population. Then Chanel going ahead and saying marriage could be doing of man as well. And what happens now? Rabbi Yehuda sings to his son about man. So the son says to his father, Dad, can you give me an example of like a woman like Amalek was referring to? Amalek, you go in wow, like your mother. So Rabbi Yehuda, what is it? Right? Is your wife not just like the most in the world, or is she more better than that? The Gemara says the truth is both. Skip to keep up. His wife had a really significant temper, a really bad temper. She would easily be angry, but she was also easily appeased. So when she was angry, it was brutal. And boss Hashem shared with me, but even when she got angry, she would come down, she was able to be appeased, relatively quickly. So we'll say, so by the way, result in this which is that, here it's the same marriage, right? It's the same love. It's the same woman. Now, granted, if you're to see you act, this is what we do, right? Who the problem was. I don't know whether so she would go ahead and answer the same way, right? But when I say, but there's a profundity, and there's much of profundity, I will say that the same marriage could be the same marriage could be a beautiful, almost emotional attachment and aloof, and could also be marimalas. So the girl say it's not a marriage means it's always it's always good. Nothing in life is always like that. That feeling is always good, right? But in that feeling, nothing else in life is good. This is so incredible. I see this all the time with young couples who get married, and like they have like a fight. I remember I had a couple of years. I had a young woman, and the little child was calling me up sobbing. It was one of those phone calls. I was like can't hear the word. So, what happened? What happened? So we had a fight. Very sure I can say it. And we had a fight. Yeah. And what? We had a fight. To not over this idea that they had a fight. And, it's sometimes somebody tells you a problem, you can't laugh because, right, because, but like I'm thinking, so cute, and like so nice. I don't know what your background is or what kind of home you grew up in. And we have this expectation that good means you're always together, you're always in love, right? The birds are always chirping wherever you're with your spouse, right? And everything is great, and you agree on everything, and you're always like your hearts are locked together, and you're always in step, and that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Yeah. If you're married to if you're looking in the mirror, maybe you'll have that. But if you're married to a human being, there's plenty of times of discord. And also, this Gemara is so incredibly validating that you could have a marriage that is beautiful, that is loving, that is fulfilling, and you could even have moments that are more bitter than that. Yeah, that might be a bit hyperbolic. But you understand the point. Right? You could have a beautiful and incredible marriage, but you could also have moments in that beautiful marriage that are really terrible. They're really terrible, and it's not a contradiction. You said the same wife who, again, I feel so good is the same wife who had moments, again, the marriage is unbearable. Such is the nature of loving and dynamic marriages. They could shift and they can move from moment to moment. Incredible. All right, let's go back here. So, good. Smart says another beautiful Gemara. When a man dies, his loss is felt acutely by his wife. Or the Gemara says only by his wife. Only by his wife. When a wife dies, the loss is felt ultimately. Did I skip? Sorry, I'm not sure what you said. Sorry, Isha Golam in a course of this Aisha saw clean. So the Gemara says interesting idea of the third. So this literally, Rav Shmuel Bar Hunya says the name of Rav that a woman that literally Kli Golam means an unbelievable kind of sex. And ultimately again becomes by her husband with whom she spends the first act of intimacy. So what's the idea over here? So there's a unique connection between a man and a woman who act intimacy together. There's a bond that is created between that couple. When a man dies, his loss is really felt by his wife. And ultimately, when it dies, so her loss only acutely felt by the host, and he's actually felt as well. Now, what about the fact other relatives? So, again, the way it works is like this: when children lose a parent, as difficult and as tragic as it is, again, it's the natural order of the world. Move on, because that's the natural order of the world. Even Rahman al-Islam, when parents lose a child, they have each other, which to steady one another to be able to move forward. When a spouse loses a spouse, you lose your life partner. And when you lose your life partner, it just takes away the momentum of life in general. It's not the same to live a life without a partner, to live life without your other half. What it says is one of them, and that loss is most acutely felt by the surviving spouse. This is Tarsha. Absolutely incredible. So remember again, so by a husband, so the Gemara brings a raya ultimately again from that is Melech, the husband of the Melech was also the father of Yisrael. But you see from here that his loss is most most acutely felt by me. And again, Yaakov Avinu, this is in the section, Yaakov Avinu is asking Yosef to bury him in Canaan. He goes to Va'ani, Padan Mesa Arai Rachel. Could have just said Mesa Rachel. Rachel died on me. That the loss of Rachel was most acutely felt by her uncle. Incredible. Aaron also, this is not actually Mishnah. Remember again, the Mishnah said that you can't see the king when he's getting a haircut. Aaron also, interesting, a king has to get a haircut every day. So a king has to be perfectly groomed. So he gets a haircut every day. Who gets a haircut once a week. Regular echo social media. Gets a haircut once every 30 days. So king gets a haircut every single day. King has looked beautiful. King has to be groomed every day. Shabbos. Just like the idea over here is that since the Kohanic shifts, right? Since the Kohanic shifts change over once a week, so it makes sense that when the new shift comes in, the Kohen Gadol should be properly groomed, ready to meet them. So Kohen Gadol gets a haircut once a week. Yes, so the Yimar quotes on the pasuk from Michal. So literally it says they should not shave their head, but also not allow their hair to grow too long. So the name is here. They have zero paragraph from us. Zero first line. Tzipaka parallel show. Tzipaka Gadol parasa'aro show. It says by Nazir. It says by Nazir para. It says over para. Not that one social media. Social media, just like by the Nazir, standard zero system. So to again, the regular Kohen cannot allow his hair to grow long than 30 years. Right? What's stop over here? I want to actually finish up. We'll stand with social media. So and see this goes for 30 years. I want to start up the next session with the yotes grooming obligation in just a little bit. Shkoyach. All right, have a wonderful day, everyone.
Depression over and how I know 5 people and shit that were having a fucking heart pressure. My dad even said it, like when you show people with their family.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin our annual responses for the month of Tafshin Pay 5785. Dedicating all the Shurim and precious histories for Israel from co-sponsors for the Kedis, the coming Mishpacha, in memory of Amit David Levi Zichron Livracha. Our week of learning sponsors Zebi and Shoshi Daniel Livracha. His father Yitzchak and the fond officer from Livracha. His yard site is on Zion. All of the Neshama Sanaliyah, the families in the all those in your Boshab will call Holy Israel. Moshe should bring our hostages home with the shalom and the carbon to allow our holy soldiers to be successful. The whole massive event. So with that, let us begin. A lot to say about Hashem. We should have incredible tomorrow. Hopefully, we're going to try to finish the parak in Meretz Hashem. We are picking up today's episode, phase 22. We are picking up Meretz Hashem on Chaf Aleph 21b at the last on the page. Which also states Sefer Torah Lishmo. One of the first things that a king has to do on assuming the throne is that he has to go ahead and write a Sefer Torah. Although actually it's not a B'Shalom. So the Gemara says what's important to understand over here is the king has an obligation to write his own Torah, and he cannot content himself with the Sefer Torah that he has from his father. So let's say his father was a king also, or his father, but he has the Sefer Torah from his father. He says, I had that Pirusha, that should be enough. So the Gemara says, no, the halacha is he must write his own Sefer Torah. Well, they extends this a little bit and says, this is not king. This is true in any person. Every single one has an obligation to write a Torah. Write for yourself this sheet or this Torah. So even though a person has a Torah from his father or from his family, there's an obligation for every individual to write his own Torah. I will say much to talk about like this in terms of how one fulfills that obligation. That's a pretty steep obligation to have to write your own Sefer Torah. Right? So what exactly that means and how exactly that manifests itself and how one does. So that's an entire discussion. Again, beyond our scope for this morning. But the idea is that every person has an obligation to write on Sefer Torah. Shnei Amar, but to kiss good. So Kisloch Hamas Hashir is Abai. Abai says, because it was Sefer Torah, Shlo Yisrael B'Shalach Melech had your blow. But here's the problem. The problem is, the Gemara says it sounds like it's dafka a din by and not by others, right? The Torah says because of law Sefer Torah, the king should write his own Sefer Torah. And again, the drush is he should not content himself with someone else's Torah. He's got to write his own. So it's like one's own Sefer Torah, dafka din by the king, not a din by other people. So what's going on over here? Well, see from the state Torahs. No, the king has a different halacha. The king has an obligation also to write Torahs. Two Torahs, this is an example here in Sango. The Kosovo is Mishnah, Kosev, the Shmo Shtei Torahs. The king has an obligation to write two Sefer Torah. So one that goes and comes with him. Right? So in general, a Sefer Torah that he just keeps with him wherever he goes. The Achaz Shemunachas Lolabes and one that he places in his treasury. It's actually a very beautiful Gemara. So the king places one Torah that goes with him and one Torah that remains in his treasury. It's almost like a beautiful metaphoric symbolism. You know, the treasury is the place where you keep that which is most valuable to you. So what does the king keep of his treasury? Nothing other than a Sefer, which is also a Sefer Torah. So one Sefer Torah for the treasury, one Sefer Torah to take with him. Achas Shimon says also she looks at the one that the king takes with him everywhere he goes. It's also community, you know. The Torah as well. He makes it. In other words, he makes it very, very small. Again, you can wear it. Shnei Amar. See Hashem the Nevi Tommy. Those are simple. The king keeps the Sefer Torah that he takes with him and out. He makes it small at the end. He can wear it. So coming into wherever he goes. Keep Hashem before me at all times. If Hashem is on my right, I shall not falter. Obviously, he can't wear the Torah amulet into the bathhouse. Into that. So again, because it says which indicates to us he only wears it in the places that he could read it. Places where you can't read it, on the bathhouse, you can take it. It's incredible. So Zushka says as follows. In the beginning, Torah was given by the Ksav Ivri, Velashon HaKodesh. So Ksav Ivri is a particular type of script, not the script that we use today. The script that we use today, we're going to see is called Shu. So again, originally Torah was given in Ksav Ivri and Velashon HaKodesh. What we call Velashon HaKodesh. Chazon Ezra, Ksav Velashon HaRabbi. So apparently Ezra, remember again, Ezra leading exiles back to Eretz Yisrael to rebuild the second Mikdash. And it was also a tremendous renaissance for Klal Yisrael as well. So in the days of Ezra, Torah was being re-given. It was a re-acceptance. But this time again, the script that was used was a Shuvis script, and Lashon Arami, an Aramaic. So where it says, "Beru on these rocks have a Shuvis Lashon HaKodesh." So Klal Yisrael on Ksav HaShuvis, the secondary script, which was the script used by Ezra, and ultimately again Lashon HaKodesh. V'nichu Lagyotos Ksivris the Lashon Arami. And ultimately again they left for the Hedyotos, the seal the Hedyotos, Savivris and Arami. Man Hedyotos, Hedyotos, and Christas Kusai. Kusim, so it's my Savivris. What is Savivris? Ksav, we don't know. It is what's also known as people know. Okay, Rashi says last Rashi of that people know. Dolos can also Shekosim between. This is a script or a handwriting made up of large letters that you'll often see. Tanya. Rabbi says as well. Haya Ezra. Ezra was so great that technically the Torah could have been given through him. Amalek had it not been that Moshe Rabbeinu had lived before Ezra. So Moshe, or Moshe says, Moshe Allah Elohim. Pasuk says that Moshe ascended to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Ezra Omer, who Ezra Allah Mibala. So it uses this notion of aliyah, of ascension, by both of these things. Ma aliyah Amar Khan Torah, Af aliyah Amar Af aliyah Amar Af aliyah Amar Lahalon Torah. So just like the aliyah said by Moshe Rabbeinu represents Moshe Rabbeinu's bringing down of the Torah, so to the aliyah mentioned by Ezra is also Torah. The Moshe Omer by Moshe Rabbeinu says, "Va'usat tziva Hashem ba'isayim, v'lamed and Kushim u'mishpatim." And the Moshe Rabbeinu says, "Hashem commanded me at this time to teach you laws and statutes." The Ezra Omer, the Ezra, Heichim levaval lidrosh es Torah sashakav, v'lasos u'lamed b'Yisrael chok u'mishpat. So again, you see this very similar wording by Ezra and by Moshe, just to highlight this idea that Ezra really had, it was on the same level as Moshe Rabbeinu. Had Ezra lived before Moshe, it would have been Ezra who brought down the Torah. Even though Ezra did to bring down the Torah, yet Ezra merited back certain changes in Torah, specifically again the writing. Right beforehand, again it was Ibris, and Ezra changed it to Ashur. Now, was that page 22a? The Ksav and the Shtavon Ksav Haros in the program Aramis. Save because Lokalim Kasav Upshara Laholama. Save because Mishnah Torah Hazos Ksav Haroy Danos. Okay, so we'll say so. Change occurred on, and again we switch from Ksav Ibris. By the way, why is it called Ksav Hashuris? Sha'ala Imah Me'asher, because it came from Assyria, from Babashur. Tanya Rav Yomer says, it's a little bit sad saying that Torah Israel. This is actually interesting. One of those places suggest the following. Originally, Torah was in fact given in Ksav Ashuris, the present script that we have today. What happened? Kevan Shnef, Kevan Shechatu, Nepach Lahen Loats. Once Klal Yisrael sins, so literally again, Ksav Ashuris became splintered. If you take a look, see what the Rashi says over here. So the last of the white line, the Ksav Zev, Mitzvah Torah Yisrael. The Lama Lo Kahalim Kisvel, the Mikvah, the Kiddush Shechatu Bayit, the Bosha Satorah, Nepach Lehem Norah. So this split was during the days of the first base on the Kosh, result of our sin. And then what happened? So the Gemara said, Kiddush Shechatu Bayit, Israel. Shuvah, Israel, so then Shneimar, Ubitzar, Aseret HaTikva, Dom Magid, Mishnah, Ashubacha, Lamanik Rashmash. So why is it called Shemu Sheret Ksav? It's a very beautiful the first white line. Ben Carlo. Sha'amar Mishum, Rabbi Allah Hamoti. Ksav Zeh, Shtana Koleker. Not true, right? The print, the script that we have has not changed. Changed Mar Ha'amudi. Wasn't just talking about the hooks of the curtains for the Mishkan. Ma'amudi Monishtanu, just like the pillars of the Mishkan never changed. Afavim Lo Nishtana. So what about play on words? It's right, it's the hooks that the curtains attach to. So here he's using Bavim to mean the letters. The letters that just as the colors didn't change, so the book didn't change as well. But Omer, just like the language of the Jews didn't change. So too their writing did not change as well. Ella, Ma'ani Makayim, as Mishnah Torah Hasos. So what do I do with that Lashon of Mishnah Torah? The Shtei Toros. This once again, let's circle back. Mishnah Torah doesn't refer to a shinu, to a change in Torah, i.e. a change in script, but rather refers to the two Torahs of the king. It's also the king writes not one Torah, but two Torahs. One Torah that goes with him, and the second one which remains inside his treasure house. Also, Betova is Rosh. One that remains in his treasure house, that's regular Torah. The one that goes and comes with him, that's written in an amulet form. In an amulet form, so that literally you can take it with him wherever he goes. As the Pasuk says, I have praised Hashem at all times. So beautiful. But the other thing you regard with Mishnah Torah for this whole thing about the changing of script, Hi Shivisi my Darish. How does the guy in the Pasuk should be session and Summit? Kumbarle Hidrav Kanabad. Rav Kanabad is not Mishum Hasida. Hamspalo, Sarah Shira, Asma. That's when a person dies, he's supposed to view as if the Shekhinah of the divine presence is literally right opposite. So again, two different Ne'amar Shivisi Hashem L'Samit. So I say, so really, so very beautiful. So one of the things the Shivisi Hashem L'Samit is a reference to the king's personal Torah. He makes the Torah like an amulet, that the Torah will opposite him at all times. The second thing he says, no, Shivisi Hashem L'Samit is not unique by a king, it's for everyone. What does it mean? That when I daven, do as if the Shekhinah is directly opposite. It's interesting, the application is different, but the concept is the same. Like whether it's talking to the king, whether it's talking to the individual, the idea is there's this concept, is what the Baal Tanya brings down. Like in the beginning of Tanya, first that like God awareness, that everything is about God awareness. If you bring proper God awareness in your life, by definition, it changes everything. Mishnah Berurah as well, so like that's like getting short opens up. Shivisi Hashem and that Summit. Mishnah Berurah can compare a person who realizes that he's living under the watchful eye of the king to a person who thinks that he's following the perfect God awareness. God awareness fundamentally changes and shifts the way we behave day in and day out. My lokalim kasolim. This is a country of Shulim says that the script never changed. Torah was given in Ksav Ashuris, new in Ksav Ashuris. What does he do with phrase? Sefer Damir. Lokalim kasav alimikra. He must be Amrad. The gematria echelon. So this is referring to the episode of Chatzah. This is the so this is my like Belshazzar was one of the Persian kings. He fought 7 years. And after he redeemed, the king was calculating the years. He thought the years had elapsed, and he made a party. He was not going to be redeemed. And in that party, what did he do? Well, I got to tell you, what did he do? He brought out all of the utensils of the Beis and he used them in his own personal conquest over the God of the Jews. Writing on the wall. You know the expression writing on the wall? That comes from the story of Belshazzar. Some miraculous writing on the wall that indicates Belshazzar was going to experience a significant downfall. So the Gemara says that it refers to that story. The gematria Echtav Yatis Idav Kus Chamatz. So the Gemara says Belshazzar. So the Belshazzar was not written explicitly. Rather, Gemara calls it written gematria. But gematria doesn't have to necessarily numerical value. Gematria also means like shorthand. my personal. So what do they mean? Mana taka larsi. Mana elokach machu sabash lalasach. Mana means Hashem. This is what the message of Shanta. Hashem has calculated your reign, and it has come to an end. Takil, that killed the mazne, the sakas passer. God has weighed you in the scale, and you have turned out to be efficient. Harisas mahusa yahava lamada yutaras. Your kingdom has come to an end, and is being going to be turned to Persia and to Libya. Shmuel says, Matos ninakvi alor. This is how the message is written. Anam lakas nisrafu shashyamar nama kato parsi. So again, these are all different ways in which the message to Belshazzar was literally written. All each one served as an Aramaic type of message of independence. So just you should know halacha l'maisa. The Rambam Paskins that it's two Torahs. Right now, one or two Torahs. One Torah, the fact again that means that it is written and performed. So literally he could wear it. He just had it at all times. And the other is a sacred Torah that is kept in his treasury. So again, symbolizing this idea. Shivisa Hashem will make the summit, that at the end of the day, control with me at all times, and one sefer remains in the treasury, highlighting the idea it's the most important possession, of the year, and even of the king, with many different possessions, is his Torah, this is Ruchnius, so beautiful. I was say that idea of Torah being your most important possession is when you know this. Else you acquire in this world, you can enjoy for many years you have in this world. But once you leave this world, those possessions no longer come with you. Conversely, the Torah requires richness that you acquire, that is yours. That's yours. You never have to part with that possession. You got a Mishnah in Rochnasu. So, the Yoshua so, the Mishnah this is a lot less pertinent to a king. You cannot ride on the king's horse. You cannot sit on the king's throne, and you cannot do this his scepter. And those say now, this is all referring to common people. Right? This doesn't refer to other kings. As we're going through a little bit like you have David who's the king, and then David dies, his son Shlomo becomes Shlomo could use the scepter. Then Shlomo could sit on the throne. The idea is these are halachas regarding commoners vis-a-vis the king. So commoner can't sit the king's horse. I can't sit on the I can't use his scepter. Then Rome looks like you should be stopped. It's interesting. You cannot see the king when he's getting a haircut. Or when he's unsure. The local should make a haircut. Go to the Schwitz with the king of the house. I should have some Tassim Allah Hamelach, Shetahei a Maso Allah. I will say it's all interesting, all parts of the motif of one has to have reverence for the king. So part of that is things is weight. It's almost like you can split up into three categories. Like activities, active things you have to do for the king, things that you are not allowed to do because you're associated with the king, and not seeing the king in any way that could potentially diminish your honor and reverence for the king. So you can't go into the mikvah when the king's going to it. You can't go to the bathhouse. You can't be when the king's getting a haircut. No one's allowed to see. Okay, let's I'm not Yaakov. I'm not Yochanan. Ishad Moteres Lishon. Okay, so what's a little bit of context over here? This is actually this is safe in Malachim. The end of Malachim. It's actually the Haftarah of Parshas Chayes. But I'm not dying. It's old. So you might the Navi says that they hired for him. They selected for him a young woman who was going to be his dependent. The Gemara says her name was Avishag Shunamis. So Yaakov said in Yochanan, Avishag Mutaris L'Suda Adon. So Avishag technically would have been permitted to marry Shlomo, David's son, but she would not have been married from the Kodesh. Now, Adoniah ben Haggith was also David's son. Right? Adoniah ben Haggith's son 2 years ago. He was the individual who claimed the throne for himself. David is dying. David did not explicitly appoint a successor. At the end of the story, he does. He did not explicitly appoint a successor. So because of that, it's the question is Basere more Ani Amro. He said, I'm going to reign. I'm going to reign. That's what ends up happening over here. So therefore, that story. So David says explicitly Shlomo is going to marry. So technically speaking, Shlomo would have been permitted to marry Abishag, but Adoniah would not. Why not? So the Gemara says, because again, it's interesting that the Gemara compares Abishag to the scepter of the king. Right? We're saying that was utilized by the king. So Abishag was an attendant. She was a servant of the king. So she was sort of utilized by the king. Therefore, again, Shlomo would have been permitted to marry her. So the Gemara says, so Surah Adoniah they had to. So the Gemara says, but she would have been prohibited to Adoniah because Adoniah had the status of a commoner. Generally, was the son of the king, he had the status of a commoner. So the Gemara says, Abishag, what exactly was Abishag Baramelech's life? It said, Baramelech Zakin Balayomin. So I thought that Yibakshu. So again, it said, Yibakshu Nara Yafa, it said, Vahanara Yafa Admaod, that the Hilo Memelech Socheres, but Tishar Seder. So Adoniah, so Abishag she was an attendant. What's interesting is, even though she was an attendant, right? The Navi goes, I got to say that she was very beautiful. So why they need to highlight her beauty? She's just an attendant. Very interesting. Amar Nin Saban. So Abishag wanted to marry David. She wanted to be one of his wives. Amar Allah, Asirasli, Samsari, I can't. And I'll say, all these things come from why not? David says, I have reached the limit of 18 wives. I can't marry that. You've read it. So it's actually fascinating. So Avishag wasn't buying it. She makes it. So she says to him, Asira Meganva Nafsham. When the thief has nothing to steal, he portrays himself as a pious man. So when the thief's not stealing, if there's nothing left to steal, the tzaddik is not stealing. So he was saying is, you're just too old to get married. That's why I was just saying for what it is. You wouldn't marry, but you're too old. So what happened? So the Gemara says, I'm going to kill you the Bathsheba. So this is an interesting Gemara. So he says, oh yeah? He says, call in Bathsheba. Bathsheba was said, Batava Bathsheba ala Malachach. I'm not going to do Murab, but also Shal, Kincha Bathsheba B'Shoshes Knuckles. Multiple act sessions with Bathsheba to show Adoniah Ben Silcham. So I show Avishag Hashemam said this not the issue of his virility. Right? He was fine. He was fine. This wasn't an issue. He had 18 wives. He did anyone else. Kamar Shabar Abba, Kama Kashin Girish. Go say, here was interesting. So obviously there's an Asa. What's the Asa? Divorce one of the other wives and marry Avishag Hashunamis. Again, I both say, just to be clear, it's not the threat of Governor Malachas was close to all of these women, right? So again, just go ahead and deploy them. And now Avishag Hashunamis. What do you see from here? Yeah, he didn't convey stuff. What do you see from here? You see from here how difficult divorce is in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Re'ei kama kasha gerish. Shahari David HaMelech, Yitir lo yachid, Yitir lo garish. David HaMelech, Yichod. Right? Remember, those that we just saw in yesterday's Hamar. So Yichud was permitted because he was alone. After all, again, Shaka Shulem, she was not his wife. Even though, again, she's a single woman. And the amazing thing is that was part of rabbinic Yichud. But nevertheless, again, they permitted Yichud rather than having. What do you see from here? He's how serious divorce is in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So a very profound Gemara. But says as follows: from the Garish Rishona, Afilu Mizbeach Morid I love the most. Very, very Roman Gemara. When a man divorces his first wife, even the Mizbeach cries tears from Shnei Amar. V'zos shenis tasu sus dimo as Mizbeach Hashem b'chiv v'anaka. Me'in oz tonos al ha'mincha v'rakachas v'tzon b'yadchan. But Siv v'amartem amma aki Hashem hei b'necho ben eshes n'ulecha asher ata b'garat bo v'hi chaviraska v'eshes brisecha. So let's say it's interesting to hear the juxtaposition of the psukim indicates that why is the Mizbeach crying? Because ultimately, again, rebelled against the wife of your youth. and she is your friend, and she ultimately, again, is the wife of your covenant. Also, we must going to talk about this idea about the unique relationship between a man and his first wife. His first wife, the idea of something tragic occurs when that relationship is undone. Let's say, let's just, obviously, there are times when divorce is granted, there are times when divorce is necessary. But you might just point out that it's like a fundamental rupture in the fabric. In the fabric, almost like of the natural order. When a divorce occurs, it may be that it has to occur, that it's supposed to occur, that it's necessary to occur. Upheaval that's associated with it. Some of you may remember was Ego shall other Mesa, and the vaccine and the Mamon Daila. Might give you a report for just a second, we'll come back to it. Then it goes back to the process. Mercer's price. If he stole money and needed to repay it, he didn't have the money to repay it. Like, now, what does one thing have to do? What about the need that to make it need? So it's moving right to lawful and moving something. Now, when it's time to give it back, he's able to give it back. So therefore, the revulsion takes something from him as well. That it's in Shemar. And in the Kabushalim, Mikach Mishkav Chamitachta. Yochanan says as follows. Very profoundly, Maraf. Adam Shemese Ishta Rishona. If a man loses his wife, his first wife, it's as if the Beis Hamikdash has been destroyed in his days. The loss of a wife is like the loss of the Beis Hamikdash. Ben Adam Hineni Lokech Mincha Esmach Inecha B'Magiv V'Lo Tisbi V'Lo Tifka V'Lo Tava D'Masechu Ksiv V'Adaber Ala Amba Boker V'Tamas Ishti Ksiv Hini Mechalolis Mikdashi Ga'on Uscha Machmaz Inecha. Moses more just notes the juxtaposition over here in this from Yechezkel, and Yechezkel juxtaposes again the loss of his wife, the loss of one's first wife. And you must say, the Gemara keeps referencing the first wife. Right? What else is true? What you see over here is over and over the Gemara pointing out about the profundity of first marriage. And therefore, a man divorces his first wife. There's a profound impact of that. A man loses his first wife. There's a profound impact. There's something about that first relationship that is fundamentally different and does pivotal look in a life. I'm going to example. Kol Adam will say first to the widest lines of the bottom. Kol Adam Shemesi Ishta B'Mav Olam Chashach Bado. If a person loses his wife, his world becomes dark. Shneimar or Choshech Bi'alo V'Nira Olav Yida'ach. I will say Chanina Amar Psiosa Miskasros. His steps become diminished. A person almost like loses spring in his step when he loses his spouse. His wisdom diminishes. Literally means his counsel falls. Or his wisdom diminishes. Without a wife, he doesn't have the same level of wisdom. Amarava it is more difficult, so to speak, for Shidduch, like it is to split. Obviously, nothing is difficult for the Ribono Shalom. But the idea is that finding a Shidduch is like the splitting of the sea. Meaning what? Just like the splitting of the sea went against the laws of nature, there's something to do about finding a Shidduch goes a little bit against the laws of nature also. But the Gemara in Sota, Rashi tells the chance opening on the they say, a man is an individual and a woman is an individual. We'll say, the statistical probability of finding each other, right, and being comparable enough to build both together in a world full of people is nearly like statistical impossibility. It is almost as supernatural as an actual splitting of the sea. Incredible. Elokim Moshe Yechidim Beisa Motzi Ashirim Bikol Motzi Asirim Bikol Sharos Al Tipi Motzi Asirim Ela Kimim Al Tipi Bikaros Ela Bichi Bech Bishiros. The idea over here is that literally again Hashem takes individuals and allows them to live in the same. That's a reference to marriage. Compares that to Motzi Asirim Bikol Sharos. He brings out captives at an appropriate time. Is that so? Is that so that it's a supernatural event? Bas kol yotzei sval meres bas ploni leploni. 1 second, I will say. Sounds like this process is preordained. 40 before the embryo, before the child is even formed in utero, a heavenly voice comes out and says, so and so is going to marry so and so. So it sounds like she did come out preordained. If they're preordained, if there's a bas kol, then what exactly is why so difficult? Why so difficult? To which the Gemara says, Lokashia. She wants to say this is fascinating. The gospel, the heavenly voice that says so and so is going to marry so and so. That's your first marriage. That's your first marriage. And now you begin to understand why Chazal associates such profundity with a first marriage. The first marriage, the idea that the person divorces his first wife and his bath goes and dries. The person goes ahead. Why? Because marriage is ordained. I won't say that again. I can't say that. It doesn't mean that sometimes even those first marriages end in divorce. Sometimes, again, because of this plan, it's not the right thing for people to do together. But just understand, sometimes, a couple might get divorced and they might say, I clearly wasn't meant to be. No, sometimes it should have been, in general, sometimes in life, things are meant to be, even if they don't last. Even if they don't last. Anyway, so that is a couple of things. I don't know why it's always like intrigues me. You have this soul like engages. People have they get out stuff like whales. So it presupposes that things are supposed to last forever. And who knows? When it was, for example, right? What came to Lev Yassan during the Shishim is gracious. Lev Yassan. And Lev Yassan was created, and then it was shut. I often thought that is an incredible metaphor for the idea that in life, some things are supposed to be created, they have a shelf life, and then they are supposed to end. Not every single thing that Hashem creates is supposed to last forever. It's very important to so, we can the things are just sometimes things serve a very specific purpose for a very finite amount of time, and then it's time to move on to something different. And even if that's what's supposed to be, it doesn't in any way take away from the fact that the event is purposeful, meaningful, and impactful for the duration lasted. It's very, very profound. So the Gemara says, Zug Bishon, your first marriage, that's preordained. Second marriage, the Gemara says, Kasha Lazadin B'Kriyas. That's more difficult because putting the seed. Now, again, Rashi in Sota brings down why is this his first marriage. Rashi says there's a lot of moving pieces. It's a lot of moving pieces. For a second marriage, Ruvain was married to one person. Rav was married to one person. So Rashi brings down, Ruvain's wife dies, and Rachel gets divorced, and it's a whole chessboard. So that becomes much more, and that becomes a little bit like almost like Yam Suf Kolyam for the Ribono Shalom. Incredible. We'll say for everything in life, there is a replacement, except for the wife of the youth. Again, this idea of the person you start out with, the person you begin your life with, that is a unique relationship that cannot be replicated. A person may find contentment and love and happiness in a second marriage. But of course, it will always be different if things started out in the beginning. Gemara says, a person only finds true life tranquility with his first wife. So what I say, this is very interesting. Just to understand over here. Rabbi Yehuda is saying this over to Yitzchak. And he says to Yitzchak, a man only finds true tranquility with, it's interesting, with his first wife. I would say, there's so much to say in all of these Gemaras. And a lot of like here also. Let's say that the idea when a person marries his first wife, if he's young, often the responsibilities and the credit are not there. And therefore a person to kind of like lose themselves to the happiness of marriage without anything else going on. Any subsequent or second marriage, so beautiful, one loving, has all of this other associated with it. Koratz ruach, the tranquility and the inner peace, is usually not there. Now again, doesn't mean it's not beautiful, it's not wonderful, it's not incredible, it's not like, of course it is. But the nice says it has all of its other colors which are just part of it. Then almost like tranquility. Like it's almost like, if you ever see it, like you think about football, basically like a lot of you see there's like that innocence. Some would call it naivety. Others would call it stupidity. Right? But again, but there is like that goofy, like innocence and happiness that's just there. That's like you see these couple and they're looking at each other and it's like nothing else in the world. There's nothing else. The world could stop and these two people would not notice a thing. They wouldn't notice a thing. You can't recapture that later on in life. You can't. You could find happiness and you could find love. You could find all beautiful things. But that type of almost like emotional love-filled aloofness, it only happens in the beginning of your life journey when you find one. Now again, whether that's the person you continue life journey with, not that's all other complicating things. But the only time you find that, right? The only time you find what Rabbi Yehuda calls that koras ruach when you're young, and also again Ishtar Rishon, that first marriage. So listen to this. Amalei, so we'll say 22b. So now remember, this is Rabbi Yitzchak. This is Rabbi Yehuda saying this. We'll say this beautiful Gemara. Amalei, Kigon man. So now, Rabbi Yitzchak, the son, says to his father, Dad, can you give me an example? Do you know a couple like that? Right, where they were young and they had like this tranquility, this beautiful love. Amarlo, Kigon imcha. How beautiful is that? How absolutely beautiful is that? So says to the son of Yitzchak, yeah, like your mother. Like your mother. Okay? Such a beautiful Gemara, and such almost like a profound exercise, like in Shabbayis, and what it means to convey children love and emotional connection and attachment in marriage. So can you write? So the son says to his father, can you give me an example of a man who found inner tranquility in his first wife? Which Rabbi Yehuda said, yes, like your mother, me and your mother. So once I listen to this, that's really? So the rest of the heart, yet Rabbi Yehuda said to the son of Yitzchak, quote of the pasuk, "Motzi ani mar memaves es ha'isha asher hi mitzudim v'charomin." So Shlomo says in Koheles, I found something more bitter than death, a woman. I want to say, now understand by the way, just so you appreciate this. Also, now this Gemara makes a lot more sense after we hear the significance of Shlomo HaMelech, right? And we see Shlomo HaMelech got himself into tremendous women. That's just saying that women are more bitter than death. So that would be a terrible, simple understanding of the person. The Shlomo HaMelech was highlighting is the idea. Remember, he saw the negativity that can come out from marriage that is not properly planned. Like this was entire downfall. Remember again, reference to Ashmedai. Shlomo was a melech, the head yoke for melech, head over everything that he ended up only moving over his cloak over. What was all of that a result of poor marriages? So Shlomo says, I have found something more bitter than death, a woman. But again, that's not Shlomo railing against 50% of the population. That Shlomo HaMelech going ahead and saying marriage would be the undoing of man as well. And what happens? So now Rabbi Yehuda is saying this to his son, but I'm going to keep going. So the son says to his father, can you be like a woman like this? I saw my was before too. I'm going to keep going in Wow. So yeah, like your mother. Right? So I can't confess. Which one is it? Right? Is your wife Mamresh like the most incredible woman in the world, or is she more pure to death? To which the Gemara says the truth is both. So we must like, oh, sorry. I'm gonna keep going. So what yours is different. So apparently, his wife had a really significant temper. That temper, she would easily anger. She was also easily. So when she was angry, it was brutal. Far Hashem said when she get angry, she was able to come down. She was able to be appeased, relatively quickly. So we'll say, so but also I think just a profound soul to this which is that here it's the same marriage, right? It's the same Rabbi Yehuda's mind, it's the same woman. Now granted, it'd be curious to see if you asked Mrs. Rabbi Yehuda, like who the problem was in marriage. I don't know that necessarily she would go ahead and answer the same way. Right? But Lamaisa will say that there's a profundity in this. What's the profundity? I will say that the same marriage could be the same marriage could be a almost attachment and hopelessness, and could also be marribaras. Also, even in the Rosa, it's not a times we think that good marriage means it's always good. It's always good. Nothing in life is always together. That feeling is always good, right? But aside from that, nothing else in life is always good. This is so incredible. I tell you, I see this all the time with young couples who get married, and like they have like a fight. I had a couple of years ago, I had a young woman coming up sobbing. Like you can't. So what happened? We had a fight. Very terrible. And fight. Yeah. And what? To not get over this idea, had a fight. Like sometimes somebody tells you a problem, you can't laugh because then it's very, but like it's so cute, and so naive. I don't know, like background music. We have this expectation that good marriage means you're always together, you're always in love, and the birds are always flipping whenever you're with your spouse, right? And everything is great, and you look clear on everything, and you're always like your heart, your hearts are locked together, and you're always in step, and that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Yeah, if you're married to if you're looking in the mirror, then you have something to do. But there's plenty of times of discord. So this Gemara is so incredibly validating that you can have a marriage that is beautiful, that is loving, that is fulfilling, and you can even have moments that are more bitter than that. That might be a bit hyperbolic, but you understand the point. But you have a beautiful and incredible marriage, but you can also have moments in that beautiful marriage that are really terrible, and it's not traditional. You just said the same wife, who again I feel so privileged with, is the same wife who had moments. Again, the marriage is unbearable. Such the nature of loving and dynamic marriages, they can shift, they can morph, and they can move from moment to moment. Incredible. Incredible says goodbye. That's the Gemara. So, good. Murph says another beautiful show. When a man dies, his loss is felt most acutely by his wife. Or really, the Gemara says only by his wife. Only by his wife. And when a wife dies, her loss ultimately again. Did I see it? Sorry, I'm not sure what I'm sorry. So the Gemara says interesting idea. So this is Rav Shmuel by Bunyan says that a woman becomes and ultimately again becomes formed by her husband, with whom she experiences the first intimacy. That there is a unique connection between a man and a woman who experience the first act of intimacy together. There's a bond that is created between that couple. When a man dies, he's only felt by his wife. And ultimately, when a wife dies, so her loss is really only acutely felt by her husband. I both said he's actually profound Gemara as well. Now, what about the fact that there are other relatives? So, in general, again, it really works like this. When children lose a parent, as difficult and as tragic as it is, again, it's the natural order of the world. You move on. You move on, because that's the natural order of the world. Tomorrow, Islam, when parents lose a child, they have each other in which to steady one another to be able to move forward. When a spouse loses a spouse, you lose your life partner. You lose your life partner, it just takes away the momentum of life in general. You just, it's not the same to live life without a partner, without your other half, because it's one of them, and that was is most acutely felt by the surviving spouse. Each makes a restriction and another. Both sides. This is Parsha. Actually, incredible. So remember, so by a husband, so the Gemara brings it out again from the army. That is Melech, the husband of God. Melech is also another Machmor and Goyo. The secret that loss is most acutely felt by the army. And again, Yaakov. This is in the situation. Yaakov was asking Yosef, carry him in Canaan. He goes to Devoim Padan Mesa Alai Rachel. So he just said Mesa Rachel. What do you mean Mesa Alai Rachel mean? That the loss of Rachel was more acutely felt by her husband, by Yaakov. Incredible. Ain't wrong also. Back to the Mishnah. Remember again, the Mishnah says, can't see the king when he's getting ahead. But no, also. Interesting, a king has to get a haircut every day. So meaning it has to be perfectly used. So the idea is he gets a haircut every day. Kohen Gadol Me'er Shav says, Kohen Gadol gets a haircut. Kohen Gadol Echel Shloshim Yom. Regular Kohen gets a haircut once every 30 days. So Melech was starting to call Yom, so the king gets a haircut. King always has one people. So the king has to be groomed every day. Kohen Gadol Me'er Shav. Omer Shlomo Nachman, Omer Yochanan, Kohen Mishmar Muschachos. Plus, I said the idea over here is since the Kohanic shifts, change over once a week, so it makes sense that when new shift comes in, the Kohen Gadol should be properly groomed, ready to meet them. So Kohen Gadol gets a haircut once a week. Oh, and they don't get a haircut once every 30 days. It's said, the Russian boy Galehu. Kisumi Kasimas for Shem. So we get one quote from the Pasuk from Michaskel. So literally it says they should not shave their head, but they should also not allow they should not allow their hair to grow too long. So they must be para mean nasir. And you have show para the first line. Gadol Parasa says right. It says like Nazir. It says by Nazir Para. It's Mala Shloshim Yom. Avkan Shloshim Yom. Just like by the Nazir, Stam Nazir is 30 days. So to again, the regular culture not allow its shirt to grow longer than 30 days. Just we'll stop over here. Well, just actually, Stam Nazir is Shloshim Yom. So and the Stam Nazir is both for 30 days. So stop over. We'll pick up the Meretz Hashem with the Kohen head goes grooming obligations just a little bit. Shayach. All right, everyone's gonna have a wonderful day.
It's time to really hit. Is it hard to be that honest? No. No, you have to be honest with someone.
Also, good morning, users. So working together. How I can't be a Jewish person, my bodies are able to learn, grow, and sleep together. So today is half of 21 we continue these incredible remarks. Let's do that. Half of the days. 20 weeks, that's not Amrish Lakish, which is 2, 4, 6, no, 14 lines up from the bottom. Malach, beginning Shama HaMalach, his meaning is the rain was so vast. He ruled even over the Shamayim. Like even the Malach, obviously, also the idea that Shama HaMalach Mama suffered a setback. Remember again, these humor is very much tied into what is the incredible demonic activity of Ashmedai, which again has this incredible battle of demons and is possessed from this world. Now, whether that story is literal or like the Maharam type of thing, the idea that Shomer like suffered a setback is great. From the beginning, he ruled even over the Aliotis. Then, Taftoni, which is again the lower world, Mars, he ruled there before Iba Hanan, Yitzhak Ba'ad Azam. He ruled again from Yitzhak to Azam. So now, Adam and Yitzhak, so one of the means that Yitzhak is on one side of the world, and Azam is on the other side of the world. So he ruled from Yitzhak to Azam. Yitzhak Ba'azam Ahadiyah Rabbi. Other people say, no, Yitzhak and Azam will be right next to each other. Kashem Shalom Yitzhak Ba'azam. Kach Malach HaKol Olam Kulo. And since they ruled on Yitzhak and Azam, they're right next to each other. So he's Shomer ruled over the entire world. Again, the idea is really the same, which is Shomer ruled over the entire world. Myself, Bama Al-Yisrael, when he suffered a downgrade, and he was only the ruler over 12 Yisrael. Shene'emar, Ani Koheles, Hayisi Lelech Ham Yisrael. Myself, Bama Al-Yisrael, and no Mara and Maso, he only ruled over his own staff. Shene'emar, Zeh, Ayah Kalki, Kol Aman. This is what I have left for all of my offering. Rabbi Shmuel, Adam Maklo, one of these refers to his staff, the Adam of Israel, on the window. So here's the matter. Began with like this vast empire influence at his life, really the only thing he's ruling over. Or I should say, she gets to a certain low point over his like just his staff. He's right there. Other alone, the Shomer HaMelech regained from one of the reasons that he was doing his former standing. The Chaz Amar Lo, he did not take his former standing. And Amar Lo Hadar, Melech Hedjot. So the opinion that says that he did not redeem his former standing, Melech started as a Melech, started as a great man, and he ended up as a Hedjot. Now, Hedjot doesn't mean a simple person. Of course, it doesn't literally mean a simple person. What it means is, he never really regained the full scope of the monarchical standing. Uman the Amar Hadar Melech, the so again, like I said, this really relates to the Gemara in the second Gittin, let's struggle with Ashma that the king of Shady, but it's also just a tremendous metaphor for life. Life is one ever always. Life is a series of peace. That's lesson number one. Even Shomer HaMelech, who began again moving over everything in the celestial sphere, has its ups and has its downs. Much is the nature. Like sometimes we have these expectations that are not going to be successful. No one, even Shomer doesn't have it. Everyone, great people, regular people, everyone has the ups and downs. There's another piece of there's a beautiful activity to the signs about the different time. And the time says, when I was young, I dreamt that I thought I would change the world. As I got a little older, I figured, I'm just going to change my country. Got a little bit older, so I tried to change my city. Got older, so I tried to change my family. And I said, I'm going to do this. The only thing I can really change is myself. Really overwhelming. Almost the end of the day. If you have so many different spheres of influence, but sometimes you can impact, sometimes you can't. Sometimes, again, in order to impact, so that the people or the influence inside have to be willing to see that they're not willing to work, and it's not going to work. That sounds enough as saying, I was a young man, and I think every person thinks, I'm going to change the world. And then as you get older, you realize that the only thing you really have control over is yourself. And I think also the metaphor, this is when the trauma begins in life. begin focusing on moving over an impact of affecting change in the celestial sphere. And then when it gets older, it's like, you know what? I'm going to affect change on my clothes. On my status. And that's not a failure. That's not a failure. It's a recognition. At the end of the day, the only thing we really control in this world is food and everything beyond our control. I can do the best for my kids, but they're going to make their own decisions. I can do the best for my people, they're going to make their own decisions. I can do the best for my company. Again, there's other circumstances. So we all have our different circles of influence. But at the end of the day, you can't really control outcome. The only thing you really control is what Allah teaches us is respect for yourself. That you control. You decide the kind of person you want to be. You decide the kind of life you want to live. You decide your own narrative. Everything else is necessary. You, this is reminiscent of Gemara. Also yesterday, probably still have even ready to talk. Once established a king. Mela. Soul person will let Mela. Make yourself a king. Alright, let's go back. Always buy ourselves for that. Remember, the Mishnah said that the king has the right, the king has the right to go ahead and seize land in order to create a pathway to his prophet. So he's speaking about Oxus, Malacham, the Mela. She tried to reject the boat in next Mela. We have some general elimination battle in conflict and revolution. So any one of the treasuries that are seized from deviations, and then the rest of the spoils is split equally between him and the populace. I'm going to buy the refugees. I'm going to Bishop also is not on the left part of the mill side. So it makes sense that when a king is another nation, the king gets to keep the royal treasuries of the nation. Now, the Shad is the ship. Let's come out and let's tell the arm, you know. How do you know the rest of the spoils? Like the rest of the spoils have to go to the king and have to go to they have to go to the nation really get that concept. So we was a half hour without 20 because the positive is in school on Shem the Nadi. Because again, the positive is so much more about because in Sada, like that's how we got Makish, Nadi, so Makish Nadi the Sada. So the Nadi is comparing the Nadi the kings to the 20 dollars. Mats, so that's a lot. So that's a lot. So just the $20 all half close. So they only have close to other behind him. Not the next alone. So to about half goes to him and half goes to the rest of the it's other how do you know the half goes to the where get that from? The sign with every rise of the arrow of next to the arrow is the person speaking about the Kohanic gift says that each arrow and his son. So actually from there half goes to Aaron and half goes to his son. Incredible. I was finished. Okay, so the rest is as follows. The other law production, so the Mishnah says as follows. The Halacha L'Maisa, so the king is king to marry, but he can't marry more than 18 wives. He says, my law, it will actually even after this thing says, he can have many sons of the descendants. He can have as many as he wants, as long as they do so Shimon says that's not you have a wife that turns his heart away from his spouse, and even one wife is not allowed to have like that. But the right thing came at John and them. So why do you say you should not have too many wives? That he would have a guy. Even if like that guy was going to wives that don't have a horrendous inside their case. If he was wives, then incredibly is still capped. Look at the nation. Okay, thank you, Marvin. Name wrong. But I think the judge. I did it up. So I from this Mishnah. Darshan is the reasoning behind super regular Mishnah. The Mishnah says a king will have more than 18 wives, and Luda says you could have one, you could have many as long as they don't part against that. So it sounds like this is kind of the reason or why does the Torah say that a king should not have too many wives. Again, it's also nice, but she's not trying to spark against that. I believe Shimon does have the cup. It's only the Shimon. That's really no. Doesn't dash easily for so what does? The wish we might have a harsh I mean a little, but yeah, he's fucking opposite. We learned interesting how I'm one of each and I'm on all you know. Whether she is poor, whether she is rich, she has these collateral. Well, Sachbo, Beged, Amor, Beged, notice you are not allowed to see of a widow as collateral. It makes no difference if she's rich. Or Torah says you can use the garment of a widow. But Shimon says, I'm not true. So, I mean, Shimon says, not true. A poor widow who's allowed to be a rich widow doesn't see her property. She probably cares. And she's on stuff. A poor widow's really problematic. The Akal, because why? What's the issue? Poor widow, if you see some property, you see some garment, you're going to have to back. So what's going to happen? Every day that comes to us, you're going to come back and give it to her. Come back to Messiah, she'll not be shoeless. Because if people see man coming to the widow every single day, they don't know that there's a because they're just going to assume that things illicit is going on over here. But you know, you talk Shakir, you know, I have the hot to us. Messiah, she'll not be shoeless. Because you take collateral from her, and you have to come collateral, because that's the halal. If you take something that's collateral, the person needs to tell it, you obligate to it. Sorry. Yeah. The Shimon is one of these guys. He really doesn't do that. The shining off, so why does he do it over here like the king? The shining off in the farish time of the crop. No, because here, there's just will say, wasn't it when he said he doesn't actually the reason behind it? He doesn't think it's different. The Torah says explicitly that why shouldn't the king have to wives? Well, not only Russian wives, because Sherry Yosef above them, because in the church heart, that's actually the time to go. The passage itself says it. Why can king have too many wives? The Torah says, below Yosef above, so that his heart should not be turned away from the Shimon says, the Amadash Shimon kind of cooking into the lift of Allah Yablo Nashim Lishno. So just let the Torah say, shouldn't have to be wise. And I would have understood why can't he have any wives? We're concerned that they're going to turn his heart in the service of the powerful. The Ani, not Kamlo Yablo. I would have understood intuitively why he can't have too many wives. It makes a lot of sense. Showing that he would also be married for the purpose of even like medical strategic is to ultimately again leading to link up with teens or with women or with countries that are not that don't have a proper stance. So the Shimon says like this, let the Torah just say the king can't be women. And I would have understood it because we're concerned that the Torah was part of it. Could have intuited that. Since I could have intuited it, why does the Torah feel the need to say it? Well, why you have to say it? She said, you must see us people are raising this sign because it's going to teach us that even one wife, a wife is going to turn the king, the king allowed to marry. Another even if he's within, we'll call it a committed wives. But if that wife is going to have an influence, then the king will get to marry her. A righteous woman, still, he should not have the mission of the cap the number of that a king is committed to marry. Someone says, how do you get that from? How do you know 19? You'll do with David finding the family. David and our sons. First, I'm known to Achinom Israel. This is the first one known to his wife, Achinom Israel. It's Umishneo. Fourth son was Adoniah ben Shishakya ben Achitau. The fifth son was the son of Shishi, Yisrael Ishes. Okay, sixth son. Yoldu without the Chevron, so the verse says this. Ela Yoldu without the Chevron. So now these are the sons, six sons, born to six sons, born to six wives, having Chevron. The Kamali Navi, he says, in Ma'at, Kahin the Kahin. If these are too few for you, you can add like these. So remember again, so in Ma'at, if these, if you married to six, you need more wives, you can add like these and like these. So the first unit was six, you can add on two more units of six for a total of 18. So the Gemara says, the Kahinashis, the Havalugu, Tansa. Find 18, give it a Dina. Ima Kahinatar, the Kahina S. The Arbok, silence from like this. Maybe Kahina, and therefore it turns out that you really marry a total of 24 wives. So add the units together. Which is right, I don't know, that's the concept. Well, Yabalo Nation, Yosin S. in the Arbok. So there is a price that seems to support that view. That says you cannot go ahead and marry or write to marry more than 4 wives. So the Gemara says, I am the man who does Shabbat. So according to the also Darshan, it says, in the Advil, Kahina, there's a bottom there. If you got to the above, then Arba Mishma between is 24. So you might not that's the horse that as well. Well, Yabalo Nosh, you also may have one Mishma. So just to point out, there are other prices. These other prices ultimately quote these opinions that say that Halacha, the king could even marry up to the time of done. So what's the reason of our kind of cancel that? Makish Kahina Masto, the Kahina Kama. We treat the second Kahina last Kahina with the first Kahina. Mak Kahina Kama Shish, just like the first unit of Kahina is 6. Af Kahina Basra Shish. So to the second unit, the last unit of Kahina is also 6. So Halacha again, the says is the Mishnah, the king is permitted to marry a total of 18 wives. Once again, nothing reports 6 wives, but there was a second. Yesterday, so the wife, the Eglah, in the particular before, that was actually Michal. Raman Krishma Eglah, that's why she called Eglah. Shechadiva Avav to Eglah, because she was beloved as to her husband as a cat. So again, this must have been a good sounds good, but it must have been, do not try this at home, but it must have been a biblical term. Call someone, an Eglah. My beloved Eglah. So I feel like I felt very bad but Lamaisa, this was the term of the faith. The faith. Who Omer Basi, so much means that Shimshon also referred to his wife as an Eglah as well. Okay? And you have a Michal, but it wasn't. Michal had children. What's the Yet the passage says that Michal, the daughter of Shem, who was wife of God, did not have a child before her death. So the Gemara says, one of his times, what it means is she didn't have children most of her life, but as she got to the end of life and her death, she had a child with her before she passed away. So Nifti, one second, here's the problem with that. Nifti, one second. The Navi over here is taking like a census, so to speak, of Davidi's family when they're in Hebron. Now, as we're going to see for this minute, Michal was punished to not have children as a result of it. He brought the Ark. When he brought the Ark to one of his resting places in Yerushalayim, this was right before this was brought on his feet. So David was dancing with all of his heart and all of his soul. Michal thought that he was acting in a natural way, so she disparaged him. And as a result for that act of disparagement, she's punished for being childless. So that happened in Yerushalayim. Now, so remember, so talking about the first 5 days were this is where there was the split result. This is right? Because when Shaul died, so Mephibosheth, Shaul's son, claimed the throne for his own. During those years, that was not he had a small set up with Hebron. So the family just before was in Hebron. The Michal was punished in Yerushalayim. Michal Bashal Mishkova Ba'adar David. But say, Shak Masami, the Mitra Fasa, Mikal Garatanish, Allah Ima Adga also myself. That's what it means is like this. Or Michal had children already. You can't be after she decided to tell him up for dancing or dancing in front of the Aron. So after that point, it's not even anymore children. If I can't drop it old for a second, the plus it says it's additional calculation. That means to round up the number, tell them up, you're not marrying more than two. By the way, Noshim Ekulation, what was the wives of election and concubination? We're not Noshim Eksuva, the Kedushin, collection, local wives have Eksuva and Kedushin, all of you. Election do not have Eksuva and do not require all of Kedushin. Amar Adintorah. Arba males who are in Halo of David, the Kulan Benay Fast Tower, was a chief. Governor Melech had 400 children that he fathered with the Fast Tower. Was right. Whether or not that number is probably hyperbolic, but representing the idea that he had a number of children with was right. And again, there was a hairstyle that the old devil designed to look like the back of their hair. That's how the back of their head was. And that was like so there's a whole discussion exactly which was Jewish, not Jewish. The Kula and Yoshin the first stuff, and they all went down in chariots. And the Malcolm Russian guys, they led. They aimed to call it and these were the strongest soldiers of the MLS. What's really incredible about MLS? So apparently, so it sounds like they were Jewish, because remember again, the soldier has the right to engage in the first act of relations with the Pastor before the conversion process. So that's the child, not Jewish. So it sounds like utilize them in this money and they would see this incredible. And then we do the other Tamar, fast Tamar, who was the daughter of David, who was the daughter of fast Torah. Rashi says Tamar, Achos of Shaul, she was the sister of Shaul. Basi fast Torah, I said, Odin Shimis Gairo. Interestingly enough, so Tamar was the daughter of Maachal. Maachal was a war wife. Apparently, Maachal gave birth to Tamar before she converted. Okay? So Tamar was the daughter of Fast and this is one of the darkest stories in the household of God. Governor had a son, unknown, and unknown desperately desired his biological half sister, Tamar, and he violated her. Now, as he was getting ready to violate her, he pleaded with him not to violate her. And he said, if you just ask the king to marry you, he'll let you marry you. So the Gemara says, how could that be? How could Amnon, of David, marry Tamar, the daughter of David, and must have been that because she was a daughter of the Pastor, then technically speaking, she would have been committed to Amnon. Okay, so the words of Amnon, Yonadav ben Shema, David, Ish Chacham. The Gemara was that Amnon's friend. And his name was Yonadav, and Yonadav was very wise. Now, what is he wise? He was wise. In other words, unfortunately, again, you have to make terrible things happen. So, remember, again, this friend, so Amnon tells this friend that he's not in love with this Tamar. He doesn't think he's not in love. And this guy, Yonadav, this friend, tells him doesn't think you should do. Tell your father that you want Tamar to come. And when you're secluded with her, do what you want. This stays the time satisfying your mother. So, remember, you have stuff up on this stuff on Pascal. And the Oscar in the answer, we are like you got from the Charlie's that keeps up with her. So what happens? So again, this whole time, pretend like this. So again, you're not going to tell them, pretend like tell the thing that you need, pretend like to come and go ahead times. And give you food. So let's get it. How much the customer needs to do. So she got she requested flights. Now she goes out something very interesting that, again, it doesn't make any sense. If I'm really sick and you what food be prepared, in the regular or whatever, to change them, be brought to. Say they want to fried food. Fried food is only brought if it's immediately fresh. So you want to fried food made right there in his room for him. That's how he's going to work him. But it's not so I'm not violating violence. After he says he despised him, unknown sinner don't know. After he violated, so unknown despised him. Despised him, great age. So my time was choosing name of sure of us to trust which is a certain as a result of the act of relation to violation. So unknown was caught by one of her tears. And as a result, he was wounded in a push-up. The first foot in which he began to with his face to whatever it is that's damaged, whatever is damaged, something is damaged that prevents the proper education. Generally, soon finds possible. That is a serious issue, and there are issues that that person to be married. So apparently he was rendered a crushed shafta as a result of his accusations with a phoenix, sure about even my shafta, and let him a crush on him of a hostage shafta. So the verse, 1 second, why would he get any attention to the purpose? Why would he get it because of that? Rather, the Gemara says, it could be that Allah for nice she did it intentionally to him, to wound him as a result of what it is that he did to her. So is that so easy? What does it mean when it says a beautiful name came about the Cloud Israel, the beginning of Cloud Israel, that their beauty was known? She'ina the most Israel was Sarah Besashti and was Sarah Arafat. That the Jewish women, again, in certain translations, to a special purpose, that they did not have hair, right? Either like the pubic area or by the armpit. A special weapon. Now, again, it's interesting to see what exactly this means. In the miracle, they didn't have the hair, they had all the again, Shtei Sa'aras, 2 hairs in the pubic region was necessary to establish that movement. So how did Tamar have hair? And how she had pubic? Where it says, Shiny Tamar, Basifas Kala. Remember, again, I said before, she was daughter of Ma. She was not born to a Jew mother. And as such, she did not have now, so I just want to point out also something amazing. This idea that I'm the violence Tamar and he despises her. There was it's so profound because what is Amnon doing? Amnon he's disgusted with himself. Deep down he's disgusted with himself. He did. But so often in life, when I grapple with him, so what do? He often projects. So for Amnon, he projected his disgust onto Tamar. It wasn't disgust with himself, but he wasn't strong enough. He wasn't man enough. He wasn't brave enough to deal with what he just did. Projected those feelings of disgust onto him. So Tamar, she was looking about Atika Tamar Ika al Shah, whereas Sonas at Hasna Shada, cut off, so Tamar put ash on her head, she saw her clothes. So the Gemara says, so Tamar, in a very incredible act of bravery, did not hide what happened to her. She made a public spectacle over what happened to her. She let it know. She let it know what happened to her. Together, God also shot. Tamar was incredibly brave and she did something incredible by publicizing what happened to her. Amro, because they said, with no small option, no said, you're the son. In the most fact that this was because it was a shocking wake up call. This could happen to a daughter of God and others. It happened to a young woman. So things like was drawing attention to what happened to her, so that women should be vigilant. Incredible. And was ready for also shocked as a result of that episode. Gazu, so it's a couple of them is 21. Gazu ala Newton ala Fuya. So it's a way of playing to actually read this is Chazal or goes there that you can't have not a married woman, not the erva, and not even a single woman. So the Gemara says, what is it? Yichud is not Yichud is Midar. So from where do you know illusion to if your brother, the son of your mother, will incite you, son of Zara. So the Gemara says, the son of your mother will incite you to the son of your father. That is going to teach you the son, this is someone who you would be alone with. Would be alone with you and just your mother. The son, the actually the son could have used with his mother. There ain't and no one else is permitted to have yichud. One is not allowed to be alone with someone who is in error. Someone who's prohibited to By the way, means up until that point in time, there was an issue of yichud. I don't mean technically speaking, a single man and a single woman, or a married man and a single woman, it's not in error. So after the episode of Tama, they said the laws of yichud apply to a single woman. Incredible. Someone says, so now again, Kabbalah had many challenges in Islam. So remember, talking about why Young was on that dying. So his son Adoniel ben Chagis decides to proclaim himself as ruler. Adoniel ben Chagis was saying more and David is dying, and his son Adoniel takes advantage of David Melech's not well. He declares himself the king. So this is incredible. He tried to put on the crown, but he was unable to. Put on the crown of tongues. Oh my gosh, Rashi should be caged also. So Adoniel tried to put on the crown, but it didn't work. Why? לפי שהישר בסוף חלום המדופן ודופן, ואם המסיישר בספולושו, אבל למי שיש לו חלץ ספולושו, בעידוס בבית דבל. Alright, so this is wild. Davidic had a bar that went across the house. Apparently, male members of Governor Melech's household and those who were fit for monarchy had an indentation in their skull. So this is when the crown sat on their heart. The Yoben did not have the indentation. So because he did not have the indentation, Yasser was unable to put on the So Adoniel, the next king. So what does he do? Chariots and riders and fish men running in front of him, mildly. So what did he do? Cool on a two-day tall, all of these men, runners, had their spleens removed. So currently, spleen removal is good for endurance. It actually says, two days so apparently spleen slows you down too. So they had their spleens removed in order to make them faster runners, and they also took out some of the nerves from the soles of feet. They said they were able to run over anything and everything in the was like, also point out something, one thing is tragedy and overwhelming levels of dysfunction that existing in the home of God. And I think that it's found less than the Navi tells us that. And I think it's found less on a local level. From what it tells us that the person who the greatest success in being children. Children, this is like every parent could do everything right. But at the end of the day, children have to be roll. Sometimes children do the right thing, sometimes they don't. It also tells you that no one escapes familial trauma. Even the father of the Messiah, even the father of the Messiah, everybody's off in the family. Everybody has coaches, everybody has difficulties. Sometimes, everybody thinks they know that family has a call together, no problems. And you think they do, but they don't. Every family has a problem. And that's why it kind of goes to such depth. All of the stories in the English, all the family dynamics, just family dynamics are part of life. It doesn't necessarily mean that I'm doing anything wrong as a parent. Sometimes it could mean that I'm doing something wrong as a parent. But sometimes I can be doing everything right as a parent, and still there are family dynamics. Such is the nature of life. Well, Yahweh is an allegedly like half so the king should not have too many cases. Just what he needs for his charity, for Makap means for his needs. The Kesef, now again, usually what that means is like this. What it means for his needs is for his personal needs, and of course for the military. Was the Kesef is Allah Yamalo, he shouldn't have knowledge, he shouldn't have too much gold or silver, rather just what he needs. Unless they leave in España. He should have enough to pay. Obviously, he has enough what he needs for his own needs. And also, you know what I mean? The closest goes up the Torah Shmo, it's beautiful, the king should write his own statement Torah. Yotzi L'Mokama was saying it. He got to war, he takes to go with him. Michna Sulu Machnisin, he comes back in from war, he brings the Torah with him. Yoshe the same emo. Right? He's sitting with him in your case, the Torah is with him. They sit, he connects. He's just sitting and reclining the Torah is there with him. Ne'emar, Ba'isa emo b'kara about funny Mechayel. So beautiful. You know, he writes he's obligated to take it with him wherever he goes. Beautiful. Says beautiful. Says first you can wide lines, you do not. Now second. Well, Yavalos says, king should not have too much. Yochel, if you look at the middle parasha, maybe he should even limit, what he needs for the army for his own needs. No, in order to king not be excessive in his own needs. But anything he needs militarily, of course, he can use it. All money, the time soon. About running. No matter what can't he have, you can't have ceasing about running, ceasing about running. One of our idle horses are things don't keep on idle horses. What's that? Still. How much Chazal were against idleness, were against being idle. Idleness is the bane of self-actualization. Idleness is the bane. Idleness is the very undoing of our own personalistic growth. To the point you can't even have idle horses. And it can't have idle horses. Susi Baklan, Allah has come of a come. You can't be an idle person. Incredible. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, good, Minayi Shafidu says that Abu Bakr, Shibu Beloyata. I didn't can't even have one idle horse. Laman Harbos, Sus. The thing after that, he was just after he was a buckle. Beloyata, Susi Rami. You can't even have one ice. Why does it phrase it in the prayer? Susan Ramoni. La Abba sounds suspended for violation of a prohibition for every single idle horse that you bring. That's incredible. Because of that moral law. So the reason why because law can't halal property how many people can be with both the rest of the Gemara says, I would have thought that Allah for the nice had it not said that I would have thought that maybe the king can't even have too many horses for his army. The Gemara says, the only time that there's a prohibition on excess is when it's for the king's own excess. But for the army who's allowed to have excess, in other words, if he needs a certain amount of reserves for his horses, for his jet, that's totally fine. Not so for his own use, he has to be exact. He can't have excess. For the army, can't have a Zelda Yarbalo. I'll let the game in on space. It's not going on. He can't have a Zelda Yarbalo. The king can't have excess gold and silver. You also have to look at the region that's on you. Maybe you shouldn't have too much gold and silver even to pay the army. I'm a little low. Lower in that, I'm not looking at the region that's fine. No, for himself, he can't have access. So, of course, he needs to have whatever he needs to have in order to pay for the army. Sometimes because of that more low. The reason he says because it's for him himself can't have access. That's the problem. But I did not say this. I'm going to look at the region that's not even involved. I'm going to be even for the army. Because of our vote. Asha, I'm going to drush of Yabalo my drush is big. And he was not a way also the books with them guys in both of these ideas. He can't force this for himself. For the army is fine. He can't access what was for himself. For reserves, for national needs like the army and other things, that's fine. The Gemara says, by the way, now Lo Yabalo Noshim my drush is big. You can't do this. Also to teach us, this is interesting. The prohibition having more than 18 lives that only applies to actually apply to regular people, which is fascinating. So for the regular guy, for needs more than 18 wives, a lot of that is permitted. Only the king has the limitation. Which is actually makes a lot of sense because king is going to be engaged to the consciousness. Therefore, there's a real concern about marriage or whatever the wrong influence is incredible. But you do that Radix So Yuda, when they had contracts with Tutsi, one of it says that Yuda Shlomo Arbos, Hospital, it said that Shlomo had 2,000 students in the horses for law. It said like Yuda Shlomo Arbos in Arbos Tutsi. Then it said he had, right? Then it said he had 400,000 sources. In our boy established how you call effort, how you both all of our bosses. Then dollar established how you call effort there, how you both our bosses. I don't know if a lot of horses. That's the thing. In other words, the merger saying it's not clear. Are we talking about stables or rollers? So obviously, then depending on that, will determine the number of horses that show up. But either way, giving us an insight into the medical control. So these are going to see. We'll say first number one is one. These are contracts in case of money was so much that money really then accounted for nothing. Money was almost like that. Like you have a valueless. Except that you think almost like as you trying to abandon. Another process that some of us spends money drawing like stones. Now, even though that process says money flowed on stones, but stones still have a value. So it's super hard to contradiction. The first passage says money flowed like you really had no value. Then the second passage had a value like stones. Which one is this? No kasha. Can kodem shnasa shlomas basparo. Can ma'acha shnasa shlomas basparo. Most of these guys introduces us to another subject. What Shlomo really stated that amongst those women were two women is Basparo house. That was a strategic marriage for aligning two kingdoms. Basparo introduced adoption into the home of Shlomo Melech. It was really the marriage about Shlomo that really became to Basparo that became the undoing of Shlomo. That began a downward spiral. And remember that we have all these stories linked together. He marries Basparo, he has idolatry now, he will be in the home of Shlomo Melech. This is very expedite. Shlomo loses his footing. Even though Shlomo passes the crowns down to his son. So I remember saying the problem is that the monarchy is split. It's Malchus Israel and Malchus Judah. I mean, all of this is itself back to this serious marriage with Basparo. That came with it. So the Gemara says, before Shlomo married Shlomo, there was tremendous prosperity. That money flowed like that's how much money there was. After married Shlomo, there was prosperity, but money was like stones. The most is incredible. They were already stuck. The Shah should know Shlomo Basparo. When Shlomo married Basparo, Gabriel did not ask for the young. The Malach Gabriel came and he literally put a reed in the sea. The Hela Siaton and what happened? And the reed began to collect. Silent, and ultimately became rose. Ultimately became rose. But isn't that incredible? What is it saying? Shlomo HaMelech's marriage to Basparo, it could even negative trajectory parts. And that negative trajectory is ultimately wrong. The arch enemy of clouds. This is such an overwhelming national love, and just forging a strategic alliance. But sometimes people can be too smart for their own good. Shlomo did something a little extra to even good. Kinds of life, we act when we think that we actually is silent, we act in a thinking way. And we don't think about the effects that our actions can have on others, either presently or again, productively as well. It's important to know that every action we engage in has a ripple effect. And how to good and bad. How we can look at this. You never know the ripple effects of it. But on the flip side, on the side, you commit those. Turns out this is very nice. You never ignore the effects of it. I'm not going to stop. Bonus that was coming first. Why do this important general not reveal uses for themselves? In the grows is other coming with a because the Torah revealed two mitzvahs. Sorry, the Torah revealed two mitzvahs. Now more than two, but two mitzvahs. And the greatest amongst men, Shlomo HaMelech, thought he was smart enough to circumvent the reasons, and he failed. Sin. Well, Yardal Nashim. So the pasuk says, should not turn his heart to idolatry. Remember Shlomo, and he goes, it's not about me. I got this. I should not go to the I want nothing to sit. Sure enough again. Shlomo, and he's unable to check the influences in this and his wives that worship Green Apple Buzzer and not mission to the palace. Said, well, Yahweh says, the Pasuk says the king shouldn't have too many horses. Why? Again, here the Torah says, because we don't want to give, we don't want to go back to Egypt. It's like the place, no place to go to for horses. So it says that if he has too many horses, you're going to go back to Egypt. Obviously, so he says, don't worry about me. I mean, I have plenty of horses, and don't worry, I'm not taking any with that to Egypt. Ever, don't worry about it. Siv, things are coming to return. What happened? He's taking Egypt, right? And they ended up again going back to Egypt for the sake of commerce. So you still get something really amazing, which is, you know, it's like, the notion of you know, sometimes you find a little fun. And again, we're supposed to try to understand. It's also important to understand that sometimes the reason are not given by the church. One of those human nature is that when you understand something, you think that you can reason it, but the reason doesn't apply. You show them so the Torah says, don't marry too many women, you're going to turn your heart. It's not me. I'm it's courteous to idolatry. Sure enough, idolatry. Don't have too much to do down to Egypt. Now you will go down enough, down in. Well, you understand what's so incredibly important for ourselves. This is the avoda of the Jew. Is to trust we have a little bit of because we don't think this as thinking, national themes. And we think ourselves, if I don't understand this, and we not finish what else we sometimes we don't want to understand it because you don't think that any use the gift of intellect to manipulate circumstances in a way that profit doesn't want. Sometimes we don't says, I love you, I got you. Just trust the system. Sometimes when we understand too much, we tend to get ourselves. Like I said, all of you today. If you want to see everyone in person on Wednesday, and Hashem, a wonderful.
Sleep medic professional. I'm sorry, you can't sleep at night. That's gonna answer the phone. $12.50 an hour. I'm trying to sell you a fucking. So I explained to him there's no stigma in this.
The most important one is that you are supposed to be able to continue in a beautiful journey with success. Working together. Apologize that I can't be with you in person. About each other, so able to learn, grow, speak together. So today's topic is 20 when we continue in these incredible remarks. Cost on the days. 20. By the studio of Shlomo Harish lectures, which is 2, 4, 8, 10, 12, 14 minutes up from about Harish lectures. You know, Malach Shlomo, to me, his monocular rate was so fast that he ruled even over the Sham, right? Even the Al-Yonim, which means even the Malach, obviously, but his chromosomal controls Shlomo HaMelech had his level of dominion, even of Shlomo then Shlomo Safak. Remember again, this Gemara is very much tied into what is the incredible Gemara that is given Ashmedai. Where Shlomo HaMelech again has this incredible battle of Ashmedai, the king of the demons, and he's just possessed from his throne. Now, whether that story is literal or like the Maharal tries to understand when it's metaphorical, the idea is that Shlomo suffered a setback at a certain point during his reign. From the beginning, he ruled even over the Al-Yonim. Then, at a certain point, he was diminished, and he ruled over the Tachtonim, which is again the lower world. He ruled over the he ruled again from Tifsach and Sarat to Shmuel, Tifsach to Sofa Olam, so one of them says Tifsach is on one side of the world, and Haza is on the other side of the world. He ruled from Tifsach to Amar, Tifsach to Haza, Bahadi Azadi. Other people say, no, Tifsach and Haza are literally right next to each other. We change Shamalach al Tifsach, Ba'alaz, Kach Malach al Kol Olam. The same thing you know Tifsach and Haza, they're right next to each other. So for Shlomo ruled over the entire world. Again, the idea is really the same, which is Shlomo entire world. Myself, Ramah, all himself, then he suffered down. And he was only the province of Shne'emar, Ayuk, Koheles, Timelech, on his throne. Myself, Ramah, Elayu, and afterwards, the only rules over Shne'emar, Divrei Koheles, Ben David, Yishalai. So far, Mikasa, so after again, further continuing, and the only real goal is to let marriage, then you just also show them. So, myself in the end, no mom, not the only real goal is only staff. To let marriage, I don't know, you call him. This is why I have left after my efforts. Babu Shmuel, come on, not low, one of the refers to the staff, the time of window, obviously this is close. So I feel that it's very dramatic more. Shmuel, with like this vast empire influence on this man in his life, really the only thing he's moving over. Watch, she gets like, when he gets to a certain low point, he's moving over and he's like, this close, just his staff. Then he's like, discussion. Other Allah, Shama Hamala leaking is almost lost that. Yes, he regained his strong standing. The card I'm a law. The other thing is, no, he did not regain his strong standing. I'm a law. Now that's the head joke. So the opinion that says that he did not regain his strong standing, Shama started as a Mala, started as a great man, and he ended up as a head joke. Now, head joke doesn't mean he's a super person. Of course, it doesn't really mean super person. What it means is, he never really had full scope of him at all. Man, the head goat is doing the fact that he didn't do his standing. He came, so to speak, to come and then he regained his again. Of course, they're really perfect. So, again, like I said, this really links into the second about it's struggles, the passion of shaping, but it's also just a tremendous for life. The nature of life is no one ever always remains on top. Life is a series. That's lesson number one. Even Shlomo HaMelech, who began again really in celestial sphere, has his ups and has his downs. Such is the nature of life. Sometimes when we have these expectations, we're riding high. Successful. This is not true. No one in Shlomo doesn't have it. Everyone, great people, regular people, everyone has the ups and downs. Another piece also is fascinating. There's a beautiful idea attributed to the sons of the given time. Because when I was young, I dreamed over. I figured, what, my country. Older. I said I'll try to change my city. Got a little bit older, so I'm trying to change my family. And I said, because I'm an old man and I do those things. The only thing I can need to change in this world is myself. Really overwhelming idea. Almost today. So you have so many different of influence, but sometimes you can impact, sometimes you can't. Sometimes, again, in order to have an impact, so that the people or the entertainment society have to be willing to receive that impact. If they're not willing, you can give off as much as you want, but it's not going to work. So that sounds enough as saying, I was young man, and I think every person thinks this young person, I'm going to change the world. And then as you get older, you realize that the truth is the only thing you really have control over is yourself. And I think that's also the metaphor, this is really the trauma of life begins focusing on impact and affecting change in the celestial sphere. And then when it's older, it's like, what? I'm going to affect change on my on my staff. Not a failure. It's not a failure. It's a recognition that at the end of the day, the only thing we really control in this world is who and what. Everything else is beyond our control. I can do the best for my kids, but they're going to make their own decisions. I can do the best for my kids, but they're going to make their own decisions. I can do the best for my company. Again, there's other circumstances. Have on different circles of things. But at the end, they can't really control the outcome. The only thing you really control is what it's not up to yourself. Maybe yourself. That you can get kind of person you want to be used to, like you want to make. Decide your own narrative. Everything else is under control. But you, incredible. This is also yesterday's job. The first thing I'll be doing if you're going to Israel was stop Melech. Som Tasim Melech. Make yourself a king on you. All right, let's go back there. So better. Remember, the Mishnah said that the king has a right, and like eminent domain, go ahead and he is right to go ahead and his land in order to create the pathway to his property. So interesting, all sorts of malach on the melech. We tried to use their shippos in next cell melech. So yeah, so in general, when the king goes out to battle, the conquers another nation. So any royal treasuries that are seized from the subdued nation, they go to the king, and then the rest of the spoils is split equally between the king and the populace. Krishna also small from Lissa. So it makes sense that when a king conquers another nation, he gets to keep the royal treasuries of the conquered nation. Elishad is a Shabbos and Metzana for Metzala you know, or the rest of the spoils. Like the rest of the spoils, that half goes to the king and half goes to you. And half goes to the nation. Where do you get that from? It was like from about 21a. The pasuk says, "Vayim shkula Hashem u'letzaro." Because again, the pasuk says, "Shema Shalom Melech." When Shalom Melech was anointed as king, so Tzadok was anointed as Kohen Gadol. So what do you see in this pasuk? Makish not gave af. So Makish not gave the Tzadok. So the Navi is comparing the not give the king to the Kohen Gadol. Mat Tzadok that's Shalom Melech. So just the fact Kohen Gadol. Half goes to him and half goes to the other part. Not the Metzalah. So too by the king, half goes to him, goes to the rest of the nation. Well, how do you know that half goes to Kohen? Where did you get that? Because the question is speaking about again the and his sons. So that half goes to half goes to his sons. Incredible. Okay, so says follows. Sorry. Somebody says follows. Well, Mishnah says as follows. Well, you have a law of notions. So the Mishnah says as follows. So remember, the king is king to marry, but he can't marry more than 18 wives. Ruben says, Marvelo, well, actually, even my serious Ruben says, he can have as many, sounds like what Ruben is saying is, he can have as many wives as he wants, as long as they do not turn his heart away from a Kodesh Baruch Hu. So the Shimon says, that the king says, no. If you can have a wife that turns his heart away from a Kodesh Baruch Hu, even one wife he's not allowed to have like that. So the Gemara says, so why does the pasuk have to say you should not have too many wives? Even if like that, one of the wives that don't know so even if the king's wife gotta be righteous, still capped at 18. Look at 18. Okay. Says the Gemara, the name that is the Darsh Hagidikra, from this Mishnah, that the Buddha, that's the reasoning behind seeking. What that reason? The Mishnah says, a king should have 18 wives, and that you could have many wives as long as they are against a Kodesh Baruch. So something that is dashing the reason why does the Torah say that a king should not have too many wives? Again, the pasuk itself says, so they should not turn his heart against a Kodesh Baruch. I believe it's one of the Darsh Hamikra. And it's like a B'Shimon, the Mishnah doesn't actually the reasoning for pursuing. So what's going on over here? The which we might say, but yet we find the opposite. Samuel with her whether she is poor, whether she is rich, she not sees collateral from her. Right? The Torah says you are not allowed to see the garment of a widow as collateral. The Bible says it makes no difference if she's wealthy, if she's poor. The Torah says you can't see the garment of a widow as collateral. The Shimon says, Ashira Mamashkinosa. So Shimon says that's a poor widow, but a rich widow you can. You can't go out to be a rich widow. It doesn't matter if she sees her property. She probably cares. And she has other stuff. A poor widow is where it's really problematic. Because why? What's the issue? The poor widow, if he sees her property, like he sees her garden, you're going to have to give it back to her. So what's going to happen? Every day you're going to come to her house, you're going to take it, and you're going to come back and give it to her. And what's going to happen? So what's going to happen is it's going to start rumors, because if people see that there's a man coming to the widow's house every single day, people think it's because there's something illicit is going on over here. But I mean, in my coffee company, talk chat to Mashkina, I have a half silver. But I'm a She's going to take collateral from her, and you have to return the collateral because that's halal, right? If you take something as collateral, the person needs collateral, you're obligated to return it. The people from a photo can have to go and return for every single day. It's going to cause rumors. Right? Rabbi Shimon is one of Darshans. Sorry, Rabbi Shimon is one who darshans the things that does not. It's a Mishnah. It must be right. Rabbi Yehuda darshan reality in general. Rabbi Yehuda does not address the reasoning behind. It doesn't do that. The shining up, but so why does it do it over the The shining up in the first time is tough. No, because here it is what does it mean when you say Yehuda doesn't darshan the reasoning behind it? He doesn't look for reasons behind it. The point who says something we do it. Here, the Torah says explicitly that why shouldn't the king have two wives? Well, not only why, because Shem because when he turns his heart, it's not Hashem behind himself. The pasuk itself says it. Why can't the king have too many wives? The Torah says, so that his heart should not be turned away from it. The Shimon says, the Alma Darshan and Mikvah, in general, we darshan reasoning for Tzukim into the Mikvah Kala Yavlo Nashim Mishnah. So just let the Torah say, just let the Torah say that you shouldn't have too many wives, and that's it. And I would have understood why can't he have too many wives, versus that they're going to turn his heart into the service of Allah. The Ana Amina, not Kamla Yav, and Mishim Kula Yav. I would have understood the intuitive why he can't have too many wives. It makes a lot of sense. And remember, if you would also marry like political allegiance, it could also link up, with beings or with countries that are not, that don't have a proper spiritual. So the Shimon says like this: they could just say the king can't marry many women, and I would have understood why, because we're concerned that they're going to turn this part of the So I could have intuited that. So since I could have intuited it, why does the Torah feel the need to say it? Well, Yasser, why do you have to say that? It's going to teach us that even one wife, if the wife is going to turn the king away from the king is not allowed to marry, but he committed a lot to his wives. But if that king is not committed to marry, that's even how he got it. So why does the pasuk say don't have to wives? Even if the king is married to a righteous woman, many wives. Okay. The Gemara says, so now the Mishnah, the number of wives that I just want to say, where do you get the phone? How do you know 19? The Gemara says, the Siv, with David is born in the Hebron. David and Melech had sons in Hebron. One goes to the side, the Navi goes first. The first most of the widest lines. Unknown is the first one is unknown. So there's one Mishneh, Kila, and second son was Kila, born Habibah, Ish's level, Akarabib, Ashlish, Ashalom ben Ma'ah. Third son was Absalom, the son of Ma'ah. Harabias, Adoniah ben Hadis. Fourth son was Adoniah ben Hadis. Achamishi, Shefatia ben Ashal. The fifth son was Shefatia, the son of Abibah. Ashishi, Yisrael, Egla, Ish's double. Okay, sixth son, Yisrael. Hello. Yodul without the Hebron, so the Lord sees this. Ela, Yodul without the Hebron. So now, these six sons born to six wives, David won. The Kamali Navi, and the Navi says to David, in that, if these are two for you, you can add on like these and like these. So remember again, so in that, with these, if you marry 6 women, if you need more wives, you can add on like these and like these. For 6, you can add on 2 more units of 6 for a total of 18. So you must have the Kahinoshes, the Avalu, Kamisari. Find 18. So Maski Radina, Ima Kahina Karti, sorry, the Kahina S from the Arbol, some of them maybe for this. Maybe Kahina means 12. And therefore it turns out that you can really marry a total of 4 wives. In other words, add the units together. Right, kind of know, but I said the concept. Well, you have a notion. You also need S in the Arbol. So the Gemara says, There is a price that seems to support that reason that says you cannot go ahead and marry a right to marry more than 24 wives. So the Gemara says, I remind the Darsh Vav. According to the he also Darshan says, there's a button there. Two Darshan above, then Arba Shmona, between is 24. So the Gemara says, that supports that as well. Okay, so just to point out, there are other brises, and other brises ultimately that say that Allah the king could even marry up to 40 years. What can be done? So what's the reason of our time and can't do that? Makish Kahina Masto, Kahina Kama. You treat the second Kahina last minute with the first Kahina. Makahina Kama, it's just like the first unit of Kahina 6. After Basra is. So to the second unit of left is also 6. So Allah. Again, the Gemara says between the marry a total of 18 wives. The Havi nothing reports 6 wives. What about Michal? We already get what about Michal? We got about Amarav, Eglah, Michal. So the wife named Eglah in the particular report before that was actually Michal. So Ramani Krishma was called Eglah. Shechaviva Alav Eglah. Because she was beloved as to her husband as a cash. So again, the beginning gives some space to us, but it must have been private at home. But it must have been a different term of endearment. Or someone, an egg, my beloved egg law. So again, like I said, this will go very badly for you if you try to this. But for myself, this was a term of endearment. The face, who Omer, Ule Karash and Eglas, so much who's denying that Shimshon, also referred to his life as an Eglah as well. Okay, and you have a Michal, but what's that name? But the Michal have children. God says, what we do? The Michal, Allah, Hayya, Love, Lad, and Yom Mozo. Yet the Prophet says that Michal would have shown was right and suffering, that he did not have a child until the day of her death. So he must share our children. Or this time, no Mosala, Hayya, Yom Mozo. What it means is, she didn't have chosen for most of her life. And she got to the end of life, I didn't try that. She actually had a child right before she passed away. So Nifty, fun and Hekok, 1 second. Here's the problem with that. Nifty, fun and Hekok, the Chazron, the mice of the Nichadim Shalom. 1 second. Not what we do is taking like a census of his family when they're in Hebron. Now, as we're going to see that the Michal was punished to not have children as a result of when they brought the ark, to what its less Yerushalayim is before this all of this fucking, all of this soul fucking. Michal thought that he was acting in the Torah, she disparaged him. And as a result for that act of disparagement, she punished back to dying childless. So that happened in Yerushalayim. Remember, the first 5 years of his reign were in Hebron. This was the result. This was that, right? When Shaul died, so Mephibosheth, Shaul's son, the throne for his own. He had a sword set up in Hebron. So the listing of the family, Michal was punished. Let's say, Michal Bashar Ba'adachal, the phrases in the character of him. But others, rather say, the say, the Mitra Fasa, Michal got a punishment, Alima Adga also might say, right? What it means is like this. Up until this event, she had children, or Michal had children already. After she started telling off against him, with the Aron against him, in front of the Aron. So after that point, she was not giving any more children. I've also Vayikash David old election Russian Yerushalayim. But 1 second, the Pasuk says that David Melech took additional wives and additional concubines in Yerushalayim. Lemeluye Shmona Asa. No. That means to round out the number 18. In other words, telling us you're not marrying more than 18 women. By the way, my Nashim election was this to wives and election, concubines. You got what up? Nashim Betsuva, the election below wives have a suva and kedushin. Election do not have suva and do not require formal kedushin. Arba males Yiladim Aylo David, the Kulan B'nei Yifas Kalar. We'll say this is in general. David Amelech had 400 children. that he fathered with the fast war brides. War brides. Actually, genetically, I was not. Whether or not that number is probably hyperbolic. Like, but representing the idea that he had a number of children with war brides in the godly below us. And again, so there was a hairstyle that the old devil desired to roll this. It's like they let the back of their hair roll on, or something. That's like the back of their head roll on. And that was like a singing of like devil desire. Now remember, so there's a whole discussion exactly were these children Jewish, not Jewish. The Kulan Yoshim the car shows up, and they all went through chariots or carriages of God. Mahalkim Rashi they led the troops of the army. The aim how you brought it local soldiers and these were the strongest soldiers of David Hamelech's. So let's say so. What's really incredible about this? So David Hamelech, so apparently he allowed so. Sounds like they were Jewish, because remember again, the soldier has the right to engage in the first act of relations with the Fashtoar before the conversion process. So if that's the case, of course, the child's not Jewish. So it sounds like again, but there was biological sons. He utilized them in his army, and they were the fiercest of his warriors. Incredible. So now, Yehuda Hamar, that's the fast Torah. Hamar, who was the daughter of David Hamelech, who was the daughter of fast Torah. Rashi says Tamar, Achos of Shalom, she was the sister of Shalom, the Yohannes the woman. Basi fast Torah, so Kodem Shenis Gaira, Belev Shalom, Ma'imo Yodo the David, it's the Bukhari fast Torah. Interestingly enough, so Tamar was the daughter of Michal, Ma'achal was her war bride. So apparently Ma'achal gave birth to Tamar before she converted. Okay, so Tamar was a lovely touch, and so this is one of the darkest stories in the household of God. David Hamelech had a son, unknown, desperately designed his biological sister, Tamar, and he violated her. Now, as he's getting ready to violate her, she pleaded with him not to violate her. And he said, if you just ask the king to marry me, he'll let you marry me. So the Gemara says, how could Amnon, the son of David, marry Tamar, the daughter of David? It must have been that because she was a daughter of the Fastella, then technically speaking, she would have been committed to Amnon. Okay, so the words were Amnon, Reo, Shmo, Yonadav, then Shema, and Shema, Achi, David, Ishtar. So now the Gemara was back to the Amnon story. He had a friend, and his name was Yonadav, and Yonadav was very wise. What does mean very wise? And he was wise in evil ways. In other words, unfortunately, again, knew how to make terrible things happen. Remember, again, this friend, so Amnon tells this friend that he's not be involved with this Tamar. He's not going to now be involved. And this guy, Yonadav, his friend, tells him here's what you should do. Pretend you're sick. Tell your father that you want Tamar to come and give you food. And when you're secluded with her, do what you want. This is the crazy advice that his friend Yonadav. So ויאמר לקח הדר בן המלך, ואמר לו יונדב שפך המשפחה בהשכל. עד ועשת לעיני הסבריח, ותיקח פרנס ותצוק לפונו. So what happened? So again, so he asked this whole plan. Pretend like you're sick. So again, Yonadav tells Amnon, pretend like you're sick. Tell the king that you need Tamar to come and go ahead and. So let's get it. So she got requested. It's right. Actually points out something very interesting that, again, it doesn't make any sense. If Amnon is sick and he needs food, so let the food there, in the regular whatever kitchen, so let the brought him. So if the fried food is brought, if it's immediately fresh, so he wants the fried food made right there in the room for him. That's how he was able to learn Tamar to him. So Amnon violates Tamar. Afterwards, the Navi says he just Unknown synagogue after he invited her, so Unknown despised her, great hatred. So what's the reason? Samar Yitzchak Nema Nikshon Asa Tushaka, which is apparently as a result of the act of rape, the violation, So unknown was caught by one of her pubic hairs, and as a result, she was wounded from a push shot. The first position where a man came
Sell these motherfuckers for $6.
I don't know the Bible, whatever it is that's damaged, whatever is damaged, then the proper ejaculation. When that happens, generally the assumes that a man has father church. That is a serious issue, and there's a who that person can manage. So I don't think it was good at a crush shot as a result of this activation with a phoenix, sure about give a crush on him of a hostile shot. So yes, it was like how did you bring your command into a purpose? This is why would you hate it because of that? Rather than the Gemara says, no, it could be that I've also myself. She did it intentionally to wound him as a result of this that she did to her. So is that so easy? So what does it mean when it says that beautiful means came about Fabi Sro? The beginning of Fabi Sro, it really was known. Even the Nosi Sro was Sarah based on Sarah Erfa. That the Jewish women, again, in 2027, that they do not have hair, like people have the pubic area, or by the special about all the Mexican states. Silence is there. So how did Tamar have hair? And how she had pubic hair? Because says the best fast talk. Remember again, we said before she did not want to have it. And as such she did not have particular thoughts. Now, so I just want to point out also something amazing. This idea that unknown violence Tamar and despises her. It's so profound because what is unknown doing? Unknown is projecting. He's disgusted with himself. Deep down, he's disgusted with himself for what he did. But so often in life, right, we cannot grapple with the mistakes that we make. So what do? We often project. So for unknown, he projected his disgust and becoming wasn't disgusted, just disgusted himself. And he wasn't strong enough. He wasn't mad enough. He wasn't able to face what he just did. Projected those seeds of disgust. So Tamar, whereas Sona's Apostle cut off. So Tamar poured ash on her head. She called her coach. So the Gemara says, so Tamar, who in a very triple act of bravery, did not find what happened to her. She made a public spectacle of what happened to her. She let it know. She let it know what happened to her. Fundamentally made her do a children. Together, drug Tamar, but also Shaw. Tamar was incredibly brave, but you could see incredible by publicizing what happened. Why? Amro, so because they said, with no Slovak path, with no Slovak in the most capital proves of this because it was a shocking wake up call. And this could happen to a daughter of David Amara, to anyone. It happened to a young woman who was so modest. So the thing is that Tamar was going to happen to her. So that woman should be vigilant. Incredible. So much running down our home. Shop. As a result of that episode, Gosling, so it's a couple of them is 21 So Sarah will go there, that you anyway, not a married woman, not the Arab, and not even an ISO. So from where do you know scriptural reason? Pasuk says, if your brother, the son of your mother, will incite you to come and the Zara. So the Gemara says, the son of your mother will incite you to come and the son of your father. No longer the heart, that is going to teach you that the son, this is someone who you would be alone with you and just your mother. The son, the son could have eaten his mother. You know what else is committed? One is not allowed to be alone with someone who is in paradise. emo, because you are used to ego. By the way, meaning up until that point in time, there was a history of equal on only as an empire, but technically, a single man. It's not an empire, but after the episode of come on, and the laws that you could apply to you incredible. You're not so what's now. Several else had many challenges. Remember, it doesn't apply lay on his death was on his deathbed, dying. So his son, Adonio ben Chagis, decides to continue. Adonio ben Chagis is still the more Ami Amro. Someone is dying, and his son Adonio takes advantage of it. The governor was not declares himself the king. Melania Chabichu saw Homo on the crown, but he was unable to. Second kind of thought of him, now why not? Never actually. Shabiki Homo Blahoma. Shachashav, Shachat Shatisha Shal Casanopus. So I don't try to put on the crown, but it didn't work. Why? Rufisha Hayashadi Shachab is so Kalama Midopin. The initiation is Borosha, a Lamish Yish or Harbits Borosha, which equals from things double. The Colorado Mountains, or Muscle Mishira. So this is wild. Apparently, the Davidic crown had a bar when it crossed the top. Apparently, male members of Governor Malak's household, at least those who were fit for monarchy, had an indentation in their skulls. So this is when they put on the crown sat on their head. After the Yob and this did not have the indentation. Because of the indentation, the was unable to put on the crown. That's what happened. Parashim Kamish so Adonio in a bid to show that he was the king. So what does he do? Chariots and riders and 50 men running in front of him. So what did he do? We're going to create hole. So cooking campos and all the runners had the news removed. So apparently, removal is good for endurance. Cooking couple, I think Sam shut up on the food of them. So apparently the spleen slows you down. So they had those spleens removed so they can faster runners. They also took out some of the nerves from the soul of their feet. This way they're able to over anything and everything in the physics. I got from the meeting, you know. One of the most important things is the overwhelming levels of dysfunction existing in the I think that it's a profound lesson, not because it really tells us everything. And I think it's a profound lesson on multiple levels. The one that tells us that we're persecuted the greatest society in the world because we need children to do something. Children, just as like every parent to do really everything right. At the end of the day, children have free will. Sometimes children do the things, sometimes they don't. It also tells you that no one escapes from their will. Even the father of the Mashiach, even the father of the Messiah, everybody has stuff in their family. Everybody has trouble. You know, everybody thinks they know that family has a call together, no problems. And you think they do, but they don't. Every family has their challenges. And by the way, this credit goes to such depth. All of the stories in the future happen. All the family dynamics. Just family dynamics are part of life. Especially me, that I'm doing as a parent. Sometimes you think you're not based on wrong as a parent. But sometimes I think you doing everything right as a parent, and still there are family dynamics. Such is the nature of life. Incredible Mishnah. Well, Yaakov was an elegant house, so the king should not have too many places. That is just what he needs for his chariots. What Machapta means for his needs. Because now, again, really what that means is like this. What it means for his needs is for his personal needs. Not means for his that's an military. Because because of his elbow Yaakov, he shouldn't have knowledge. He shouldn't have too much shoulders. Or rather, just when he needs everything to study. He should have enough to pay his farm. Obviously, he has enough money for his own bills to pay the army. They call those stuff the Torah Shmo, to write his own statement Torah. The Yotze war takes the Torah with him. Nichnas Rum Machnisha comes back in from war, he brings the Torah with him. Yoshe Pekin Kudimo, right? He's sitting and adjudicating the case, the Torah is with him. Mesif, he's just sitting and responding, the Torah is there with him. So beautiful. Specific Torah is obligated to take it with him wherever he goes. First, intermediate white lines, turn out about second. Well, Yahweh king should not have to Parasha, maybe he should limit, what he needs for the army for his own needs. Low in a matter, I'm not able to do this for Parasha. No, in order to king should not be excessive in his own needs. But anything he needs militarily, of course, we need to do. All my Susan Habak and what can't you have? You can't get Susan Habak. What are Susan Habak? Susan Habak are idle horses. Idle horses are things horses which don't keep on idle horses. What's that? So like when you see from here, how much Chazal were against Baklus, were against being idle. Idleness is the thing of self-actualization. Idleness is the thing. Idleness is the undoing of our own personalistic growth. To the point you can't even have idle horses. And if you can't have idle horses, Susan Baklus, Allah is Kama Bakama. You can't be mercy. Incredible. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, good, Minayin Shafilu Susan Baklus, Shulubaloy, I didn't can't be the worst. Lomar Harbos, Sus. That's what we do battle. Hydro Yarda family. Again, if you have one idle horse, why does it crazier than the clothes? Susan Mamali. Chance is in violation of a prohibition for every single idle horse that you take. That's incredible. The time is because of Rahman alone. The reason of us, it's the reason why this starts to make a lot of problems. I think it to be both ourselves. The Gemara says, I would have thought that Allah for myself. Had it not said that, I would have thought that maybe the king can't even have too many horses. The only time that there's a prohibition on excess, but for the army, he needs a certain amount of reserves for his horses, for his jet, totally fine. He should actually rest up the parashas to solution. So in other words, for his own use, he has to be exact. He can't have excess. For the army, totally could have access. The king said the cell by Yabalo, I'll let the David get access. It's not on. The king said, well, the king can't have access gold and silver. You have to get the David get access. America, maybe you shouldn't have too much gold and silver, even the David army. Come on, low in America, I'm not really today, but he can have for himself. He can't have access. The question is, what in order to pay for the army? So time because of low. The reason he says because for him, the king himself can't have access. That's getting the problem. Allah, but had it not said this, how about if you look at it, you cannot spend not really low. How much has access even for the army? Let's see how the Asha the Amit Midrasham or Yabalo Noshim, my drushes thing. Let me look at this. Well, it's now that we have also the slopes and intelligence from both of these actions. He can't have excess forces for himself. Fine. He can't have excess gold and silver for himself. For national needs, like many other things, that's fine. Gemara says, by the way, now Lo Yabalo Noshim, my drushes thing. You look at this. Also to teach us is interesting. The prohibition of having life for only applies to kids. It doesn't actually apply to regular people, which is fascinating. So for the regular guy, for some reason, he needs more than 18 wives. Allah it's permitted. Only the king has because actually makes a lot of sense. Since the king is engaged in strategic marriage, therefore there's a real concern that married people are going to be the Lord influence. Incredible. So you do that says. So you do when I had contrast with some Arabs, Susan Lekhoff said that Shlomo had 4,000 stables for riding. You see, like Arabs are lofty both Susan. And then we have, right? Then it said 400,000. Okay, so in our faith, established are you Apples, how you call Africa, how you bought our boy and Ellis eyeballs Susan. I don't know if in other words, the emergency thing is not clear in tables or rows of states. Again, depending on that, will determine the either way, just inside each will matter. But these for we'll say first of the white line. These for contrast to Susan. In case of next of the Shalom money, there is so much wealth in days of Shalom that money literally again is counted for nothing. Money was almost like valueless. Sid, you can show us like yes, and trying to have on it. Another part that from spends money drawing like stones. Yes, even though that passage says money flows like stones, but stones still have a value. So it's super a bit contradictory. First passage says that money flows like you had no value. Then it says about it has value like stones. So there's no kasha. Can't hold them to us as shlomas pascal. Can't ask us to us as shlomas pascal. Most of the people that this is to another subject there. So let's look like this. What Shlomo made a mistake. Now too many women. And this goes into too many women. That was a strategic marriage. Relying on two kingdoms. Paro introduced idolatry into the home of Shlomo, and Shlomo Melech did not stop it. It was really the marriage to Shlomo that really became the Paro that could be undoing Shlomo Melech. That began a downward spiral. And remember again, when you have these two stories linked together, these Paro is now literally in the home of Shlomo Melech. This is sort of Ashbadai, the crown, his son, the Chavam, concerning the Chavam's days that can be split. Its mouth was sweet. I mean, all of this traces itself back to this deleterious marriage with Bas Kala, the idolatry that came with it. And the Gemara says, proportional marriage Bas Shlomo, there was such tremendous prosperity that money was like valueless. That's how much money there was. After he married Bas Shlomo, there was still prosperity, but money was like stones. Things changed. I will say it's incredible. Other than the Shah, she knows the Shlomo Bas Paro. When Shlomo married Bas Paro, Yarad Gavil did not explore the end. The Malach Gavil came and he literally put a reed in the sea. The Ella Sirton, and what happened? And the reed began to collect sediment. The Arav Natrach Gadol Sheberon. And that landmass ultimately became Rome. So what's it? Isn't that incredible? That what does it say? Shlomo HaMelech Bas Paro created a negative trajectory for Israel, and that negative trajectory ultimately created Rome, the arch enemy of Israel. This is such an overwhelming